Welcome to day 2 of the OWCS World Finals here at DreamHack Stockholm. Zoe here, and I'm joined by my very special guests, friends, co-workers, acquaintances that just cover all the bases. You can figure out
who's the special guest.
It's usually Danny Limlim, right?
Not anymore. After that talk we had about Johnny Johnny being soggy.
Yeah, he's got a new nickname. A lot has happened in the last 12 hours. But yeah, Johnny, Jake, and Danny are joining me as per usual to break it all down for you. And we got a lot to get through today as well. Yesterday, we had a 7-match day.
We did.
That was a long day.
One of them was a show match, me and Jake. That was fun. Jake, what do you think?
That was fun. Nice to play the new hero.
Yeah, I was about to say though, for you generally as a former pro player, do you ever get tired of playing at the stage? I know, Johnny, you also participated in some pro play, but you know that's a long time ago.
It's always fun to get up and play in front of the fans and play with some good friends of mine, you know, on stage. Definitely never gets old.
And especially the new hero, like you said. Like the new hero is so much fun, especially utilizing the wall. You know, you can get really creative with that. And there's a dive hero. We haven't had a new dive hero in Overwatch for so long.
True, it's been a lot of fun. Another thing that is a lot of fun are drops and rewards done.
Right.
And we got so many coming all of your ways throughout the next couple of days. Of course, there's the log-in bonus. Couldn't be easier than that. All you have to do is actually log into the game. And then you can cop the Neon Streets icon as well as the name card. I'm honestly in love with all things Neon Streets. I think that bundle goes hard.
Have you logged in, Danny?
Of course, every day, every day. I feel like OWCS always kills it with the name cards. Every name card that we get from the login bonus has always been peak.
The Toronto Defiant one was cool as well. You know, you got a dark city with the red lights. I like that.
And of course, we have drops enabled, different sprays, name cards, icons, all the things, and skins, of course, as well, throughout the next days. Yesterday, we had a cool bundle. Today, we're moving on to the red. Torb is an action as well. Today is the Torb day, everyone.
Let's go!
As a Torb enjoyer, I approve. I approve.
Who is going to pull out the Torb today?
Well,
need to like assign, because obviously Torbjorn is not going to be played by any team like voluntarily.
You never know.
Assign up players like
you never know. Maybe they will. Maybe Falcons will pull out a Torbjorn today.
I don't know why they would, but we can try.
Just styling on your opponent.
Keep your eyes peeled. Maybe we see a Torb. Also, maybe you're able to grab one of our secret codes. Nani, hi emoji. Yeah, we'll be dropping some codes here in the lower thirds and the graphics. So if you keep an eye on it and you're really fast at typing, you might be able to get some special goodies as well.
Not me. Not very fast. Yeah, I'm very slow. Very slow at everything.
That's all right.
When you see the code, you'll know, by the way. It's like the long serials, you know, like 20 letters and numbers. It looks like a password. So you'll know when you see it. You don't have to type in every word like upper bracket. Like that's not a code.
I mean, you never know.
Sending them on the wrong trail. I love that. I love that, Jake.
Part of the challenge, guys.
Overwatch.
Right.
Why doesn't work?
Let's take a look at the bracket. Or is it a code? Let's find out. Here's what we got in store for you today after one day of gameplay. I mean, again, we had a lot of matches yesterday. We already said goodbye to 2 teams. But today, 3 more teams will have to go. Now we're, of course, having our eyes here on the upper bracket. There's some good matches coming our way, guys.
It's time for NA to see if they can handle Korea. You know, I think that's going to be a tough test. So far, it looks like NA has defeated Europe for the most part. But it's a different test, different animals going up against the Falcons and Crazy Raccoon. That's going to be a pretty tough test.
That's right. Twisted Minds, they remain the hope of Europe now, all on their shoulders. Let's see if they can get it done for us. And yeah, of course, we have a recap as well from our first day. So let's take a look at some footage of some of the highlights that we got to see and talk a little bit about what we...
It was a long day.
Yeah.
It was a long day, but we got to see some, you know, unique composition as well, because I feel like the rumor going into the tournament was we're gonna see a lot of Mauga.
What happened there?
Yeah, we have some amazing cinema buns.
You missed the time on the desk where they brought us buns.
Yeah, that was amazing. But obviously, I think going into the tournament, we talked about Mauga meta. We're going to see a consistent, pretty solid meta. But instead, the story of the tournament really was like play to your strengths, and we saw teams, underdogs like Twisted Minds. They came out playing the Pharah and the Ashe composition. We looked at NRG. They played the Junker Queen pretty consistently. With the Sombra, like no one had Sombra on their bingo card going into this tournament, Jake. So pretty nice to see some, you know, additional compositions here.
Yeah, and I think those compositions have worked well for the teams playing them. Now, though, I think if you look at the upper bracket, we're going to see 4 teams in the upper bracket, right, that all are, you know, eyeing the trophy here, wanting to probably play the meta and take each other on head on. So I think these are kind of the teams I expect to go the furthest into the tournament. I do think, you know, NRG, Interest in Minds, they have that dark horse potential because all these teams going into the upper bracket match, they're going to focus on these games. I don't think anyone is going to be prepping for the next lower bracket match. You really want to win this right here, right now. So you're going to see maybe more mirror matchups in the upper bracket, and then going to the lowers, things could get really chaotic.
Yeah, I mean, we saw how unforgiving it can be when you're just having an off day yesterday, right? Like, that easy and you're out of the tournament. We did think that ENCE and SSG are likely candidates to make it through further into this bracket. Alas, it shan't be. Now, I'm very excited for every match, as always. How about you? Which of these matches gets you the most hyped up? Jake, I want emotions.
Honestly, for me, it's the first one. I think Falcons versus Nightmare could be really interesting, especially with Nightmare looking great in this meta. It's kind of an equalizer meta where I think it's going to be more on team play, more on collective movements than an individual playmaker. And I think for Nightmare, that's their ideal, right? They talked about in their interview, you know, coming together as a team of friends with a lot of trust, a lot of confidence in one another. And honestly, that's what you need to take down a team like Team Falcons. You need that trust, you need that mutual faith in one another. But, you know, this is the equivalent of fighting Goliath, not with a sling, but with a sword, right? With your bare hands, because they're going to be going toe-to-toe mirror match with Team Falcons. I mean, that takes a ton of confidence and is a really tough test for any players across the whole world. So we'll see if Nightmare can get it done. But honestly, I have a bit more hope than I think I might normally have going into that matchup.
What's with his face, Donnie? What's going on?
Wouldn't a sword be more useful than a sling anyway?
No. David is small, so you don't want to take Goliath in the hand-to-hand. You want to be at distance. You want to be tricky. But I don't think that's what Nightmare are going to do.
I am Goliath.
Yeah, you're the Goliath.
So
us Davids, we get it.
that is more of a sling guy.
I love slings. Yeah, sure.
Yeah, we love great Overwatch. We love slings and history as well, or rather, it doesn't matter. Anyway, we love many things. One thing we also love, of course, is giving credit where credit is due. Yesterday already, we got to show you and introduce you to our season MVPs of the respective regions. And now we have the utmost pleasure of introducing you to our role MVPs. And for that, we're going to send it over to Golden Boy on the stage.
Thank you so much for that, Zoe. Yes, we're going to do something pretty cool. First time we're doing it here for the OWCS. It is your role MVPs, the absolute best of the best. So let's go ahead and give our first MVP a warm welcome in the hit stand DPS position. Put your hands together for Lip. And in the flex DPS role, it's none other than Proper! And on that back line, keeping you safe, it's your main support, it's Choron! Of course, clutching it up in that flex support role, please welcome to the stage, and last but certainly not least, it's your tank role. Welcome to the stage, Chunbin! Everyone give it up one more time for your role MVPs for the OWCS. Give a big warm welcome for them. Congratulations once again. Let's send it back over to the desk to break it all down.
Thank you so much, Alex. And these are our role MVPs of 2024, and how well deserved for each and every single one of those players. Also, those jackets.
They're
sick.
Yeah.
What?
I don't know if you guys all saw it, but on the back
they
of
have
the
their
thing, they
name
had
and
their role
everything.
and their name as well. So
Sick.
it's definitely really a cool jacket. And very deserved for all those players as well.
Absolutely, yeah.
Obviously, Lip continues to just assert his dominance as well, you know, racking up the role stars in the Overwatch League and now continuing here in OWCS.
Asia MVP as well yesterday.
Asia MVP yesterday as well. I mean, it's pretty much Crazy Raccoon and Proper. But like, that just speaks to how good Crazy Raccoon has been as well. And we've talked about it throughout the entire weekend. If you haven't been caught up with Overwatch Esports this entire year, 2 slots in Korea, that means all the Koreans, they decided to create 2 super teams in the form of Team Falcons and Crazy Raccoon, and they've just been dominating throughout the entire year. So well deserved to all those players there. It's an incredibly stacked team, Jake.
Yeah, and a lot of stiff competition this year, right? With like a lot of players really impressing me, putting on big performances. I think it's undeniable, though, with Crazy Raccoon. Team Falcons have been just leading the year. It's been blow for blow for them across every major tournament in the year. They've been kind of the two teams to beat, and I think it's no different here in Stockholm, right? I think it's everyone going into this tournament would have called them the two favorites. Maybe Crazy Raccoon having the edge, you know, coming off that win in Dallas. But at this point, right, with Falcons winning in Asia in Stage 4, I do think this is going to be a really interesting test. I think there's probably a lot of Falcons players backstage feeling like, hey, maybe they should be up there on the stage. And I think they're going to get their chance to prove that, to fight for that, potentially in the upper bracket final. But who knows where these teams will meet. It feels like it's always going to happen at some point in the OWCS major.
I have a question. Do you guys feel like these players, like the players that just got the role MVPs, do you guys, when they get these I guess awards, do you think they're like, oh, we kind of expected it?
I mean,
because they've been
used to it at this point.
Yeah, because they've been so dominant for so long. Maybe
I think Lip and Shu, maybe it's like they've been racking these up. Everybody knows these guys are top of their class. I do think though, for players like Junbin especially, maybe Chorong. I mean, Chorong's been an elite player for so long, but I really think he's finally getting that praise from the community on Crazy Raccoon. I think people saw in Florida Mayhem in the last season of the Overwatch League how good he was, what a central figure on the team he was for them. But it's awesome to see him getting these accolades. He's had a long career, but now I feel like he's really coming into his own and having that career-defining performance this year with Crazy Raccoon.
Finally as well, Lip obviously earned the Asia MVP as well, and that's an award he's been gunning for and wanting for so long as well. So not only does Lip get the role MVP here as well, he was the Asia MVP. That was something he really pushed for and wanted, so congratulations, man.
Yeah.
Absolutely. Now we get to see them in action today as well. So let's dive into our first match of the day as we continue through the upper bracket semi-finals. We're going to take a look at Team Falcons and Nightmare first. Now, of course, Team Falcons, another team that we expect to make a really far run through this bracket in this tournament. They've been dominant all year long. But yesterday, for the first time ever, we actually got to see them slipping a little bit. Their first match against Twisted Minds on Oasis. Listen, they dropped the map. That's not something anyone had on their bingo card for this event.
Yeah, but actually, Zoe, I'm gonna reverse card you right here.
Actually,
it was good. It was good. I'm impressed because they were successfully able to adapt. Hanbin came into the lineup pretty quickly here, swapping over to the Junker Queen as well to, put some additional pressure onto TVNT. Perhaps Stalker had a phenomenal Widowmaker play. So if anything, I'm actually, quite positively surprised by the fact that they were quickly able to pick up on what Twisted Minds were doing and adapted successfully. And that is what Team Falcons do so well. They're so versatile. They have both Hanbin and Smurf waiting in the wings, so they can play either of those two tanks. I was positively surprised by how they adapted, but I think against Nightmare in today's matchup, they'll have to adapt as well. I'm looking forward to see what Falcons can do.
Yeah, I mean, Nightmare, they pulled an upset yesterday when they went up against SSG first thing in their opening match, and they were really, really aggressive. They were gunning for that backline of SSG, and they just couldn't hold it together. Nightmare, will this kind of strategy work against the Falcons, you think, Jake?
Well, I think what's interesting is that I think we're set to see a very different match than Falcons' last match, which honestly, I expect these teams to be pretty much mirror matching throughout. I think they're probably just going to try to go toe-to-toe. If Falcons gets map picks, though, I do see them maybe going to forcing these dive comps, where I think the individual skill of the players is really going to shine through. But in this team-based meta, it's so much about fighting together, about the ultimate cycle, about these small decisions in team fights. I feel that, the pedigree of Nightmare actually could play towards their strengths, right? That they're a team that has come together from a group of friends from many different teams across the season, forming this team that almost upset Toronto Defiant, right, in North America. And I think their trend through the year has been so strong. I think this is a perfect moment for this team to come together and probably face the toughest team, frankly. They've challenged all year, but here in the winner's bracket, I mean, they clapped Space Station, right? They kind of beat them down. It wasn't that close. And so I think going into this Falcons match, they have to have a bit of confidence, starting to believe in themselves, especially, rumor mill has been that scrim results have been good for them.
Absolutely. Now, this is, of course, a double elimination bracket, so whichever team is dropping this one, they still have a second chance to keep their hopes alive here at our event in Stockholm at DreamHack. For now, though, we're getting ready for that first match of the day, so let's send it over to our stage.
His Space Station still have some game left in him. Toronto Defiant tower over the competition. Oh, that's not supposed to happen! Oh, that is absolute filth! What? What did I just see? That might be the kill that gets them there!
The Crazy Raccoon run away with yet another map.
Of his twisted minds book their tickets to Stockholm!
And these birds of prey move one notch up the food chain. Falcons with the wind under their wings.
The previous king of EMEA remains.
It's time for a showdown, everybody. Let's go!
All right, all right, all right. Stockholm, how are we feeling today? This is going to be awesome. We are pretty much at that midway point in this competition, and we're about to see some sparks fly. In this matchup, it's a classic David versus Goliath, Asia versus NA. It's going to be wild, and I'm all about it. You guys ready to get this going? Love it. Let's go ahead and bring out your first team. Put your hands together for the Falcons!
Team Falcons joins us as the reigning kings of Asia after taking down their rivals Crazy Raccoon in a match for the ages, solidifying them as the tournament favorites. But we've seen this before. In Dallas, Falcons came out strong, but couldn't get across the finish line. This time, Falcons will look to get the job done.
And their opponents represent that NA region. Welcome to the stage, Nightmare!
An undeniable group of underdogs has assembled. Friends from different teams came together to form a squad that could potentially challenge the best. Here they are in Stockholm, set to challenge one of the tournament favorites.
Coaches, please fist bump. Players, take to your stations, and your casters for this matchup. Welcome to the stage, Necra and Jaws.
Thank you very much, Golden Boy. David versus Goliath. I think that's about right. Rose, Team Falcons coming out of the Asia region, one of the best teams in Overwatch history at this point. I think it's hard to argue with that. And Nightmare, the plucky underdogs who, well, handily took it to an EU team, an EU golden child at that, Rose, at Space Station yesterday.
Absolutely. This was definitely not something we expected. Just taking a look at the history of these teams heading into the World Finals, you would look at that on paper and go, Space Station all the way, but Nightmare has a ton of tricks up their sleeve. They have a great read on the meta and how to play it paced. So this one might be close.
It could be. Of course, Falcons did lose that map. They pointed out on the desk yesterday against Twisted Minds. I don't think anybody predicted that, gotta be honest, but the Pharah and the Ashe comp did kind of rattle them a little bit. I wonder if Nightmare have got anything kind of hidden up their sleeves, although I did end up bumping into them backstage before the match actually, we start here, and they were saying, we're confident in our own game, we are confident in the mirror, so I'd imagine it's going to be kind of stock standard for them whipping out against Falcons, although Falcons, no slouches themselves. Let's be honest with ourselves here. Day number 2 here, OWCS World Finals. It's Team Falcons versus Nightmare. Day number 2, a rather scary situation to be in yesterday. We already had 2 teams eliminated, but this being an upper bracket game, you still get one more chance. You end up falling here. We're going over to Ilios as our first map. It was picked by Falcons.
Ilios is an interesting one because we actually got a chance to see Smurf in the lineup to start their match off yesterday, and this is where Falcons dropped that map to Twisted Minds. And I wonder if this means we do actually lean into the dive with Smurf in this roster. Looks like they're hovering over it, but Nightmare, they do not want to play this mirror, it looks like. It's gonna be Infected coming out on the Reinhardt, of all things.
And everybody's happy to see a little bit of Ryan Winston on our screens. A classic TP to the point setup with May, and then you have to come to us. But Team Falcons taking Elite out for Twisted Minds, but proper Pharah, Stalker on the Ashe. A very good poke composition if you're expecting this hunker down bunker style comp.
So much poke damage that Smurf can follow up on when you do have those Winston jumps available. Go after those low health targets in the back, but you know Nightmare's comp is going to make that more difficult with this symmetric teleporter and this immortality field.
Map already gone, CJ as well, bites the dust, the damage coming out from Proper as well, just immense. Nightmare, of course, as expected, take the first cap. It's up to Falcons to really finish off the rest here. They've already cleared one. There's the second. Surprised they lasted any longer than that, to be honest with you, as CJ going down isn't the best star. And there's the boot off the map as Seeker is sent to the drink.
There is a lot of survivability here. Nightmare did have the opportunity to stall out that point with that Mei, as well as making sure that you had those walls, but we are going to see a change up here. Nightmare is going to go a little bit more toe-to-toe with this dive, switching over to this Echo Tracer as the DPS, and Infected going over to the Winston. These backlines are different though, taking a look at Fielder and Chio sticking to this on a brig, but you've got Nightmare that have these more diveable supports with this Lucio and Kiriko.
Yeah, pure dive from Nightmare. You're not half wrong. Proper. Barrage is Zeruhh, taken out by Seeker, but still a rough spot for Nightmare to be in right now. They are in no man's land. They're on Team Falcon's side of the map currently, so they need to either die or get a pick or get out. I think they're going to try and get out, but yeah, no teleport away from CJ. That's a little bit of a stagger from Nightmare. Gonna have to regroup and go again, but now they're running headlong into Nano, Rally, Primal, and Bomb.
There's also going to be a switch up on this roster proper going over to the Echo after expending that barrage. So now you have an opportunity here to make sure that you can have these big aerial duels with Zeruhh that's going to be on the Echo as well. But the fact that Team Falcons have this ultimate advantage, they should win this next fight.
Alberta coming in from Apple, they want to go aggressive. Chio's already dead to those sticky bombs. Zeruhh getting up in the mix as well. A double kill for the Echo. A nano boost onto Smurf might be the difference maker here, but Zeruhh does end up staying alive. Nano Primal Rage, a lot scary. When it's in the hands of Smurf, does manage to juggle Aberrant and pushes CJ off the side of the map as well. Kills him before he even touches the water. A Nightmare. What a good start to the team fight with Zeruhh taking down 2, but of course Smurf, with a cheeky grin on his face, he knows how much work he's already done and put them in a winning position. 10% away now before they take the round.
And it's going to be so difficult for Nightmare to come in and touch as a full team of 5. You do have this Kitsune Rush to be able to close the gap a little bit, and Infected does get the jump onto the point. Primal Rage to stall.
They get the touch, and Zeruhh's close to this duplication. A pulse bomb onto Seeker, looking for CJ. Gets the stick, but it's on the shield. And Zeruhh's already been taken down. Duplicate wasn't even earned in the fight, so Nightmare now in a 4v5. Team Falcons eliminate Seeker. And they may have got the flip, but can they hold on to this for any longer? Infected with the Primal Rage is going to juggle Fielder around, but he does eventually go down, but at what cost? Team Falcons once again have managed to flip the point in the middle of it all. CJ taking down Fielder's a good start, but can they keep hold of the points? They don't get back for another touch. And that'll be Team Falcons taking round 1.
Very decisive round number 1 from them as well. Just so quick with these dives and these engagements coming through from Smurf. Very different than what we saw yesterday. Totally in his wheelhouse being able to play this Winston as well as the rest of these dive pieces.
I mean, even Harbin was saying backstage too, like, hey, NA have leveled up. NA, no slouches. Comparing it to kind of their results at Dallas where NA just were non-existent. And with someone like Harbin saying that, Team Falcons saying that, you know, you got to put some respect on the name. Round number 2. Looks like Infected going with a little bit more of a ball-shaped dive here. Okay. Bit Jumbin-esque. Smurfs sticking on the Winston though.
We did see Junbin play this Wrecking Ball yesterday in an absolutely cleared house. If Nightmare have been able to figure out a way to be able to play this Wrecking Ball as well, this is certainly one way that they can make sure that they can win this next round and take us into a 3rd round of the map. We're going to see Team Falcons make a little bit of a switch up after they see what Nightmare is running. We're going to end up seeing Proper go over to the Echo. But in fact, it's already set up around this lighthouse and giving this opportunity here to get these balls really rolling.
Either of this to Malga, I'm sure the audience thinks the same. Infected's ball, pretty deadly at the best of times.
It's one of his best heroes.
I mean, against Fielder Chio though, ideally you want to be diving that backline, but their backline stands tall. Even at the worst of times, they are just the anchor for Team Falcons, but a nade onto Chio does eliminate him. Avril going super aggro on the Lucio. Point unlocked and Team Falcons get the cap. And it's a big nade on the backline though from Fielder. A parting gift as the backline falls to Soccer, Proper, Duo. Still Team Falcons control this point, and Smurf is not going down without a fight, but Infected got a little bit more staying power on the Wrecking Ball, but not if Proper has anything to say about it. Nice little focusing beam takes down the Wrecking Ball.
we're just seeing Smurf get so much healing from Fielder and Chio, so much investment being expended into that front line to make sure that they can actually withstand those different dive approaches. Nightmare though, I mean, they have some tools. We're gonna see this pulse bomb from Seeker pretty soon. You can actually withstand the one from Stalker. Maybe you get a chance to use your own. That's a big pick though from Fielder.
Yeah, Zeruhh, LOSing Fielder there, who's sitting all the way back in their own choke. A duplication, a nice leap onto Proper, but he is duped, so even if you get the combo on him, I don't think it's going to actually matter. And one Trace is going to get the kill. It's the real one in Stalker. DJ down, support line for Nightmare, eliminated. That'll be a complete reset. Oh, he protected. Dives in the spawn doors.
Yeah, just can't quite get back to spawn to make sure that you can actually heal up. We saw a little bit of a pivot there just to see if maybe the Widowmaker was needed from Seeker to get back out of spawn, but take a look at Team Falcons, already looking at last fight territory here, have this forward positioning with this nano boost from Fielder. Smurf can go crazy with the Primal Rage right now and stop Nightmare in their tracks.
I mean, you can see Infected, he was touching the point there. He is behind Team Falcons right now. But Fielder's in such a good spot. A Nano onto Proper. Should serve them pretty well in this fight, but Zeruhh also receives a Nano. They get the sound barrier too, so you're thinking maybe you win the 1v1, but where's the help? Duplication comes in, goes onto the Yana, but he's quickly eliminated by Stalker. Stalker's an absolute menace. Everybody is focusing Proper, and it's something you should think about doing. A true carry by his namesake, but it's actually Stalker this time around. That needs to be paid attention to. Seeker's taking out Proper, sure. Infected now has to go back to these health packs, so not available for the team fight. And Team Falcons, they're going to take that one. This dive's so formidable. What the region is really known for, super hyper aggro dive with the Ana, with the Brig, Winston getting up in your face. NA not quite standing up to it. Big smile on Smurf's face as well. Thank God I don't have to play Malga, I can play Winston.
That might not maintain course as we take a look at the rest of this series. Nightmare, of course, with that map loss gets a chance to pick where we go next. And they had such an aggressive Malga yesterday. I wonder if that's something that they can pull out and sort of force Team Falcons to have to respect. But this looks so different, having to go dive v dive. You know this is exactly where Smurf wants to be. This is his comfort zone. And he put that on full display, taking a look at that first map.
I don't think Smurf's getting subbed out either, not entirely sure, but still sitting down. Of course, we saw Hanbin come in for map number 2. After that, Oasis lost versus Twisted Minds yesterday. They got, like I mentioned before, bumped into Seeker and Nightmare in the back, and they said, you know, we are confident in the meta comp. We are confident taking mirrors as well. I wonder if Team Falcons are going to kind of respect that, like you mentioned.
I think they have to, and I think that if Nightmare wants to be able to play to their strengths, it's definitely going to be leaning into what they know best. The meta is the meta for the reason. Unfortunately, I think in some cases, means we're going to see a ton of Malga when it looks at the rest of these matchups, but I don't know. It's a tough call because you're taking a look at Team Falcons, a team that can play absolutely everything. It's why they're considered one of the best in the Overwatch Champions Series.
You look at this. Everybody kind of paying attention to Proper there, trying to shut him down, though he's nanoed, but it's actually Seeker that's doing the, Stalker, sorry, that's doing the damage on the Tracer. Taking down CJ, taking down the Duke. Very clean stuff from Team Falcons. You wouldn't expect anything less, really. Their main rivals have been Crazy Raccoon, obviously, throughout the season. Oh, it does look like there's a substitute coming in. Okay, so we saw this yesterday. Smurf out, Hanbin in.
So we're definitely going somewhere that's going to require a little bit more of that brawl, but we're going to have to let Hama get all set up there before we go into our next map. But you're right, like clinical. I think that's something that we think about and what comes to mind when we think about this team of Team Falcons, as well as just so much training that they're able to get against some of the rest of the best teams in the entire world. Like, who better to have a rival than Crazy Raccoon?
Right, yeah. Two of the best teams, two of the juggernauts in the OWCS, that is for sure. Obviously, like I said, Nightmare have been leveling up, and the Korean team's kind of recognizing that as well. It's whether they can actually topple them at the end of the day. Toronto have a very good chance as well, of course, a little bit later on versus Crazy Raccoon in the upper bracket.
So excited that we get a chance to start off with this one. I feel like we have so many incredible matches to be able to bring to everybody for this day number 2. And it's so exciting that we're getting closer to the very first grand finals of the world final of our inaugural season.
Yeah, I mean, is it going to be Team Falcons versus Crazy Raccoon? I don't think anybody would complain, but I think NA are here for a little bit more than that. They want to make it as far as humanly possible. EU has been a little bit disappointing in front of the home crowd as well. It's not been a very stand-up affair. And, you know, I did bump into Space Station too, and they were like obviously very disappointed with their performance over the last day or so. But I mean, I'm sure they're cheering for NA at this point. Cheering for the teams that knocked them out.
I mean, only one team can win.
Sure, that's true. But you're a winner in your heart.
That's true. Everybody is a winner.
Exactly. Nightmare end up picking Shambali here, Rose.
So definitely looking at being able to go a little bit more brawl on both of these teams makes a lot of sense why we're going to end up seeing Hanbin switch into this roster. A lot of teams on this map like to go for something like the Mauga, maybe even something, I don't think we're going to see too much Ramatra, but we've seen a lot of Ramatra and Orisa also played similar styles.
Yeah, it kind of works in the rush. Just Mauga extremely strong, especially if you do it duped with the Echo, and with the current Metacom, with the Reaper, it's heavy sustain. Oh, anti-nades. Anti-nade would be so good there, but Arno just gets run over. Need more of a slippery backline in the Juno. We'll see if they do end up mirroring, because I think Nightmare are going to be more than happy with that. Beating Team Falcons on the dive, not really something you can do, and you can see why Falcons wanted to go to an Ilios, because they can just play the Winston, they can play Stalker Tracer, they can just play proper on a super aggro DPS to just get in the backline and just do what they do best.
Well, you say maybe we don't get a chance to see the Ana, but I want to give people some hope because we did actually see a couple of teams try to go for a little bit more of a static backline with something like the Baptiste yesterday.
Right.
And so maybe there is an opportunity, just leave the Ana, do play like Ana Brig like we ended up seeing on Ilios, and you allow just for some really big anti-nades, try to shut down those cardiac overdrives and just all of that lifesteal.
Yeah, I mean, we saw the BAP as well from Space Station. I mean, Landon pulled that out and it worked decently well. Don't have as much like defensive capabilities, especially protecting your Juno with the BAP, but it can work as your tank head-to-head there. Hanbin versus Infected. Infected has been so good for so long, just kind of dominating the NA scene for quite some time. Luckily now on a team that's taken him this far as well. I think every single member of Nightmare wholly deserving in making it as far as they have done. I think Nightmare have been a very fun org to kind of follow for a lot of people. A lot of big personalities on the team, and of course Infected being one of them. He's going up against one of the greats as well. I mean, that's got to be pretty scary. I'm sure Infected, you know, he's still a very young player, right? I mean, same with Harmon and Smurf, to be fair too. You know, not calling out my own age or anything, but I'm sure he was looking up to them when he first started trying to like super make it as a pro player and get up there in the top ranks. I'm sure he was looking at Smurf VODs, like Harmon VODs, like making sure he can also be one of the very best.
I mean, Infected's one of those players that we look at and we admire because of his flexibility. He has so much experience when it comes down to playing those main tanks. Seeing the Winston, seeing the Wrecking Ball, seeing the Reinhardt, yes, that's kind of more where he likes to lean in those main tank roles, but he's done so much work to make sure that he can actually play all of the different tanks that are required in the game, and it's why Nightmare has had that name behind it, is because of that flexibility. You take a look at that DPS lineup as well, and they can play so many different compositions across the board.
Yeah, I mean, you need that right now, right? You need to be able to play literally everything. Off tank, main tank, whatever tank, rush tank, bull tank, whatever. You just need to be able to play that. And Infected does that exceptionally well. One of the best in North America, arguably, if not the best. I mean, there could be a few arguments there. I mean, obviously, someone's also in the region. Right. Just waiting for Hanbin. Just quickly pop into the bathroom, and then he'll be back in just a moment. Sounds like we are going to go in just a moment. Seeker still with a big smile on his face. Despite a loss, despite a win, like they're always chuckling to themselves, so it's always good to see, even if you're down a map, still got another chance here, upper bracket. See if Team Falcons can once again meet Crazy Raccoon in an upper bracket game.
I think it would be amazing if Nightmare is able to just win a map. I think it puts them on that same league of teams that, you know, maybe Team Falcons is not as exotic as you think it is. They are infallible in some ways. So we'll have to see if that is something that Nightmare can accomplish. On the second map of Shambali Monastery, it's absolutely a possibility as we get a chance to see them load up.
Map number 2, Team Falcons versus Nightmare. It's the map pick of Nightmare. Going to be playing the Rush. That is for certain. See if Hanbin can also be a big difference maker. Again, I would expect them to do the same thing. Nightmare being confident here is going to be their best tool, I think, to winning against Team Falcons. Just ignore the names on your screen. They are just the characters and nothing more. And they like to play up to teams as well, and they really do believe that they can. Doesn't matter who's against them. Some of the prodigies of Overwatch, like Proper, star-studded backlines, championship-winning tank players. It doesn't matter. They will play up to their opponents. Infected just hovering the ball currently. I'm not sure he's going to stay on that one, considering the DPS picks. CJ just going for the small right-click, I'd imagine, out the spawn doors. And then switching to Juno. No shot this gets anybody. No, there we go.
Yeah, nobody is waiting to be on the receiving end of that one, but it is going to be a complete mirror across the board. And pay attention to how Nightmare decide to approach this. Rotations are going to be really important, as well as the level of aggression that you can actually put into these team fights. And so Nightmare, something that they were able to showcase yesterday, is just no hesitation, full confidence being able to go in and take these brawls.
Good off angle here by Stalker as well. It's quite a nice place to be if you're infected in that small room, but Stalker's making it a little bit more difficult for him. Doesn't want to take too much poke. There's a lot of sticky bombs on Zeruhh, and it looks like Nightmare trying to make the rotation, spotting Team Falcons. Almost giving up the high ground for free. Proper is on the sidelines here, so that small little building is going to be tough to kind of manage, but it looks like Nightmare are just going to ignore him for the time being, use that speed ring to get into the back line. Infected and Hanbin there, popping the cardiac overdrive to stay alive. They even force Proper's Wraith form, so he has to back off to the rest of the team. Almost gets blown up, but manages to get a sneaky little teleport out. Those sticky bombs not doing the damage required to kill him.
Look at how quick these rotations are. Look at how far back Nightmare have already been able to push Team Falcons, completely sniffing them out of those hiding places and making it way easier now to be able to deal with this orbital ray from Chio.
Fielder overstepping there. And this Stalker too. Zeruhh, man of the hour right now, although Chio and Proper are going to try and even this one up with Zeruhh and Infected dead somehow. Even though Team Falcons lose 2 people in quick succession, they're still able to stay in these fights. Seeker alive and well, and with Admiral dead, he hasn't got too much to worry about. Still got some heals coming through from CJ.
There was a big reactive cardiac overdrive from Hanbin, though, with Proper still alive. That was able to help stabilize that front line, so Team Falcons didn't suffer too many losses, but they still have to contend with a full 5 ultimates here from Nightmare.
Duplication on the Reaper, double Reaper in the cage. Zeruhh's already taken down Hanbin. Both rallies have been popped too. This is going sideways right now for Team Falcons, as Nightmare kind of taking this one over. Maybe the Reaper copy there from Stalker, a bit of a mistake. Not something we usually see duplicated. Normally it's the Mauga to get a second cardiac overdrive and then maybe a free ultimate. Those fighting there. They're fighting for this first point. Hanbin's back. Cardiac overdrive popped by both tanks, both looking at each other, longingly in the eyes. But it'll be Infected that wins the duel, as Nightmare capped that first point.
And importantly, Infected gets to hold on to this cage. That can be a complete team fight winner on its own right. You don't necessarily need to pair it with some type of DPS ultimate, and Zeruhh and Seeker both just used theirs to be able to capture that first objective. And so Nightmare still looking very good, going into the second point, being able to play those close quarters with that cage. Take a look at where Infected is standing. He's so excited to pop this.
That's a 3-person cage. Just end up charging away though, fearing the damage and the retaliation there from Team Falcons. Proper's already taken down Zeruhh in a very aggressive push from Hanbin. Overrun straight on Admiral's head. Curb stomps him into the pavement. CJ not going to be able to get away. There we go. Okay, small stagger. Now the payload's moving back with Team Falcons playing all the way up to the spawn doors. I really like this spawn hold as well. You can hold this corner and the payload's slowly moving back, but every inch matters here.
There's just very few avenues where Nightmare can actually approach this cart now, where Team Falcons aren't lying in wait. Proper having the Death Blossom, don't go into this small building. Stalker also has the duplicate, so you're not going to want to contend with a second Mauga on the field either when you take a look at this main choke point.
Hanbin's going to go in yet again. Super aggro dive, but look at that. Instant use of the Juno ult. But on the corner there, 2 spin to win. But unfortunately for Seeker, it's shut down by Fielder pretty quickly. Falcons have lost their tank, Hanbin dead, and Stalker 2 just trying to win that 1v1, but of course Proper's just feeling the kill feed. You wouldn't expect anything less. 2 minutes to go. That payload almost back to that first point. That's why I like this forward hold from Team Falcons. So they've basically gained an additional fight, and they've got a lot of ults to spare as well.
So economical. They only expended the Death Blossom in that last fight, so they still have everything else at their disposal. And Nightmare, they're just gonna have to play off the back of this cage as well as this duplicate, but Team Falcons aren't letting them room to breathe.
I mean, Falcons just taking it to him. The rally's been popped from both sides, but there's the cage. Everybody's trapped in this small room right now. A duplication onto the Magel from Zeruhh. They should be able to stay alive for at least for a moment in this small room, but Proper's on the side, and look at that. Even Fielder's getting into the mix. Straight up melee mode on the Brig. Team Falcons gonna shut down Nightmare yet again. 1 minute and 30 seconds to go. Is Admiral gonna res CJ? Okay. That's about as much mercy as you're probably gonna see.
Listen, it's the strat, right? Because as you said, every second counts, and you want to make sure you have a full actual attempt at this, and maybe if you're fast enough, you get a second one. But Nightmare at this point, they have to build up to ultimates. They don't have anything to be able to throw at this next fight. And their goal right now, to get as many ults as they can out of Team Falcons.
Proper yet again, kind of setting up a default in this sidelines. Big slam in there from Infected, trying to protect his backline. Harming going dangerously low. Proper goes in, as well as Stalker. That copy onto the Reaper. It's working out this time around. A free Death Blossom. Make that 2 for Stalker! You don't see that every day, ladies and gentlemen. 40 seconds to go. Nightmare, not even through the caves. They can barely touch the point.
I mean, you don't see this every day either. The fact that they might get full health at this very first part of this map. I mean, most of the time it is on like the actual first point, but the way the Team Falcons are playing this, they still got a rally and a Death Blossom. Might be very difficult to kill Proper when he's going to be able to go for this.
Proper. Straight into the back. That's a lot of damage. Cardiac Overdrive popped as well. 16 seconds to go in Nightmare. They need to do something. No orbital ray left, unfortunately. They got a duplication, but what can Zeruhh realistically get done? That lower health pool on the copy is not enough for them to stay in the fight, and Nightmare are gonna get held in the caves. Team Falcons put up a heck of a fight. A very quick cap from Nightmare, but Falcons shrug it off. No problem for them. A very aggressive hold.
I like the Reaper duplicate more and more. The more that I look at it, the
if
more
you
that
get
I
multiple
think about
Death Blossoms, I love it.
Right?
It looks good. Looks cool.
But Team Falcons also know that they have very heavy mechanical skill. Maybe just go for something where they see an advantage. You have double Reaper, you have a double lifesteal. Just make sure that the team is completely unkillable. Poor Nightmare, though. They could not break past that defensive hold right at the beginning of those caves. It comes back to the problem of you don't necessarily have that ultimate economy to expend, and even when they did, and they threw 4 ultimates at a fight, Team Falcons were able to kite away from all of that damage. No value converted from those ults on Nightmare's side.
No changes here. For Nightmare, again, confident in the mirror. Can be done. We say it all the time. Shambali Monastery, definitely a full hold type of map. We'll see if Nightmare go for a spawn hold. I think it would definitely be wise.
Yeah, this map is definitely not over. I want to see how Nightmare actually approach this defense, but based on what we ended up seeing yesterday, I feel like they still have a good shot to be able to actually get a fuller hold, is what we're looking at here. But they still have to just stick to that confidence, make sure that they stick to their guns, and they don't let Hanmin just walk all over them.
Surprise! Straight back to forward with you, Stalker. Oh, dearie me. Chio too. The spawn camping's good. This is what I like. Unfortunately, though, Seeker does end up going down, so looks like Nightmare are gonna still play up. Proper taking the flank. CJ in his sights. They'll break back. Nice reaction time there from Avril. Arm been down, so Proper, still gonna stick around, doing as much damage as humanly possible. Breaks the shield of Admiral, and then Stalker and Chio to help finish off the rest. Okay. Spawn hold broken. And a rally for Fielder too. That was a lot of damage from the Brig.
Yeah, Fielder just going in and getting so much of that Inspire healing, and now you get a chance to actually throw a rally at this. It's the first ultimate earned in this round. So, great way to be able to deal with a duplicate.
Hello? Okay.
Proper?
They noticed him. He was sitting on the little shelf. He's still on the sidelines here. Hasn't got a Wraith form, but doesn't seem to matter. There's the early rally from Fielder. Not sure Nightmare are going to expect that. A nice little stun, but here's the dupe, and here's the rally from Nightmare. Chio down. Seeker finds 1 kill. They got a cage built up as well. Alrighty, here we go. 2.5 minutes. Big reset from Falcons. They do end up burning a couple of ults from Nightmare, but hey, they burn a rally of their own. It's going to be a big Juno ult fight now, but Nightmare can reset. They can try and go for this spawn hold again.
Yeah, they still have so much time to work with. And when it comes down to just like being able to have a hold here, look at the end of that first point and get a chance to have another defense. And so Nightmare not looking too bad right now.
Well, there is both Juno ults coming in, orbital raise, and slam in the back line as Seeker's already taken one. That's a lot of life still, but Proper comes up big. 3-person Death Blossom and Stalker with the dupe on the Reaper again. Oh, it's like we're back in 2016. A minute and 40 as Nightmare. They're going to get a reset and potentially a touch. Infected dying last, though, is not a good sign. So we'll see if they even attempt it. They are in this small window, so it looks like they're going to be able to. With a speed ring, they're going to be able to jump up this window pretty easily.
They have to. They have to if they want hope of being able to win this map, especially when they have the cage right now, but they can't walk into Hanbin's.
2 minutes to go. Zeruhh just shooting him. Hanbin in the back right now as Seeker goes in. Already found a fielder, but taken out by Stalker pretty quickly. Hanbin getting melted, but it's all Stalker all day. Quick retreat from Hanbin, use that overrun to get some space between him and Infected. It looks like Stalker, as well as Geo, taking this high ground away from Nightmare, but they need to fight on the point. Still 2 meters to go as Hanbin makes his presence known in the fight again, but Infected matches his cardiac overdrive with one of his own. As Stalker ends up getting shot down by CJ.
We're sub 1 minute now. Nightmare only need to win one more fight, and they will be able to win out this map just based on that time bank alone. It's going to be a difficult one. We're really looking at almost ground zero for both of these teams. Zeruh's very close to that duplicate, though, so that could be a big difference maker. And just, again, keep hitting Falcons where it hurts. But this could potentially be the last fight here as Nightmare look to try to close out this map.
Confidence is key, and Nightmare have got that in spades right now. Duplication on the Reaper. Zeruhh wants to copy Stalker a little bit here. Double Reaper on the field for Nightmare. Quick disengage from Falcons. Looks like Stalker's kind of in this mix though, and there you go. Late duplication. Only just got that online. Proper takes care of Zeruh's duplicate. Stalker has to back off. He's earned himself a Death Blossom, but someone needs to help Geo. He's just getting bursted. Geo down, but CJ traded. Let's loose that orbital ray, and Stalker and Proper just turning everybody into sludge. They're going to be able to cap this point, Rose, but they're in OT. They're going to get 2.5 minutes, and this is a tricky hold for Nightmare now.
But all the better that they got all of the ultimates that they did out of Team Falcon's bank. And so they get a chance to come back in with an opportunity here to actually get a hold, but still 2 minutes, that's a lot of time.
And they're right there. That blue box of victory is on the corner. They're just going to go in. Death Blossom from Proper's already killed CJ. It's all falling apart for Nightmare now. Infected lobs down the cage, trap Proper in here, but he needs to be able to get to the payload as well. Fielder, Geo jump in to try and save Proper, but it's not to be. Seeker handily dealing with it. Hanbin thinks he can win this fight. I may be able to as well. What? Hanbin? Excuse me? What did I just see? Team Falcons are just going to rump this payload in. He's called the GOAT for the reason. 2-0 for Team Falcons. A very, very winnable fight it felt like. But if Hanbin's alive, anything is possible.
Yeah, no kidding. I am speechless. I mean, what else do you expect out of a player like Hanbin to be able to have that huge solo carry clutch moment to be able to end that map? Holy cow.
An unbelievable hold though from Nightmare, it's got to be said. In OT, Falcons managed to get the checkpoint. They get 2.5 minutes. And a clutch play from Hanbin finishes off that game. But you can see this mirror, way better for Nightmare. Way, way better than a dive mirror.
That's so wild though. Mauga has so much beef, has the cardiac overdrive, just has so many ways to be able to, I guess, solo tank. Holy moly. That is a devastating blow for Nightmare though.
These duplications as well. We do normally see the Mauga, right? We see the duplicate go onto the tank, you hit the cardiac overdrive, you get a free cage, But it's Stalker, and then later Zeruhh copying that Reaper instead. Double Reaper on the field, double Death Blossom if you're Stalker. It's a lot of damage, a lot of sustain too with the Reaper, of course, has that lifesteal built into his kit. Very hard to take down. I mean, look at this. Just insane. So, oh, I'll just get one kill. How about I just get another ult real quick? Oh, I have it already.
I mean, the fact that Reaper is doing so much damage, you have a great way to be able to focus down the Mauga with double Reaper, but Brig also only has one opportunity to actually hit the shield bash and stop one. Imagine having to deal with 2 Death Blossoms. You have to pick and choose.
Yeah, I mean, you don't expect them to get 2 in 1, right?
No.
It's looking good for Falcons right now, but a much more even playing field for Nightmare when they are on the mirror. So imagine we're going to go to a map. Most maps right now in the pool are pretty well suited to this comp, so pick anything. Maybe not circuit, but see what they want to choose.
We have seen dive on the circuit.
Yeah, I mean, it's very doable. Armin just dashing in. I mean, this is insane, especially if you're Nightmare. Imagine being Nightmare in this situation. Seeker just cleans up a few, rips the ultimate, and he still can't get it done.
I mean, like Cage, what were we talking about? Cage can be used on its own to be able to win these team fights, but also when you get a chance to put it in the hands of somebody like Hanbin.
That was a
This was a very close map.
High kill, high death game. 50 deaths on the side of Nightmare there, 32 for Team Falcons. A lot of damage on both sides, healing about the same as well. You wouldn't expect anything more. Small inches, right? That's a big thing with Team Falcons. If you're holding that forward spawn, you regress that payload so much. That's why Nightmare are only able to get around that first corner. Looks like it's going to be a King's Row pick.
King's Row, no subs, going to be sticking to the same lineups, which means we're probably running back this Mauga versus Mauga. Certainly something that we've seen on King's Row before. You have a lot of those really close corridors, especially on that Streets phase of second point, where you can just run at each other.
Yeah, there's absolutely no way there's going to be any changes. And you'd expect Nightmare as well, just playing to the aggression of Falcons, because Falcons, a lot of the time, they were running into them. They weren't waiting. They were being the proactive ones. We'll see if Nightmare can kind of topple them.
But is their confidence shaken at all? After what happened at the end of Shambali Monastery, I wonder, are they able to lock back in and actually get ready for this third map? Because this is match point right now.
Yeah. Upper bracket semi-final here at OWCS World Finals. The DreamHack Stockholm. Nightmare taking Falcons to King's Row for the third map. Falcons will be on the defense first. Nightmare on the attack, so Nightmare will be setting the pace.
A couple of times we've seen the defense. We have seen some opportunities for these teams to actually go for a little bit more of that static support in the back, something like an Ana or Baptiste. But it looks like Team Falcons are very comfortable and confident being able to run back what we just saw in Shambali Monastery. Still could put the Brig up in this window if you want to. You still have the speed rings to make sure that these rotations are going to be very quick, but that's going to be the key to success here on this defense for Team Falcons, making sure that you don't allow Nightmare to get the wraparound on you, can't go behind that point.
When you think back to like even Twisted Minds yesterday. And their Ash play really put a thorn in the side of a lot of teams. All right, Seeker, okay, just looking, just peeking, getting a little bit of information there. Looks like Zeruhh's actually going to roll out on the Genji. No Echo for Nightmare.
Okay, so the Genji is certainly one way that you can actually get the jump on somebody like Stalker. Get up in the back line of Team Falcons, help to try to get some type of collapse.
Wow.
Like, in fact, it just gets worsted there.
Yeah, just too much damage. I mean, if you look at where the supports were playing for Nightmare, not sure they had full OS an entire time. The LOS can be broken very easily around that statue. In fact, it just gets blown up.
And that's the power of the Echo, being able to see that damage in tandem with something like the Reaper, have the focusing beam to go follow to it. That's one way that you just completely melt that tank. Nightmare's still sticking to this Genji though, wants to see it through for this next fight.
All right, they're gonna wrap Hotel. Proper is on this high ground right now, so if Zeruhh or Seeker want to try and give him the business. Oh, did he just get flailed up to the height? I think he did. Admiral helping Proper there almost. Proper's almost got the ultimate too. This Death Blossom's coming in super quick. Focusing beam, perfect tracking onto Zeruhh. A deflect is not going to help you there, unfortunately. However, Nightmare still managed to get a checkpoint, maybe two in fact. No, not quite. There's the dupe onto the Reaper once again, but here comes the orbital ray. Seeker's gonna have to be, Storm's gonna have to be a little bit careful here, but Seeker's still doing a whole bunch of damage. Double Death Blossom straight on top of the front line. As Nightmare bearing the brunt of that damage, Seeker and Infected just blown apart.
We're going to see Team Falcons get a bit of a backup here. If Proper had been able to get out alive, you could see where Hanbin was waiting, but there is not going to be another contest. Nightmare is able to capture that first objective, get this payload rolling, and they still have ultimates to be able to snowball with momentum. You've got the Death Blossom, Cage coming up for Infected, and we get a chance to see if this Zeruhh Genji Blade can be a difference maker.
Well, they got Death Blossom, Genji Blade with the Cage. Falcons still have the rally, so as soon as that Blade or the Death Blossom gets popped, I'd imagine Fielder will also be pressing Q. Looks like Hanbin's trying to go really aggressive. There's the bash. So the stun has already come through. Zeruhh not popping the Blade just yet. As Infected does end up falling first. Big stun in the front line, but no ultimates. Expend their time out. Although saying that, sorry, Infected did end up using that Cage.
Use the Cage, but you notice that as soon as Nightmare actually steps up, they go, maybe not the perfect opportunity to be able to use that. Look at where Team Falcons is coming from. They want to get another aggressive hold at these spawn doors. I don't know if Nightmare know that they're right there.
I wonder if that Cage got cancelled, actually. I missed that one.
Well,
Wrap around
work,
here
no matter what happens.
from Nightmare. Still Blade, Death Blossom available. Nice whip shot, takes Seeker out of the window. Cardiac Overdrive's coming in. Double Reaper on the field for Team Falcons. There's the first Death Blossom, but here is the Blade. A nice bit of deflect damage, but the deflect doesn't last long enough.
Not enough for this fight. Nightmare having the Dragon Blade used in that fight. I wonder if they're going to actually stick to this hero. They still have over 3 minutes to be able to try to push this payload through the second phase. And it looks like they are going to try it one more time, but Proper lying in wait with another Blade. You've got the Juno all to be able to hit them for the main too.
Yeah, they're going to check. Proper still sticking around though. He's actually on the payload right now. Here's that Death Blossom. And there's the Orbital Ray. The supplemental damage from Fielder and Stalker is enough. They're going to try and stagger Infected, but I think they are, yeah. But as long as humanly possible. Trying to get the overrun. No. All right. 2:30 now for Nightmare. Once again, Falcons making their move.
Team Falcons just aren't letting Nightmare actually get set up. You know, this Genji takes a little bit of time to be able to find the perfect angle and then coordinate with the rest of the team. This is an early orbital ray from CJ.
Hanbin's caught out though, he's right in the front line. How is he getting healed through that? I don't know. Eventually falls over. They get the team kill and they get out of the spawn doors. Nightmare, they're still gonna have to fight through Falcons at least once, maybe 1.5 more times. I mean, you know, you're 3x in the payload, but how quickly you can come back with this comp, it's gonna be easy for Falcons to get a re-engage on their terms.
Yeah, but you have so many ultimates from Nightmare at this point. Give Zeruhh and Seeker just a little bit more time. That's 4 you get a chance to throw at the end of the second phase. Sometimes that's the firepower that you need. Cage doesn't catch anyone,
It does, it actually catches Proper in the high ground.
Oh, well.
He's trapped, someone help him. Cage down, Proper escapes. Houdini's out of there. Does end up getting stunned, but Seeker rips the Death Blossom. Hanbin on the wrong side of the team fight right now as he takes down the tank, the Juggernaut in the front line for Team Falcons. Fielder on the Mega Health Pack, does manage to sneak it away, but the overwhelming presence of Seeker prevailed.
Okay. Maybe the Cage, not the actual nail in the coffin there for Proper, but perfect opportunity there for Nightmare to actually deal some pretty big damage to him and actually make Team Falcons have to rethink about how they wanted to get that second point defense. Now Nightmare finally breaking through. They have a little bit more time afforded to them heading into this third point. And Zeruhh with another Dragon Blade. So many opportunities for Team Falcons to shut this down though.
Death Blossom from Proper though. Straight in the backline again, Orbital Ray, this is the combo they've been using. Zeruhh pops the Blade. No, cut Fielder in half, but Death Blossom with the Orbital Ray. I'm not sure how much DPS that is, but it's a lot.
And now Zeruhh is going to switch. Just seeing the Dragon Blade just not be able to cut through what it needs to on the defense. They have an opportunity to bring this Echo and still time to actually get a duplicate up before this map concludes. But Team Falcons now, they've got this cage. They're going in with Stalker on the dupe again.
Wow, instantly getting taken out though by Sneak. A couple of headshots there, takes care of the dupe, so no free Death Blossoms. Cage comes in from Infected. I mean, Seeker's closing in on a Death Blossom of his own, and they've already taken down Heartbeat. They might not even need any more ults. Okay, there's the push. Team kill coming through for Nightmare with 1 minute and 30 to go. And look at the ult bank of Team Falcons right now. Only this rally in the near future.
I mean, this rally's been able to put in some big work for Fielder, but Nightmare with what they have right now should be able to push this over the line as long as they don't fall to something like a random Proper in the back line.
And there's the Orbital Ray on the point as well. It's going to be a devastating amount of damage coming out from Nightmare right now. Impossible almost for Team Falcons to really fight on it. And the Death Blossom, the cherry on top of this cake. 1 minute to go, under a minute now. Team Falcons have at least reached a small milestone. A return, ultimate. Somehow Team Falcons are staying in this fight. Abril ends up falling over and Proper, he turns the tide of the fight once again. 45 seconds for Nightmare to try and finish this map.
That was the best chance they were probably going to get, though. You have this enormous respawn advantage for Team Falcons. You don't have much left in the tank here if you're Nightmare, but you've got that payload so far. Probably still pretty happy with that. Maybe with an opportunity here to get a wrap on Team Falcons, but Proper's not going to let them touch this payload.
Couple of headshots. Oh! Just completely bowled over. A strike from Zeruhh as they try and move on forward. Both teams losing their Reaper, but it's Harmon next to fall. Infected goes aggro. A duplication onto the Malgor, a free cage for Stalker. Infected going dangerously low with Abril contesting the point. Infected does eventually get taken down by Stalker as the spawners come in. There's an Orbital Ray available for CJ, but what use can they make of it? Zeruhh's in the front line right now, dishing out a whole bunch of damage, but needs to sustain. Proper comes back on the Cassidy. And it is Team Falcons o'clock now. The Death Blossom shut down as Nightmare are held on third.
Still such a valiant effort, though, from Nightmare, being able to actually get through that second point defense and still find themselves within striking distance of being able to actually finish out that round with a perfect cap. Still, I think, pretty happy about that at the end of the day, but that defense definitely took a lot of time for them to be able to get through, and they needed a lot of firepower to be able to do it.
We're going to see the Genji out from Nightmare on the defense too. Very easy to kind of control the high ground with the Genji. Or they're just going to opt for the Echo. The Echo just brings so much value. The Blades have been getting kills, but I think at least twice in that last round, we've seen the Orbital Ray used with the Death Blossom, and then Zeruhh's also using the Blade at the same time. He manages to get 1 kill, but that's really all you can get from that. The Echo can stay in the fight so much longer with that dupe.
And there's just too many ways to actually shut down the Genji. You already called out one, just being able to have those resources and something like the ultimate to make sure that Zeruhh can't even get close. But then you also still have utility, like the Shield Bash. You also have the opportunity for something like the Speed Ring from this Juno to just get out of the way and then just out-damage the Genji. So it makes a lot of sense that Zeruhh doesn't even want to try that on the defense, wants to go for something a little bit more sustainable in that Echo. And we'll see if it can pay off here as Nightmare have to go on the defense now.
Crowd very much behind Nightmare. And who can really blame them? Team Falcons, #1 seed out of Asia. One of the craziest teams ever to be formed, but Nightmare really taking it to him in the mirror. They just got to come back in this series. A complete reverse sweep is required. And that's a jolly good start.
Crowd's definitely feeling that one and giving them all of their energy as they are able to actually send Team Falcons back to spawn. A really good start to their defense. And they're already going to walk away with a pretty good amount of ultimate charge. I mean, Zeruhh, take a look at that. All of the focus beam damage, maybe even being able to get a duplicate to throw into this next fight. as long as they're able to go just a little bit fast. But Proper's going to be the one on the Genji to try to go after that backline and stick it to him.
A lot of damage, easy damage for Proper in that corridor. Free firing pretty much the whole time. CJ, Orbital Ray available. Geo the same. There's the Doom. Zeruhh transforming into the Mauga as Proper takes the skies. A slash to dash, instantly taking down Seeker. He gets one and another, retreats to safety. Zeruhh still duplicated here. A Wraith away by Stalker to get out of the fray. As Nightmare still just trying to push Team Falcons to their limits, but Proper pushes them further.
It is so tough to have to be prepared for Genji Blade that early. And so Team Falcons able to capture this first point, have 4.5 minutes now to be able to get through this second phase. Nightmare, though, just very patient with their use of ultimates here. They want to be able to take this close hold by this bookstore. And you've got Seeker with the Death Blossom, Infected with the Cage. Definitely plenty of ways for Nightmare to be able to get this forward position.
Yeah, it's who used their ultimate first here. Seeker TPing into the backline. He's got that Death Blossom, just steps up to Hanbin. That's a lot of AoE damage, most of it blocked though by that Field Shield. That Rallying Brig just blocking so much. They won't end up trading their Reapers, and they're still fighting in this choke, but Fielder under heavy duress by Admiral. What a push there from Nightmare's front line. 13 HP still. Eventually, Proper does cut him in half, but at what cost?
This is still a good effort here by Nightmare, able to give a little bit of hurt here to Team Falcons. The ultimate bank is certainly not going to be super healthy heading into this next fight. And once again, we're looking at this opportunity for Nightmare to come in with this duplicate from Zeruhh, Proper with this blade. So Nightmare have to have some sort of answer to this. It's going to require perfect timing here from Admiral to be able to get a shield bash, at the very least to delay Proper.
Genji Blade available for Proper as well. There is a duplication from Zeruhh, so again, kind of the same fight we saw on first, pretty much exactly the same. See if Zeruhh does end up duplicating the Mauga again, looking for a target here, just focusing Hanbin right now. There's the Doom, it's actually on the Genji of all things. Whoa, that's a lot of reflected damage. Zeruhh has to dash out of there. Oh dearie me. No blade required by Falcons, only that Orbital Ray as Proper making use of that additional damage and healing. Not contestable, I don't think, by Nightmare. You basically need a completion if you're Falcons. So it doesn't mean Nightmare can at least set up on the high ground.
Yeah, you cannot contest this at this point. You're just absolutely walking into Death Trap, essentially. But Nightmare, like, the fact that they can play a little bit far back, they have an orbital ray of their own now. Maybe play around this corner.
There's the blade, though, straight to the skies goes. Proper spots CJ, maybe a little bit out of position, but the orbital ray is going to send Proper packing. They're hunting and they're searching for something. The Team Falcons have made a rather slippery exit into this small corridor. Infected now getting in the mix, has got the cage available. But oh, Stalker perfectly placed! Nightmare, their eyes wide open, yet no one saw Stalker coming. 3.5 minutes to go now as they push towards this final point.
There is certainly one place you don't want to be with a Reaper and a Death Blossom, and that is in a small room. Stalker taking full advantage of that to be able to get that team fight win. And now Team Falcons one team fight away from being able to win out this map and win out this series. Nightmare, their whole Rested, Infected, and this cage.
Double cage coming in exactly the same time. Rally as well from Fielder. A couple of small stuns as well as those judo holds. It's anybody's guess now. But maybe it's all Nightmare. A little shadow step in front of him. Just does some damage. Okay, Nightmare. They're going to make their stand. That was an expensive fight from Falcons as well. Same could be said for Nightmare, but they didn't have to use an orbital ray. So they're 60% towards theirs. So you're thinking at least that they're going to be able to win this next fight.
They should be able to get that online. In fact, you can hold the front line, take a lot of that damage. CJ can soak it up with all of this healing, and then you get a chance to actually approach this with this orbital ray. But the question is, do you hold it for an opportunity to actually respond to Proper's blade? He's very close to that as well. You might want to have something to be able to actually contend with that.
What? Sneak is down already. To a whip shot. Proper spots there in the skies. Can he actually just find a solo kill? Not quite. A quick break pack comes out, and there's the orbital ray. Used pretty early, and they need kills, but it's actually going the opposite way. Zeruhh ends up going down. So So now Team Falcons can just wait this one out and use the blade to finish this off. They're so close to taking this map. Stalker as well in the backline, so then they're getting flailed away. So the Death Blossom not finding too much, but the blade definitely does. That's a whole lot of damage to the front line is proper. Oh, he just takes over the game time and time again. Zeruhh jumps on the Widow, but he needs a few more headshots than what he's getting to find anything in this map or series. And Team Falcons, they're going to knock Nightmare down to the lower bracket.
A cage is a defensive mechanism to be able to stop that Widowmaker from being able to have that carry performance. But what a display from Team Falcons. Nightmare, such a valiant effort again to be able to make it so close on Shambali Monastery and even just a couple minutes away from being able to claim King's Row and extend this series. We still get a chance to see them again though, and I'm excited to see what they bring to the table in that lower bracket.
Honestly, they do look good. That second map especially. Very, very close. Coming down to the wire. Same could be said for King's Row. I think Nightmare, definitely a team you don't want to tussle with. Falcons do end up moving forward though. Their opponent will be either Crazy Raccoon or Toronto Defiant. Of course, that match is up next. But a 3-0 from what you'd think would be, if you look at the scoreline, oh, you know, it's pretty one-sided. They kind of wiped the floor with them. But I think it's a very different tale, actually, when you look deeper into that match. Then we're going to jump over to Danny, though. He's got Proper on the stage for a small interview.
Johnson Necro, thank you very much. What's up, everybody? I'm here joined by Proper from Team Falcons, coming out from a great win. Amazing stuff. Yeah, give a round of applause. I mean, 3-0 victory, dominant performance as always. Simple question, Proper. Why are you guys so good? What makes Team Falcons so good? 자, 오늘 승리 축하드리면서 첫 번째로 굉장히 쉽게 한번 가보고 싶네요. 너무나 항상 좋은 모습을 보여주고 계신데 팀 팔콘즈가 왜 이렇게 잘하나요?
그냥 심플하게 저희 5명이 상대보다 그냥 잘해가지고 쉽게 이겼던 것 같아요.
To put it simply, we're just better than the opponents. I agree. Do you guys agree? Yeah? All right, your next match is definitely going to be an interesting one. The winner of Toronto Defiant and Crazy Raccoons, whoever wins that match is going to be your new next opponent. Who do you think is going to win and be your next opponent? 자, 다음 경기가 이제 크레이지 라쿤과 토론토의 경기가 있는데 거기서 승자가 이제 팀 팔콘즈와 경기를 치르게 될 겁니다. 프로포 선수가 보셨을 때 누가 이겨서 다음 상대가 될 것 같으신가요?
그래도 한국에서 한 크레이지 라쿤 팀이 더 유리하지 않을까. 한국 지역이 제일 세다고 토론토는 안 될 것 같아요.
To put it simply, I feel like it is going to be Crazy Raccoons getting the win over Toronto. I feel like the Korea team is definitely better, so I think they do have the upper hand when it comes to that match versus Toronto. One final question. Of course, you were awarded the Flex DPS MVP, the role MVP. So, do you have anything you want to say to your fans? 자, 마지막으로 이제 이번에 롤 MVP를 받게 되셨는데 팬분들에게 한 말씀 부탁드리겠습니다.
사실 롤 MVP 그 받았다는 소식 들었을 때 되게 기분 좋았고 저 뽑아주신 팬분들 다들 너무 감사드리고 좋은 보답으로 더 노력해서 좋은 모습 보여드리겠습니다.
First of all, thank you guys so much for giving me this amazing award. I really didn't expect this, so huge thank you guys so much for voting me as your role MVP. I will work harder and try to live up to that award as well. Thank you guys so much. Everybody, give it up for Proper one more time. That is it for the interview. Des, take it away.
Thank you so much, Danny, and of course, congratulations to Proper and the entire squad. They take the dub here in their first series of the day. As expected, however, if we're looking at this match as a whole, I do think Nightmare they did hold their own. They did win fights, they did fight back, they didn't just roll over. So don't let the match score fool you on this one. Falcons, though, so aggressive, so oppressive. This is really hard to deal with for any team.
Yeah, I think it was fascinating for Falcons, of course, because when it comes to this meta, like, how can you win outside of the Juno ult? And I think that is what Falcons really excel at and what they do so good in this meta. Because when you think about it, like, Juno, Orbital Ray, Jake, it's such a good ultimate. So, I mean, that is going to be pretty much a free fight win for you. And if you trade Orbital Rays, yes, it gets more detailed. Then you're trading rallies and, you know, Death Blossoms and like that. It gets more complicated. But for Falcons with me, I'm so impressed by how they're winning fights, outside of the orbital array. And that is when it comes down to Proper, for example, on the flanks with the Reaper. He's always hiding, always trying to get into the backline. Several times got picks on CJ, for example. But then on Shambali Monastery, we saw as well, you know, the overruns from the Mauga, always engaging off the high ground. So if you're Nightmare, you're like caught on the back foot and you're like, okay, so there's a Mauga flying in, there's Proper in our backline, and we gotta keep our eyes everywhere and be ready for everything. And that is when Falcons overwhelm you. So they're winning the orbital array fights, but they're also doing a great job setting up flanks and aggression as well to get the fight wins outside of that.
Yeah, and a lot of that is coming down to getting those big picks. And this man on your screen right now, he's one of the reasons they get those picks. Stalker, incredible performance yesterday already when he busted out that Widowmaker, really turning the tide for the team. And he does it no matter what hero he's playing, Jake.
Yeah, this has been our first look at Team Falcons really playing the meta strategy of the tournament, what I expect to be deciding the grand finals, and they were really impressive on it. Stalker mostly playing the Echo in this series, also played a bit of Reaper when Proper brought out the Genji on Kings, but just had huge performances from the DPS line in particular. I love that the third point defense from Falcons on Kings Row was really incredible. I mean, they went into a fight with nothing, no resources, no ultimates, and they managed to dance perfectly around the ultimates from Nightmare, outplay, and somehow clutch a fight that they had no business winning. I think fights like that really show the difference of this Team Falcons squad. You know, even without resources, they're down, but they're not out. They still fight back incredibly hard. And I mean, this is a reason why I guess other teams have been trying to force them off the meta, have been trying to pull them in other directions. How Twisted Minds had some success because, man, the mirror match looks pretty difficult, looks pretty scary. As good as Nightmare have been, Falcons on the next level.
Yeah, and it's just every single player on that roster, right? Like, you can't even pick one where you go like, yeah, that could be the weak link. No, like front to back, this team just is so very good.
I think Chio and Fielder too, like as a support duo, this is where they really excel, is in these metas with sort of like the unkillable backlines, able to leverage their mobility, able to play around one another and both be like mobile making plays. I think this is when Chio and Fielder look like the best backline in the world. You know, somebody like Shu, undeniable when it comes to like the raw skill on flex support. There's a reason he's the role MVP for that role. But for me, this is Chio and Fielder's meta. This is where they can really shine. Their ability to lead the team and, you know, fight through these incredibly chaotic engagements really shines. And I mean, Stalker MVP, I love the double Reaper in the Echo copy is pretty nice.
Oh, it takes us back, like Joss, that 2016 Blade meta. That was good times, Jake. At least for me. Yeah, but you're right, and I think we've seen a lot of teams, they're trying to capitalize on the fact that Brig is a pretty exposed hero in this kind of meta, right? Because you can overrun into the Brigitte as well, get a stomp going, and then you can really aim for that hero. So we're seeing a lot of teams trying to reach the backline and trying to get picks on the backline. So then it's ever more crucial to have a great bash, to get away, to minimize the mistakes we're seeing from the backline. And that is when having Chio and Fielder, like you said, Jake, that is when you minimize those mistakes, able to peel away, able to be aware of when the flanks are hitting and when the Mauga is coming in. Being able to dodge that, stay alive longer for Inspire and build that rally, ever more crucial, and Falcons do a great job of that.
Absolutely. I mean, it was what gave Nightmare the edge yesterday against SSG, right? They did go for that backline time and time again, and then the entire team crumbles after that. Now, of course, Team Falcons staying alive in the upper bracket, awaiting their opponent from our next match. It's either going to be Crazy Raccoon or Toronto Defiant. Two teams we've not really seen slipping up yesterday, so we still have yet to see how they stack up against one another. I know that Toronto Defiant has mainly been cracking with Falcons, not as much with Raccoon, so I'm very interested to see how they're going to stack up against one another. I am over there. For now, we're heading into a very quick break, and then afterwards, we're going to set up this next upper bracket match for you, so don't go anywhere. Welcome back, everyone. This is day 2 here of our OWCS World Finals here live from DreamHack Stockholm. I am Zoe, and joining me are my trusted analysts and friends, Jake and Johnny. And we got one more upper bracket match to cover for today. It's gonna be between two giants in their respective regions. Toronto Defiant looking absolutely untouched all year long, and Crazy Raccoon only to be touched by the Falcons, of course. They had a rivalry going on in their region all season long as well, and now they're meeting here already in our semis in the upper bracket. It's gonna be a good one. The big question is, what takeaways can we really have from their opening matches from yesterday? As they're both very dominant teams, let's discuss what we've seen, and if there is any takeaway to be taken away. What a sentence. Wow. How do I get paid to talk?
Well, we haven't had Fika yet. We haven't had Fika.
True, the Fika is missing. That's the real issue.
We need a cinnamon bun or two, cup of coffee, get in the mood. But yes, you're right, Zoe, and I think this is going to be an incredibly interesting matchup, because when you look at the bracket, obviously Team Falcons, Crazy Raccoon, those are going to be your two favorites. But to many, Toronto Defiant, they are kind of like the third team looming, Jake, and they should be the one that could potentially have a pretty good go against Crazy Raccoon and Team Falcons.
Yeah, let's talk about Crazy Raccoon, though. Obviously, an extremely dominant team. We saw today pretty much the entire team is role MVPs. Sorry, Hisang. Sorry. But like, other than that, like, that's just dominance across the board, Jake. How do you stack up against that?
Yeah, we haven't seen so much of Crazy Raccoon so far this tournament. That's because they had one of the fastest matches I've ever seen against NRG. It was a complete evisceration on control into Flashpoint. So it feels like we have barely seen them play in this tournament. But this is a team that historically has looked at their best in these incredibly oppressive and aggressive styles. Whether it's the Wrecking Ball, I think actually this meta looks really good for them. Like in these comps where, you know, Brig can get into the action. I think Chorong is the best in the world when it comes to maximizing his value on the hero, pushing it to its absolute limit. And then the team overall, they have so much clear trust in each other when they play. It really shines through. And I think this is a style, a composition that is going to play towards teams that are willing to take risks, that are willing to put their bodies on the line for one another. And I think that has really been what has defined Crazy Raccoon to me. They play things that no one else is willing to play because they believe in each other. They have that faith in their individual skill. And I mean, I guess they have good reason to with so many role stars on the team. I mean, if he sings like, all right, it's not true, but if he's saying we're the worst player on your team, you're in a pretty good team. You're in a pretty solid roster.
You really are. You really are. You're bringing up a good point, though. That trust in each other, that synergy this team had. Quite frankly, I mean, Toronto Defiant, they're the only team in this tournament who's not changed a single player all season long. They came into this OWCS journey as this team you're seeing on your screens right now. Yesterday in their match against ENCE, yes, they won it. Technically convincingly, but ENCE got opportunities to come back into it, Johnny.
Yeah, I mean, that was ENCE you beat. Now you're going to have to play against Crazy Raccoon, which is one of the best two teams in the world, of course. And so it'll be a really interesting matchup to see how Toronto Defiant actually fares. Now, worth mentioning as well that Toronto Defiant, they are the one Western team who is willing to take on the Korean teams on maps like Ilios, for example. How are they going to fare in the dive matchup, for example? That is going to be one of the kind of things I think this team wants to figure out in this match specifically. Because when it comes to Toronto Defiant, you kind of have two win conditions. You have two kind of paths you can go down. Do we want to hedge more towards the dive composition and the Winston, or do we want to try and force these Mauga duels? And which one of those two compositions is going to give Toronto Defiant the best chance at winning? It probably is going to be the Mauga, because it is kind of like a neutralizing meta. But when it comes to Toronto Defiant, there's an upper bracket and a lower bracket. You have two chances to kind of like figure stuff out. What path do you want to go down? So I think this is going to be a very informational matchup against the Crazy Raccoon to kind of figure out where do we rack up against the Korean teams and what is our best chance at winning this entire tournament. Because ultimately, that is Toronto Defiant's goal. They want to win and lift the trophy on Sunday. That is why this team was put together going into the year, and that is their goal with 2 days remaining left in the circuit.
Absolutely. And I mean, they are confident, rightfully so, given the dominance they had in their region. And Necro and I actually had an opportunity, before all the shenanigans here on stage started, to sit down with a few of the Toronto Defiant players. Let's see what they had to say.
Good everyone, Zoe here, joined by Necra, and no other than Toronto Defiant's very own Merit, Sugar-Free, and Rupal to answer some questions about the OWCS.
There is a twist because we are in Sweden, which is of course the land of putting together an undisclosed brand of furniture. So, gentlemen, this is your task while we're doing the interview, is we're gonna have you attempt to put this together.
So we'll be test sitting on this, so you better not messes up.
Yeah, that's gonna break.
Yeah, let's, guys, please have at it. They're going for the instructions. You're already making.
No instructions?
No,
Go for it, yes.
This is good. This is good.
We're
This is
giving you
good.
we're giving you props for going for the instructions first.
Actually, we don't need instructions. No, we actually don't. All right, we don't? All right, we don't.
So what were the vibes like heading to Stockholm?
I think going into Stockholm, we're having a lot of fun. I feel like as a team, we've come a very long way. It's been a long season. I've played a lot of matches, obviously like 4 stages, but we've improved a lot, not just teamwork-wise, but also in just the way we think about the game.
You haven't changed any of your coaches, any of your players. You guys have stuck to the same roster, and it's made you win.
I think, like, if you take the whole season, we just build and build and build on top of our like already known knowledge of the game, of different metas. But like other teams, they have to like restart from scratch, and they like add players in and out. So for us, it's like a more linear progression, I'd say.
Right, then guys, spill the team. Was there ever a moment where you even looked at options to add someone or drop someone? I don't know.
Nah, not once.
At the end of the last stage, I feel like the competition got a lot steeper in the NA region. Were there any teams from NA or even EU that you felt like were good scrim partners?
이번에 해봤을 때는 그렇게 별 차이는 안 났던 것 같아요.
Have you done anything special to prepare for this type of meta right now? Or can you spill anything about what your rituals are for practice?
I eat donuts.
You eat donuts?
I eat a donut every time before scrims and matches.
That sounds awful. You're gonna crash from a sugar high. That
Dude,
sounds
I'm so tired of
bad.
hearing this. No, I'm telling you, it makes me play better.
That's a horrible advice.
It doesn't matter. It could be a glazed chocolate, strawberry.
Any kind
sprinkles.
of donut. You guys are making progress. I don't want to sit on this.
Mare didn't turn upside down. We were actually
you gotta sit on
there.
Yeah.
You could easily sit on this.
Are we insured? All right. Am I just okay?
Zoe, I think you gotta go for it.
Go for it.
Okay. I keep my weight on my heels, so I'm not gonna.
It's a good seat. That's good.
Yeah, I feel really safe.
Yay!
Yeah. Yay! You kinda did it. Oh my God, guys! You like missed the whole. This is supposed to like make it not wobble. The entire piece stays still. This is the safety one. This is like the most important one.
Great job accomplishing the furniture task.
Yeah, may your performance this event far succeed what we've seen in the chair building competition. But guys, thank you so much for joining us and best of luck in the tournament.
Thank you.
They straight up cut out the part when Merritt turned the whole thing upside down and everything fell apart. He completely threw for the team. But yeah, we got some great insights in that interview. They also shared with us that they mainly scrimmed against Falcons. They came to Europe, like I think 2 weeks prior to this tournament to get acclimated and be able to actually scrim on low ping against those strong teams.
Yeah, you know, and Toronto have looked good on this meta. I think they did beat ENCE, but honestly, I'm a little worried for them. I think going up against Crazy Raccoon right now, Crazy Raccoon look in peak form. For them, frankly, second place is a failure. I mean, that's a really rough spot to be. For Toronto, I think if they got, let's say, like a top 2 placement, if we're honest, I think that would actually be pretty good for Toronto. If they could beat either one of these Korean super teams, that would be a solid placement. If they win here, I think they're going to be super stoked on that, beating Crazy Raccoon for the first time for this team. But Crazy Raccoon looked to have peaked. They just swept NRG aside in their opening match. And honestly, ENCE was reasonably competitive with Toronto. And, you know, based on how the transitive property of the tournament is not looking good for them. You don't want to do too much math if you're Toronto Defiant. You got to just come in confident and play aggressive, not give anything up. But yeah, Crazy Raccoon, that's a tough test.
Maybe there'll be a donut diff. I don't know. Sugar Free was talking about donuts. I'm like, I can't recommend that, but if it works for you, Sugar Free, then like, okay, fair enough.
You had such a good one-liner. You want to...
Yeah, it's not very sugar-free of him. You know?
Oh, yeah.
I personally, big fan. I thought that was really funny.
I was convinced that when I was competing in Korea in 2016, they fed us pizza before the games, and I'm kind of like,
it's a psyop.
I think it was psyop. Like the Korean tournament organizers, they're like, did they throw us under the bus by giving us pizza before the game? So that we go on stage and we're just like,
heavy carbon sugar crashes right before that. You don't want that. You don't want
I don't know.
that.
Eat a Caesar salad, some chicken or something. Like, you don't.
Caesar salad. You literally named the one unhealthy salad option.
Guys, no food, just pre-workout. You know, you heard it here first.
That's not good either.
This is not the PSA.
No, these are the dark secrets of esports, guys. This is what they don't want you to know.
You'll be lightheaded and everything.
No.
No, eat a tomato or cucumber or something. Like something, you know? Some spinach, I don't know.
We're here clearly not for good health advice, but I do advise you to check out our Neon Streets bundle. Wow, what a transition. There you go. No, but honestly, this comes with plenty of cool skins, name cards, charms. You got it all in the Neon Streets style, and this mega bundle will actually contribute to our overall prize pool. So you're essentially dropping some cash on our players.
25%? 25% of our
That's
revenue
right.
goes towards the prize pool. And yes, you're supporting the players, so.
Show some love to the players, to the scene, get some dope skins.
Yeah.
Everyone's winning. That's what
The
I'm
Barbie
hearing.
Junkrat.
The Barbie Junkrat. It is very Barbie. It'll go very good with
The
my
May skin's kind of
Hannahoura
growing.
Spark.
I mean, May's hair looks good
Is
in
it?
that skin.
It
Kinda
actually
baller.
does. It does. I mean, any pink skin just goes hard.
That's true.
I say that as
Hannahoura
someone who
Spark.
used to be a pink hater, but like Spark convinced me otherwise. Bubblegum Reinhardt.
Do you roll with the Reinhardt, the pink Reinhardt
Always,
skin?
always. I will never unequip that skin in my life.
The Spark Grind is pretty elite. You got to admit
Spark
it.
Grind.
It's the
It
best
is
skin
one
in
of
the
the
game.
one of the best
So
skins. It's
It's
I like
of all
this.
time.
I like the Hangzhou Spark Winston. Channel the Gushui, you know, the primal blade.
Okay,
That's what it's all about.
okay.
fair enough.
But now you can rock the Neon Bundle.
That's right.
So,
I'd rather the Neon Tracer than the Hangzhou Spark Tracer. I think the blue with the pink makes it pop.
Right.
Personal fashion preference.
Yeah, okay, so we give health advice, fashion advice, but that's not what we're here for. We're here for Overwatch, and we're ready for the second upper bracket match. It's going to be Crazy Raccoon going up against Toronto Defiant. Let's bring our teams onto the stage. Golden Boy, over to you.
Thank you so much for that, Zoe, and good thing, because I know nothing about fashion, clearly, so that worked out really well. But let's go ahead and bring out our first team, because this matchup is going to be awesome. We got two heavy hitters, and honestly, some heavy crowd favorites. So let's bring out the first squad. It's Crazy Raccoons!
Your reigning OWCS champions here to take it all, to finish the year in stride. Every opponent that has tested them has fallen. Toronto face Goliath.
And their opponents, make some noise for the Toronto Defiant!
Toronto Defiant, our North American super team featuring some of last year's Overwatch League champions. Now looking to run it back in Stockholm in our OWCS World Finals. Who will turn up with them here in the global competition?
All right, coaches, go ahead and fist bump players. Take to your positions, and one more time, make some noise for your casters. It's Necra and Jaws.
Thank you very much, Golden Boy. Yes, two heavy hitters indeed. Crazy Raccoon versus Toronto Defiant. I think the crowd in favor of Toronto Defiant didn't do so hot in the Dallas Major, but they are here to play, making it all the way through. And you know, it's a pretty tough and pretty scary comp to play against this Junbin Ball, which we've seen time and time again. Can they finally kill Junbin? Can please someone kill Junbin?
That's going to be a very difficult task. I think something that Toronto Defiant can certainly stand up to, but Crazy Raccoon, they are the team to beat. That is the team that everybody is looking at on their radar saying, you got to get through them if you want to actually win the World Final. So big test of strength here for Toronto Defiant to actually see if they can actually put one up to Crazy Raccoon.
Winner here does go on to face Team Falcons. Is it going to be another upper bracket final rematch of Falcons versus Raccoon, or can Toronto Defiant slip in a little upset and knock Crazy Raccoon down to the lower bracket? Only time will tell, of course. And is it Crazy Raccoon picking the map first, Rose? Can you guess where they're going?
I think Ilios.
Probably a ball
Something
map.
tells me Ilios.
Probably a ball map.
Yeah.
Let's be real with ourselves. Your producer's like, yes, it is Ilios, yes. Don't worry, we're seeing Junbin Ball. It was quite funny, actually, when I talked to Space Station the other day. I was like, how's everything been going? Like, how Crazy Raccoons? How are they looking? It's like, bro, every time we see or like play with Crazy Raccoon, like Junbin, he doesn't go below 400 HP. His Wrecking Ball is something to behold. We haven't yet seen the Roadhog, but there is still time.
Come on, give us the Roadhog. We're all waiting for it.
It can happen. But Ilios is our first map. How do you think Toronto Defiant here? What do you rate their chances versus Crazy Raccoon on a map like this?
Not great.
Okay, well, that's...
I think I would say that about any team, though. You mean, you take a look at Junbin's Wrecking Ball, there's just so few ways to actually be able to take that down unless you're going to have strong focus fire. This is one of Junbin's absolute best heroes. And I don't know. I think Ilios, you might just want to go ahead and chalk it up to a loss and move on to the next one. Make sure you're focused.
It allows their comp to play some of the best heroes, right? Shoes, Ana, that is one perfect point, right? You want to be able to play your best heroes, and Jumbin just plays the ball, Shu can play the Ana, they can play a nice defensive backline, and then Shu can just shoot people. And doesn't need to do healing, because Jumbin's got that covered by himself. Of course, on your screen there, Kasaurus warming the team up, making sure they're all ready to get into the game. And someone too, I mean, what a superstar last year on the Florida Mayhem. A champion, can they make it happen again? Here's some map comparisons for you as well. Toronto Defiant, like 83% win rate on Clash/Flashpoint. But I mean, across the board, Crazy Raccoon, 80%, 81%, 80%, 87, 70. We'll call it 80 basically across the board there, apart from that one game type, or two game type, sorry. I mean, they've been a dominant force all year, and I expect nothing less from here now.
Well, let's go ahead and get into our match. Crazy Raccoon versus Toronto Defiant. Only one can walk away the victor.
Upper bracket, semi-final number 2, Toronto Defiant versus Crazy Raccoon. Crazy Raccoon picking Ilios, and we know what we're going to see here. Probably a little bit, or a lot of it, a Jumbin wrecking ball. Looks like Ruins to start us off.
Two Titans in their own region, finally getting a chance to go ahead and clash again on this global stage. Last time they faced each other, Crazy Raccoon did beat Toronto Defiant 3-0. So can Toronto Defiant deliver a blow that nobody else can outside of Team Falcon and actually take a map off of them? Right now, we take a look at our spawns. It's gonna be Jumbin on that wrecking ball probably. And let's see if Toronto Defiant can rock this Mauga.
All right, Ruins, long-range hit scans, the order of the day here as well for Lip. No Widowmaker, it's going to be the Ashe. And then Heesang on the Farah. Jumbin ball already on your side of the map. Merit being a little bit defensive here too. Going the Cassidy instead of an Ashe or instead of a Widowmaker to try and help shut down the ball.
Yeah, you got the Hinder with that mag grenade. That is something that you can go for, but doesn't matter if you're just going to have your backline already eviscerated.
Yeah, Rupal probably took a headshot and a body shot there. Lip and Heesang working in tandem with each other. It's going to be the first cap. Now, this is the scary point here. Moving as a unit for Toronto Defiant, anybody gets left behind, especially as support, they're going to be feasted upon.
Especially because you have so many ways to actually weave that damage back there. Dynamite's over the top, the big splash damage coming through from those Pharaoh rockets. Sugar Free already getting sniped out before Toronto Defiant can make another move. And you can see how much work Shu is going to be able to put into that backline as well. Those anti-nades so powerful, make sure that the damage is thick and fast.
There's the Hinder nade, but oh, it's okay. Jumbin's out of there already. Actually approaching this point has been so hard. Toronto Defiant have been on about 1/3 of the map currently, eventually making it to the center point. I did see Jumbin going under 400 HP, so that's a good start, but Heesang again. There's been 3 kills, all Crazy Raccoon. Looks like Toronto Defiant, though, they're barreling forward. The backline falls, and so will the point eventually, you'd imagine. There we go, someone taking down Jumbin. Okay, now the ball is in Toronto Defiant's court.
Quite literally and figuratively in that sense, but Toronto Defiant finally getting some percentage on the board. Taking a look at their ultimates, they're going to be able to have this Cassidy High Noon. You have this Pulse Bomb as well. Big targets on the back, being a Chorong and Shu on the receiving end.
What a wombo combo from Heesang there. And Shu, nade on the Malgate, instant barrage. Heesang just clears 2 of them off of the point. High Noon, speed ring. Oh, Lip didn't see that one. There you go. Okay, Merit settling the score. Can they actually get this point though? Jumbin, he's going to be everywhere all at once. He's got the mines. They've got Nano. Here comes the orbital raid from Rupal, but can they actually stay alive? Nano booster onto the Farah. Rally's deployed. Did get anti briefly, but a quick hold of the shield there from Vega keeps himself alive. Bob ends up getting deployed by Lip as well, and Vega succumbs to the mines, as well as a few Cheerios from Chorong. 90% from Crazy Raccoon now.
very scrappy fight. Sugar-Free invested that pulse bomb. Actually did get a big pick, but now you're taking a look at Vega switching over to the Lucio, helping this team be able to get back to the point.
Standby available from Chorong as well. Here's the point pressure and the cap. Toronto Defiant managed to get there, but look at that. Sound barrier comes in, saves Jumbin life, but how long can he survive? Looks like Shu's healing him up nicely. Vega's getting chased. Chorong, Jumbin, little tag team effort there, taking down Vega. Toronto Defiant now need to touch the point. Here's OT. They've got a chance, but are they actually going to capture it?
They are able to actually get back to the point though and trigger that overtime, hoping to be able to recapture it away from Crazy Raccoon. But Crazy Raccoon, they're biding their time. Take a look at the fight happening behind that point.
Someone's been antied again. Cage ends up coming down on the point, and there's the cap. Jimin just rolls out of there. It doesn't matter. I mean, Toronto's still in control. Can they actually hold the fort down? Because right now, everybody is flying over someone's head. He cannot be a factor in this fight. Chorong and Jumbin yet again just filling the kill feed full of blue. There's the barrage, solo used once more onto someone. Only one way to take down an MVP like that. Crazy Raccoon control the point, and here comes Rupal, 10% away from the junior world, but he's all on his lonesome. And Jumbin, I mean, Merit knows it's over. Nothing's shutting down the Wrecking Ball there. As Crazy Raccoon handily take that first round.
So powerful. This Wrecking Ball comp has been so difficult for teams to face. Very difficult to get practice against some of the best as well. This just outside of going in with a scrim versus Crazy Raccoon. But how many times have you actually been afforded the opportunity to actually scrim against them, get practice against this Wrecking Ball? Because Crazy Raccoon don't play this all the time. They are also able to pull out the Mauga, pull out all of these other tricks up their sleeve. And so, yeah, I mean, you get a chance to run the Wrecking Ball here again. Toronto Defiant cracking the code for just a couple of times, but you have and need more than that to be able to get over that line.
Bit of a shorter range map now, so you can see Lip obviously jumping over to the Tracer. Merit continuing on the Cassidy.
Bit of an interesting switch up here for Toronto, though. They're actually going to have Rupal on the Baptiste instead of that Juno, relying on Vega to be able to give that speed over to the rest of the team. And so with something like the Immortality Field, maybe that gives Toronto to find a little bit more staying power in that back line to deal with Lip and Heesang.
Nice roll there from Merit, dodging out of the nade. Toron going low. Okay. Sugar-Free. Lenny. Okay. Backline dead. Lip's still in the action. Luckily though, Sugar-Free's got the recall. They're chasing him down though. Yeah, Lip dead. Okay. Toronto Defiant here to stay on the point. They're going to cap first this time.
Now that they get a chance to have control of this point as well, they can set up. They have Mare on this high ground with better vantage points for this Heesang Pharah. You have the opportunity to look at where Jumpin's going and make these rollouts with the Wrecking Ball as well, and peel for your back line.
Slam there onto Rupal. Rupal's going to be quite safe against this Wrecking Ball. Sugar-Free's 1 HP though, spotted out by Junbin. Going to be able to barrel through. Knocking people out of the lamp is so important for the Wrecking Ball, and there comes the tag team yet again. Shu nade from downtown finishes off Merit. Window on the point though. Rupal's got a dirty angle on the front line, but now needs to pay attention to Heesang, who's gone for the small flank. He's still looking for him. There's Jumbin trying to take down Rupal, but it's been hard. There's the direct. A slam into a rocket finally kills Rupal. And there's the cap for Crazy Raccoon.
You can see why Rupal wanted to go for the Baptiste, though. You got the off angle with that amplification matrix. You had that damage onto Chorong, which allowed to burst him down, but
are you serious?
You also have the opportunity to just like track them. No way Jumbin gets away with this.
Okay.
Oof.
I think we've all fallen prey to that at some point. All right, Rupal makes it out alive, bros. We're all good, we're chilling. But the mines are coming in just a moment. Vega narrowly slips out of there. Rupal had to throw in the lamp to save himself, but now he's in trouble. It's Merit, and well, how would you get the angle there? If you're Rupal, you just can't. Merit on his lonesome, trapped off by the mines.
Yeah, you just don't have that healing or that vantage point for Rupal to be able to deliver that over. Vega can't get access to that room either unless he's going to walk into a Wrecking Ball mine. And so Crazy Raccoon, they keep getting a chance to stall this point, work up more percentage, and they still have ults to work with. This fight, you could expect it to be scrappy. Lip, though, finding Sugar-Free already means that Toronto Fight have to invest other things to be able to come back into this fight.
Look at the assists, though. There were 4 in that feed. High noon. Oh, Gets the tag on Lip, but that's about it. Wow. Oh! Nice direct as well onto Vega. Okay, Toronto now, this map is slowly slipping away from them. Crazy Raccoon have a lot of tools to finish out this map. Widowmaker from Sugar Free to try and find a pick, but Lip's not going to test him.
No, it's just to get out of spawn. Toronto Defiant are able to at least push Crazy Raccoon back, but that's 5 ultimates they're walking into. Jumpman has the opportunity to set up here, but you're looking at Shu. With this Nano is a big engagement tool for Crazy Raccoon.
Oh, Rupal's in the back right now. Last one out of the spawn. Here comes the Diva Matrix. Okay, Sound Barrier also deployed. Backline's going to be safe. Same with Jumbin though. Match Sound Barrier there from Shorong as the Nano gets deployed onto Heesang. Straight with a barrage. A lot of it getting eaten, but still getting damage in. Oh, he directs Rupal. The fadeaway shot onto the map. Almost hits the direct onto Sugar Free, but he slips out of there. But unfortunately for Toronto Defiant, this map is slipping away from them completely. Mines deployed on the point, and Crazy Raccoon. They're going to take their first map in the series, a map pick. You know exactly what they're going to play. There's no surprises here when it comes to compositions. Toronto Defiant knew what they were going to mess with, and unfortunately, they messed with the best.
No one able to take down that Wrecking Ball comp from Crazy Raccoon just yet. But now Toronto get their pick. After losing this map, they now get a chance to actually think strategically about how they want to approach the rest of the series. No Wrecking Ball. That's what they have to avoid, taking a look at these next couple of maps.
Okay, Toronto's map choice. Obviously, they're not going to run the dive here on this next map. I mean, this first one was just pick after pick after pick. I mean, these long-range rockets are absurd.
He's so good with
so precise. Lip got a little bit too aggro here, but the speed ring as well. And it was quite a while ago, but with Cassidy speeding up when they popped the high noon. Still getting used to it, maybe.
You get the little hyper strafe from the Cassidy.
It's so ridiculous.
Actually leaving that
You're at Mach 1, like hyperspeed, in Millennium Falcon, going max is ridiculous. Good play from Jumbin so far. Right, where would you go if you're Toronto? In your mind, you wanted to play somewhere that's, you know, I can't imagine we're going to see Jumbin continually playing the Wrecking Ball. They've obviously gone to the Malgacom, which is something they're very, very good at regardless. But if you're Toronto, where do you feel most confident?
I think you want to try to go to a map that you can play the Mauga. I think that's going to be a big key to success here. Someone is one of the most aggressive tank players that we have, and he's one of the best in the world for that reason. So I feel like play to that strength. Know that you also have a ton of team synergy, cohesion as a squad that you've been able to stick together the entire season. No changes apart from just having to learn new metas, and they're all very good friends. Got to play to that strength.
Yeah, at the end of the day, like, if your team is just winning as consistently as you are in NA, why would you make any changes? It's gotten a lot closer in North America, it has to be said. Of course, Nightmare really gave Toronto Defiant a run for their money at the end of Stage 4. Like, we were going to maps that we didn't think were possible against Toronto Defiant, but the gap is definitely closing. But now North America has to close that gap against the Korean teams. And Crazy Raccoon, they are one to mess with, but at the end of the day, like you mentioned, you just got to rely on that cohesive strength of the team. They've been working together so long at this point, no chops and changes. They've been confident in their own game. And Sugar Free, I met him earlier backstage, and he was like, look, we are confident going into this. We know Crazy Raccoon is super strong, but we're not scared of them. We want to go in, we want to feel ourselves, we know we can be the very best. We've got champions on our roster. We can do this against Crazy Raccoon. We can be one of the teams that knocks them down.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, they have the experience that it takes to know how to win.
RuPaul's death race. Not sure if that's a positive or a negative for RuPaul there.
I read it as a positive.
Absolutely. I would too. Looks like we're going to a clash.
Ooh.
Picked by Toronto Defiant. If you remember back to the stats, right, that was what Toronto find a lot of success on their Clash/Flashpoint maps. Hannahoura has been chosen, so a real curveball here. Not a lot of teams, even when Clash was introduced, were picking it up in Stage 4. So we'll see if Crazy Raccoon, what they actually want to play on this. Hannahoura and a lot of the Clash maps, they do scream like Rush. You are fighting around small enclosed points a lot of the time, so it's probably going to be something like the Mauga. But Are Crazy Raccoon even expecting this? How many times have you scrimmed these Clash maps?
I do not think that it's very often. As you said, there haven't really been too many of these Clash maps picked in the regular season of OWCS. And so it's sort of a map type that these teams have wanted to avoid. But knowing how high the win rate Toronto Defiant have had, especially as this being one of their best map types, let's see if they can throw a wrench into these Crazy Raccoon plans. Clash, little bit less of an opportunity to set up that wrecking ball.
All right, Toronto, what do you got for us? What can you bring to the audience? A lot of cheers for Toronto Defiant. A lot of Toronto Defiant fans here in Stockholm. Crazy Raccoon as well. A lot of fans traveling from all parts of the globe. Seen a lot of Korean fans here too, cheering on for Crazy Raccoon and Team Falcons. Looks like it's going to be the mirror. Hannahoura, point C unlocking in about 20 seconds as they hit the rollouts.
These rotations are going to be so important. A lot of times we do see these teams try to fight for this high ground presence, but you have the opportunity to actually drop down. Lip out of the gates though with a huge pick onto Merit. Someone is so low.
What? Oh, they're getting so much damage in. How does Lip like instantly delete somebody there? All right, that's first point.
Probably like overrun. You got the sticky bombs landing onto him as well, and just so much follow up there from Crazy Raccoon. That is a first cap for Crazy Raccoon as we now have to move forward to that next Clash point.
I mean, if you're quick enough, you can finish these games in under 3 minutes, but it does take an awful lot of pressure and an awful lot of damage, but damage they got in spades. Sugar-Free looking a little bit bewildered there, how he ends up going down to Hisang. All right, someone also has to back off. Overrun out, and Vega in trouble. There you go, shield bash, shield destroyed, and Crazy Raccoon, they're going to take the second point as well. Toronto Defiant now fighting on their last, of course. It's worth keeping in mind, last point does take a long time to cap. And there's 3 checkpoints too, so there's a chance to finish, but I can't imagine we're going to see that. Not against a caliber of a team as Toronto Defiant.
There's also the respawn advantage, which is why it makes it so difficult for these teams to go 5-0 in Clash. But Crazy Raccoon have ults. They can open this up with the Orbital Ray. They have Hisang's duplicate.
Orbital Ray does end up coming in perfectly called there. Look at the positioning of someone right now. He's just shooting people in the back, but Lip, oh my word, the damage is just insane. Someone just managed to get an overrun kill, and here comes the duplication from Sugar-Free to keep himself in the fight and contesting the point. And eventually ends up running out, takes to the skies, and here comes the respawn advantage like you were saying, Rose.
They are able to come back in, but not before we see this duplicate invested by Hisang.
Flash stun comes in from Vega. There's the spin, there's the win. A lot of damage coming down onto someone there. And Hisang, another small spin. I mean, this is just an absurd speedrun from Crazy Raccoon. They're surely going to get at least 1 tick. Wave respawn coming in for Toronto Defiant, but they're on their last limbs already.
Merit does have the Death Blossom, looking for a teleport into the back to be able to get this.
He has to hit it now. He's already used that fade. At least the Cardiac Overdrive's going to see him through. A lot of that damage coming in, but Lip's already claimed 1 life, maybe a second. Jimin takes care of Sugar-Free, and the numbers are dwindling. Now for Toronto Defiant. Oh my god, he's saying, it's just a menace on the Echo. Second checkpoint, maybe even more. He's saying on a godlike spree, 15 players. Surely Toronto Defiant are going to be able to clutch this fight out. Eventually they get it. But Crazy Raccoon have 4 points already.
They just need 1 more. They're already setting up for the end game. Hisang's gonna have another duplicate, another Death Blossom for Lip, 2 more support ultimates in the back, and Crazy Raccoon, they've got the ultimate advantage. They also have the advantage when it comes down to their just positioning. Go in with the Orbital Ray. They're waiting for Toronto to come to them. They know that Toronto has to touch this point in order to actually contest it.
Point unlocked. There's the dupe. Rally deployed. A small stun onto Sugar-Free, but he hits the Wraith Walk. Here comes the orbital raise. Sugar Free looking for Lip, but Lip's already found one. Heesang makes it another. I think this is just about it. A speed run of Hannahoura. Toronto Defiant map pick and Crazy Raccoon are gonna 5-1 Toronto. Vegas got a bash, but that's it. My word. It was over before it even begun.
That is how dominant of a team Crazy Raccoon is. It was almost a 5-0. Feels like there is absolutely nothing stopping this squad at this point from potentially reclaiming that title as the OWCS champion, finishing out the season. Toronto Defiant have to think of something else, though. That is now a map down. What else can they actually throw at Crazy Raccoon to try to trip them up? Because Hannahoura wasn't it. Crazy Raccoon were ready, and they had their number.
Sometimes when you mess with the best, you really do just die like the rest. Toronto Defiant now, another map pick. Kasaurus probably scrambling in his book. Like, okay, it ended that quick. But this is the caliber of team that Crazy Raccoon have brought. Let's jump into some highlights. There won't be too many of them. I mean, look, Heesang. Everybody was kind of looking at Lip. Lip's getting a lot of these final blows, these first picks. But Heesang was so slippery on the Echo. He hit a godlike spree as well near the very end. I mean, look at that. Like you said, Rose, as well, that sticky damage, just everything thrown at Merrick so quickly, so little chance to actually react.
So accurate with that sticky damage. You can already see how much Heesang tried to utilize that in order to also make sure that this focus team was going to be as powerful as possible. So much investment going into making sure you can focus fire down the Mauga on Toronto. Someone just not able to actually survive to keep that front line alive, and the rest of the team having great focus to be able to follow up on those picks. Masterclass, honestly, from Crazy Raccoon at this point.
If you're just looking at Heesang just in this last fight, yeah, they're a very chaotic Mauga meta, of course, but Heesang's just off to the side, not taking any damage, just sitting there free-firing, throwing tri-shots in, throwing sticky bombs in. As soon as the tank goes low, focusing beam, good luck healing it. I mean, 5 deaths on the side of Crazy Raccoon. Very quick map, and a very quick chance as well for Toronto Defiant to reset their headspace. It was fast, sure, but a mental reset, get back in the game, it's still winnable. See if Kasaurus has cooked up anything special for this next map choice.
It's also still in the upper bracket. The losing team is still going to have an opportunity to actually come in, play through that lower bracket. There are a couple of scary teams down there already as we take a look at some of the other North American teams that are waiting for them, but no, this is a tough match. Toronto need to cook up something really special to get through this Crazy Raccoon squad.
Can't really play the dive against them. I mean, ideally you continue to kind of play the Mauga. Like you said, an upper bracket game, winner will go on to face Team Falcons, sorry. Don't want to call Crazy Raccoon too soon. But the way it's looking like now, maybe they do end up once again facing Team Falcons in an upper bracket finals, which will be played tomorrow, of course. Toronto Defiant potentially falling down to the lowers. They can still make a heck of a run down there, of course, but it's still a scary point to be in. You know, day one, get the nerves flushed out. A lot of these players, or most of them at this point, you know, they've played on stage multiple times before. Not too worried at the face of things, but when you're down in this situation, especially after a map like Hannahoura, which was so quick, maybe you are a bit shaken. Toronto, picking King's Row though.
Trying to run back that Mauga. What else can you expect at this point, being able to see that King's Row pick? My only worry for Toronto is the fact that Crazy Raccoon can just put Heesang on something like the Pharah. But we are going to see a sub, Junbin coming out, Max coming into the roster for Crazy Raccoon.
Okay, yeah, Junbin always starting, of course, playing the ball, then straight into the Mauga, so Max coming in. Probably a little bit more Mauga, honestly. We'll see if Crazy Raccoon have any kind of off-meta style that they want to play it with Max. Of course, we've seen a few teams do that. Cool Twisted Minds comp, a little bit off-meta with the Ashe and the Pharah. Perma being run, not just for like a specific game type. Of course, NRG Shock as well, running a more off-meta style with the Sombra and the Queen. See if a Crazy Raccoon have got any more tools in the shed.
Max versus someone.
And this is kind
What
of
a clash of titans.
It really is. And Max and Jimbin were like the next upcoming stars last year. They were like, okay, these two, they're going to be some of the very best tanks to play Overwatch. And someone, of course, winning the Overwatch League last year on Florida Mayhem. It's got his only little inspired dance mode in the game, of course, with the Neon Bundle. Worth picking up now if you haven't done already. Contributes to the prize pool, of course. So it's really like, although someone hasn't been around for, you know, since the dawn of time, like Apex, but, or at least at the high level, it's still like, I would put it as a veteran in someone versus more of a, I wouldn't say rookie, but close to being a rookie in Max. As close as you can get at this point, I'd say.
Max definitely doesn't have as much experience on that professional level as someone, but you still have to take a look at Max being able to be on this Crazy Raccoon roster. A lot of power just from the star power alone on Crazy Raccoon, and they put enough emphasis on making sure that Max fit into the roster that they are trusting him with this next map.
I almost want to say, like, okay, we put Max in, we have him just play the Malga again, like, we're just chilling. We give Jimbin a little bit of a rest here and see what Max can kind of bring to the table. Because we are that confident in our own game and just kind of beating Toronto Defiant. We're focused on just beating Toronto Defiant 3-0. Just getting the rest of the players into the lobby now. Of course, Max is joining. He just has to boot up and get his settings correct and join lobby, and then we'll press play and then we're ready to go. Just curious what's going on in the minds right now for Toronto Defiant. Of course, Kasora's there, parting some words of wisdom, I'm sure, but very focused and determined. I mean, Toronto Defiant have been all year, and you can't rest on your laurels either, especially at the start when Toronto were just winning everything. They were just, okay, go into a match, okay, what's it going to be? Okay, 3-0, like, yeah, go next, go next, go next. It didn't feel like there was any challenge, but like I mentioned before, at the top of this series, they have been challenged now by teams like Nightmare, and it's been quite, I would say, quite scary for Toronto. We don't want to lose our crown in North America. And they almost did. That map 7 versus Nightmare in stage 4 was just an insane series. And you can see how everybody in NA is leveled up to match them.
I mean, not just a map 7 in that finals, but as well as a map 5 in the upper bracket semis. Like, Toronto Defiant has definitely had their work cut out for them in North America as every team has gotten better and better. But when you actually take a look at this bracket, there's still a good reason why they found themselves here. 2-0 versus ENCE, still a very competitive series at that, with ENCE being able to go pretty toe-to-toe with this Malga. But now Toronto, one final chance to see if they can bring themselves back in this upper bracket series. Kings Row, our map number 3 in the upper bracket semis.
Toronto Defiant looking for all the energy they possibly can now. Their opponents potentially Twisted Minds in the lower bracket. If Crazy Raccoon can finish out this series here and now on Kings Row. All right, Max on the defense. Yeah. Or Max on the offense, sorry. We'll get those flipped around. Toronto on the defense first.
Yeah, no surprises for Toronto.
Stock standard here, exactly.
Exactly, yeah. Just completely stock standard, right out of the meta page book. Going to have Toronto setting up on this high ground with this Malga, of course. But how do Crazy Raccoon actually... We're getting the graphics sorted, don't worry. But yeah, how do Crazy Raccoon actually want to approach this with Max in the roster? Do they actually go for something like this Malga? They're hovering over the double sniper, something that Lip and Heesang could absolutely stay on.
Defend objective A.
All right, there's the switch, yep. I'm not too shocked again, like I said, maybe just putting Max in, getting some game time on the stage. Very important in these LAN environments, just shake off those nerves early on. So mirror comps from Crazy Raccoon and Toronto Defiant. Very early aggressive push though, Vega taking a lot of damage, ducking into cover. Those sticky bombs exploding on his shield. So a little bit more defenseless. This off angle from Heesang is just something dirty. I mean, if you're Toronto in this situation, you have to kind of come and match them, but we expect nothing less but pure all-out aggression As Toronto Defiant get quickly team wiped.
Someone got burst with the pulsar torpedoes, the sticky bombs, the focus beam, a shield bash. That is just how coordinated Crazy Raccoon have been with all of these different picks. Knowing that the assignment is get this Mauga out. If you can get some type of pick onto the backline, that's another way that you can approach these fights. Crazy Raccoon having his duplicate up for Heesang very shortly.
You're almost waiting for that cardiac overdrive as well, right? You're saving a lot of your burst. As soon as that cardiac overdrive goes down, that's when you go in. That's when you launch everything you possibly have at the Mauga. All right, Rupal. He's got his ult at least. Orbital rate available. Same with Crazy Raccoon though. Another team kill, back to back. Toronto Defiant rumbling slightly in the neutral.
Yeah, Crazy Raccoon being able to win that without using any of those ultimates means that they've got 5 for the rest of the Streets phase. And if they keep getting these first picks like they have been, then they might not need to use anything at all in order to get this payload to that second checkpoint. Sugar Free though, working up to the duplicate as well. That's certainly something to throw in, and Heesang gets spotted.
That's a confidence builder. Nice little burst damage there onto Heesang. Didn't see it coming. Choring also lit a blaze. 5 ults, Cage deployed. Sugar Free's got a good angle here. Both orbital rays have been popped. A nice little bash stun onto Sugar Free, but he does end up leaping into the front line. And a free Cage for Sugar Free. 4 and a bit minutes to go as Max tries to get any exit kills, but is going to just get bursted down by Heesang's. Back in the action with a duplicated Mauga. There you go. All right, someone's standing tall.
Big, expensive fight for both teams, though, as Crazy Raccoon are still getting away with kills.
They're still tussling, willing to get down and dirty with it. As long as Lip's alive, anything is possible for Crazy Raccoon. They're going to push this on. I mean, look, who's it to touch? Absolutely no one. Merit's too far away. Whew.
Yeah, he doesn't even get there in time. Wanted to go for the teleport onto the payload, but Crazy Raccoon had already gotten it over the line. Almost 5 minutes in the bank for Crazy Raccoon on this third point. Still no ultimates yet, but that's so much time to work with that you look at that and think it's inevitable that Crazy Raccoon are going to be able to finish out the map.
There's the charge. PT from Lip onto the back line. Cage deployed by someone. A slight little rumble here, but no one's paying attention to Lip right now, but you might not even need to because Sugar Free and Merit, they're putting up numbers now.
Big fight win here for Toronto as they try to dig their heels into the sand, working up to even more of their own ultimates to throw at this next fight. The rally can be really useful if Crazy Raccoon want to take this front to back, but you also have that duplicate to throw in, and Sugar Free is going for it.
Yeah, even hits that dupe as well. You saw the focus fire going on to Lip, trying to force that Wraith form, and he does expertly. Oh, what a bash. No kill though. Oh, Heesang gets him on the exit. That bash was almost perfect. Heesang connecting the sticky bombs as the Echo just basically sat there, waiting for that stun to wear off. And there's another team kill, and Rose, a dupe, a Blossom, and an Orbital Ray for this next fight.
There is one for Rupal to be able to respond in kind. Merit also still has this Death Blossom to be able to launch onto this point, but 3.5 minutes still.
Oh, Death Blossom straight on top. Merit's going to try and match him, but the damage is already done, I'm afraid. Gotta respect on the name. I mean, look, Merit tried to jump in there, but the orbital rays just crossed, and honestly, sometimes it's a little bit difficult, right? If you're in Merit's situation there, you want to get in the fight, but because you ended up using your Death Blossom a little bit later, you can't get too close to Lip because that orbital ray, the orbital blossom, is just going to blow you up instantly.
You just don't get enough lifesteal from being able to throw the Death Blossom in. You're already taking so much damage. The orbital ray on top is certainly that final piece. You can hear the crowd giving their strength over to these teams, though, as we are going to swap sides. Crazy Raccoon, 3 minutes and 23 seconds in the time bank after finishing out their round. So Toronto need to finish out this map to have hope of being able to get back in this series.
Okay, let's see what Crazy Raccoon bring to the table on their defense. See where they choose to hold.
Crazy Raccoon are very good at these aggressive holds. You can already see Max considering the option of just playing around this Mondada statue. Kind of hit them before Toronto Defiant even know that they are going to be right there around that corner.
I mean, look at the times they're just playing up to the spawn, like really pushing the limits. Saw Team Falcons do that earlier as well. Super aggressive with the Malcon. Sugarfree's jumping over to Genji. Okay, so no Echo. Saw Proper do this earlier. And a lot of teams swapping between Echo and the Genji. Spots Heesang, but Heesang already up to 40% ult charge on the Echo. I mean, that is an absurd amount of damage already done.
Just no way that Toronto has been able to get past these gates just yet. Already back to spawn, considering
Max
their
does
next
end up dying,
move.
though. So you're thinking now you can't really hold too far up.
You can already see them backing up though. By the hotel, waiting for Max to be able to come back. Still playing this low ground though, not looking for that high ground defense. And Max should be able to come back. You've got the overrun, you're gonna get through the team.
There's the charge in, duplication available from Heesang, looking for the Reaper. Finds the mark, but Chorong's already down. A Death Blossom for Heesang. Here's the Wraith Walk looking directly at someone, TPing towards him as well. He wants this tank dead. Someone eventually ends up going down, a lot of that damage deflected right back at him. Stops that duplication from running amok, but he's still got a lot of firepower in his kit. Sugar-Free dead, and Crazy Raccoon getting a team kill as Toronto Defiant reset to spawn. Double support ultimate available for both sides.
Orbital Rays can get matched. You've got the rallies, but these DPS also are going to be the big difference maker. Sugar-Free with this blade, hopefully going to cut through this frontline defense.
Orbital Rays, and this blade from Sugar-Free up in 3%. Orbital Ray on the statue pretty far forward, but Toronto Defiant going to make good use of it. Rallies from both sides as well, but Vegas already dead. No chance here for Sugar-Free or Merit to use any ultimates. And it'll be a fool's gambit if they decide to do it. 2 minutes to go.
Better to hold on to their ults and see if they can just find the advantage when you've already gotten the double support ult out of Crazy Raccoon. But Cage and double DPS for both of them. This is about to be a very difficult Venn diagram to get through, and you don't want to be stuck in the middle.
Cage, a TP from Lib, straight on top of the high ground. Oh, Rupal didn't see that one coming at all. He just flew straight into Lib. Cage comes in from someone as well as Max. And now Crazy Raccoon, they've still got the duplicate to finish this map. There is very little space you can play if you're lit there. But Toronto weren't able to react quick enough. And even Heesang though, going for a cheeky play.
Yeah, there's been no
they don't spot it.
place for Toronto to get in.
Vega almost gets one shot, has to bash forward into enemy territory, and now someone under a lot of heavy fire. Heesang eventually taken out though. Merit spin to win. No dupe available for Crazy Raccoon, but they still need to finish this fight. A quick swap around here. Different sides of the map as Merit fights in this hotel. Hits the Wraith Walk pretty early, and there's Chorong's death. Eventually taken down. Shu a little bit more vulnerable. Toronto Defiant now on the board.
They've got these double support ultimates too, just in case Crazy Raccoon try to get another contest in. And you can see Merit just pushing forward to get this Reaper to hold them at these gates.
Okay. Okay, Sugar-Free. Here we go, coming alive. What a better time to do it as well. It's going to be an OT push, I would imagine, this next point. But there is the cap, that's all that counts.
Still some time to work with, 2.5 minutes. Toronto with a lot of ultimates to throw at this fight.
Well, I mean,
another layered orbital ray though for both teams, and Crazy Raccoon with his dupe has just gone crazy.
Can Sugar-Free's blade be what they need? Oh, well, see you later, Rupal. No chance to react for the Juno. No ability at all to escape from that fire as well. All right, rally exchange there. Rally for the Ray.
But Crazy Raccoon are getting the better of this trade, pushing up to the spawn doors of Toronto. and just again, stuffing them. They are not giving them breathing room. They don't have time to set up. Toronto have not been able to actually play proactively with any of these ults when, you know, Crazy Raccoon is waiting for you at the top of these stairs.
Cage rally for Chorong, but the fight is already over. Sugar Free and Vega dead, and look at this stairs control. 1 minute and 30 seconds to go. Payload can't move too much further back, but still. They burn a lot of ults and they don't even manage to get out of spawn.
Well, they get a chance to now because Crazy Raccoon know they cannot overextend when the time being is as small as it is now. One mistake here will allow Toronto to actually capture the second objective.
I mean, the macro game here is just sublime from Crazy Raccoon, just wrapping around, but Chorong does end up succumbing to someone. Okay, that's what they needed. A minute to go to stay in this series.
Toronto's going to switch over to the Lucio. I wonder if
just to speed out
he's
spawn.
Actually going to stick on it. No, just making sure that everybody is going out of the gates at the same time and come back in for a potential final fight. Crazy Raccoon winning here. They win this series and send Toronto down to the lower bracket. Have this duplicate to play around, choose Orbital Ray as well. But Toronto, they have to throw everything at this next fight. They can't get picked off.
One save, Rupal doesn't go over 50% HP, so focusing being not as deadly. Orbital Ray used, and they're going to try and press the issue now, but Shu springboards back into it with one of his own. Sugar Free on a decent angle. Use that deflect to get some space with him and the rest of the team, but that's a lot of damage on Vega's shield, and Crazy Raccoon are going to go in. What a bash! Heesang takes to the skies though and duplicates the Reaper. The blade is going to get pulled out from Sugar Free. Oh, Shu, nowhere to run, nowhere to hide now. Good stuff. Lenny coming up big. That is the cleanup. Only had one fight realistically in that street space there, and they're still holding on. A minute and 30 in the time bank.
Probably not enough time for Toronto to finish this map with time left to trigger an extra round for themselves. But let's hope someone with this cage, married with the Death Blossom, two very powerful ultimates to layer on top of each other while you wait for Crazy Raccoon to come back out of these spawns.
Well, there's the cage. Looked like Joey tried to force that one. Death Blossom's in it as well. There's no chance for Chorong to save himself or his team with that shield. But they burn ults. They burn the cage, they burn the Death Blossom. And now Crazy Raccoon, look at what they've got for this next one. It's going to be a hard-fought ask. We're asking for a miracle play here.
But if Toronto can get another quick team fight like that, maybe they can actually finish with time left in the banks. Orbital Ray for Rupal can continue.
There it is, that's what they need, but Sugar Free going down. It's not a good start for Toronto to find. Max dead, however, but Heesang double sticky bomb kill, and Lip helping Heesang, just chunking everybody down with the Death Blossom. 20 seconds and a team kill. Crazy Raccoon. They got two. Rally. They got the Tuno Orbital Ray. Rose. Toronto Defiant. They've got one ult in the bank.
It's going to have to be the biggest rally of their life, but they're also going to have to actually touch this payload. And Crazy Raccoon don't want to let them do that as the time starts to tick down.
Well, they're going to be able to touch at the very least. Heesang duplicates the Reaper, heads straight towards someone's position. And they are just locked on this tank, trying to force those CDs. He's going to get a free Death Blossom too. Another big isolation till Rupal's in trouble. Rupal needs serious help. The front line, he's going to use that shift to get away as Rupal survives, but not for too much longer. Someone just bursted down. And that is where Toronto are going to make their final stand. Lenny's played not enough to stand up to Lib. And a 3-0 for Crazy Raccoon as they knock Toronto down to the lower bracket.
Crazy Raccoon with a clean 3-0 victory. It is going to be a lot for any team to be able to take them down. It did not look very close as Crazy Raccoon are able to win this. Move on to that winners finals where they get a chance to face off against Team Falcons again. This has been a long-standing grudge between these two teams.
It's been going back and forth all year. Of course, Team Falcons coming in as #1 seed. Now face Crazy Raccoon, like you said. In like Toronto, a hard-fought effort. But I think Crazy Raccoon right now just on another level. Can Toronto make their way through that lower bracket though? Twisted Minds is their competition down there. They still need to, again, make it all the way. It's been a bit of an interesting journey for Twisted Minds, using their own kind of special spice for it. They've got the Ashe, they've got the Pharah, something they're very, very content with using, and found a little bit of success against even Team Falcons. So we'll see if Toronto Defiant can take them down, or will Twisted Minds end up moving on. Of course, that will be their last chance. That lower bracket is a deadly place to be in. But both for Team Falcons and Crazy Raccoon, they're sitting pretty up in that upper finals. We're going to jump over to Danny, though. He's got a small interview before we wrap out this match.
Jack and Rose, thank you very much. What is up, everybody? I'm here joined by Chorong from Crazy Raccoons. Everybody, give it up for Chorong one more time. Fantastic stuff. I mean, I'm going to be honest, Chorong. I thought your match against Toronto Defiant was going to be a lot closer, but that was not the case. Were you also surprised by the results, or did you sort of expect that it was going to be an easy win for Crazy Raccoon? 자, 오늘 승리 축하드리면서 솔직히 말씀드려서 저는 이번 경기가 굉장히 좀 접전이 되지 않을까라고 예상했는데 전혀 그렇지 않았고요. 그래서 초롱 선수한테 여쭤보고 싶은 게 이번 경기를 이제 하면서 좀 원래 이렇게 좀 쉬운 경기가 될 거라고 좀 예상을 하셨나요?
솔직히 저는 토론토 말고는 솔직히 이제 팔콘 말고 나머지는 별거 없다. 네, 그렇게 생각합니다.
Honestly, other than Team Falcons, there's not a lot of teams that I was looking forward to going up against. So, yeah, I mean, it really proved that was the case because you guys definitely blew them out of the park. Talking about Team Falcons, that is going to be your next match, upper bracket finals. You guys did lose to Falcons in the Asia main stage. How confident are you going up against Falcons for your match tomorrow? 자, 방금 팔콘 팀에 대해서 얘기를 살짝 했는데 이제 다음 경기가 팔콘과의 재경기가 될 텐데 마지막에 이제 아시아 메인 스테이지에서 패배를 한 후 다시 붙게 되는 경기입니다. 얼마나 자신감이 있으신가요, 초롱 선수?
여기는 월즈니까 긴장해주세요, 발콘 팀.
This is the World Finals. Team Falcons, get ready for us. I am loving these answers. One final question, Chorong. You are our main support role MVP. Do you have anything you want to say to your fans? 자, 마지막으로 롤 MVP가 이제 선정이 되시면서 마지막으로 팬분들에게 짧게 한 말씀 부탁드리겠습니다.
솔직히 이렇게 성적 잘 낼 수 있는 것도 팬분들의 응원 덕분에 롤 MVP도 받게 된 것 같아요. 정말 감사합니다.
Thank you to all the fans. I think not only getting the role MVP, I think we're able to come up with these results because of all your support. Thank you very much. Everybody, give it up for Chorong one more time. That is it for the interview. Desk, take it away.
Thank you so much, Danny. Congratulations to Crazy Raccoon. Zoe here, joined by Jake and Johnny. And yeah, let's be real. There may have been a little bit of cope involved with our hyping up of Toronto Defiant.
We're just doing our job.
You're so smug. I hate it. You're so smug. I can't with you. But you were right. You know, yeah, we're doing our job. Obviously, Toronto Defiant, they have been a phenomenal team. They're phenomenal players. But this does not seem like their meta, Jake.
No, I think, you know, for them, in their best moments have been with Merit on the core hit scan. Like, that's been his bread and butter. That's when he's able to just focus on his game. The team's able to build around him. That's where they've looked their strongest. I think in this, like, really heavy team fighting meta, this isn't really their best look. They make it work. They look good. But, I mean, even against ENCE, it was pretty competitive. And I was wondering after that match, like, you know, is ENCE actually, like, pretty competitive? Are they good at this meta? Did they push Toronto pretty far? Is that good enough? But then when ENCE kind of fell flat in their lower bracket match, I started to get worried for this matchup. You know, I felt Crazy Raccoon are just an unstoppable force. And this is a meta where they absolutely pile on the pressure. I mean, I like what Chorong said, get ready for us. I think Crazy Raccoon could stomp the entire tournament.
And I mean, we love a good success story like that too. End the season with absolute dominance. We've seen those players do that before. So let's talk about our MVP for this match. It's Hee-sang. He does get an MVP award today as well. I had to say it, John.
The match MVP is not as delicious as the role MVP.
Don't take anything away from his performance. How dare you?
Yeah, I mean, no ability goes to waste when it comes to the Crazy Raccoon. And I mean, he was clinical on the Echo. Flanking, getting his sticky bombs on the Echo, and then following up with the focusing beam. Able to find so many picks early in these fights. I think we saw especially on Clash, for example. The first fight on Clash, Merrick gets picked, like, you know, 100-0, like, immediately. Second fight on Clash, sticky bombs onto Sugar Free, and then follow up with the focusing beam. You're up 5 versus 4. Hee-sang just gives you an unbelievable advantage in these Echo duels, and especially the way he's able to engage with these sticky bombs and then follow up and secure the kill. I mean, you're essentially playing 5 versus 4 in like so many of these fights, right? It's so impressive. He's one of the best Echoes we have in the entire game. And he's going to be one of those players you have to look for when it comes going up against Falcons. Can he be a true impact player?
Of course, if we're looking at the match, we saw once more Crazy Raccoon. They don't need to show their cards. They're not showing their hand. They're giving us very little to work with, where you can say like, maybe this can be abused in some way, shape, or form. It's like, no, they're just solid. They're just clean.
It's from strength to strength for Crazy Raccoon. I mean, they play this ball strat that like no one else in the entire world would even attempt, and they look unbeatable on it. I mean, they make this look like the meta. I assure you it is not. This is only good if you have 5 of the very best players in the world. It's a comp with almost no defense in the entire strat, but you know, you don't need much defense when you're just permanently killing the enemy, permanently keeping them in the respawn. And that's honestly, especially in this Mauga style, I think this is another strat that Crazy Raccoon are going to be really good at. They love these comps where everyone can get aggressive. You know, one player opens up the fight, and then the pressure just comes on thick and fast. Another player always following up with that aggression. And I mean, with that level of trust and confidence in the team fights, they look really good. Normally, this is a support meta that I would say favors Falcons, but I really like the way Crazy Raccoon approaches this.
I honestly couldn't predict the next matchup we have between Falcons and Crazy Raccoon in the upper bracket. It's going to be a clash of the two juggernauts going into this tournament, so I'm looking forward to see how they fare against each other.
Yeah, we'll have to wait to watch that one until tomorrow, giving teams a little bit of rest as we are getting our
We gotta see the Western teams as well in the lower bracket.
We do. We see a lot in the lower bracket. I think it's really funny to see the evolution this year in the Dallas Major, of course. We did have EMEA really coming out on top of it. This time it's all NA. It seems, of course, Twisted Minds still in the running for it. If we're looking at the bracket here, Twisted Minds do have to go up against Toronto Defiant. How do you see them stacking up against one another?
You know, honestly, I think Toronto are probably pretty happy to pull this match in the lower bracket because I think Twisted Minds are relatively exploitable, right? Like, they play a certain strategy based on their hero preference, but I think Toronto, of all the teams in the tournament, is incredibly happy to just get into a counter-picking war. You know, you're going to allow probably a lot more space for Merit to play a core hit scan where he's going to be incredibly good. I mean, as strong as Quartz has been, I think Merit is going to be a tough test for them, and I think overall as a team, they absolutely thrive when they can punish their opponents on the strategic level and counter-pick them. And so, to be honest, I think Toronto should be sitting pretty in this, but Twisted Minds, I mean, they've popped off in matches, right? Like, regardless of the strategy you bring against them, you might have been well prepared, but in the end, you've got to get by these big land performances that Quartz and Lambda have been delivering. And so, you know, you can have all the great strats in the world, but you've got to deliver on match day. And for Toronto, there has been some shakiness.
Yeah, and we will be seeing those two teams clash a little later today. First, we're heading into a quick break now, and when we're coming back, it's going to be all NA. Energy Shock will be taking on Nightmare. You want to stick around for this. We see you after a quick break.
저희는 OWCS 라쿤입니다. 여러분은 지금 OWCS 월드 파이널을 보고 계십니다.
You know, sometimes they do be like that. Welcome back, everyone. We are getting things ready and set up for our first match in the lower bracket today. We will be saying goodbye to not one, not two, but 3 teams today, which is honestly sad because we've seen a lot of great stuff from all of the teams remaining.
Can't pick up the trophy if you still got other opponents left, right? It's all about the elimination games for me. I think this is where the rubber really meets the road.
Jake's like, this is sports. Teams get eliminated. It's the brutal reality of sports. There can only be one winner.
It's kill or be killed. It's a dog-eat-dog world.
Well, speaking of dogs, we do have 2 underdogs clashing right here. Nightmare and Energy. Thank you, Jake, for providing that transition. That was served on a platter for me. But yeah, this is going to be an interesting matchup. I do want to dive deeper into what we've seen from those teams and our expectations for both of them moving forward. Let's start with a chat about Nightmare here. Nightmare, they're the band of friends. You know, like there were a lot of roster changes. They really just came together halfway through the season, but they have the synergy it takes to take it far.
Yeah, when it comes to the mirror match in this meta, they have looked really solid. They're getting aggressive. They're trusting each other. I think Zeruhh and Seeker have been big performers on the DPS role all year long, and they've really come into their own. I mean, even in this match against Falcons, I think both were finding success, finding their opportunities, and you know, a lot of these maps came down to super close engagements. However, the challenge for Nightmare is that I think this is almost certainly going to be the most different match they've played all tournament. I mean, NRG has refused to play the meta. They have a completely different perspective, and I don't think it's a crazy one. Like, NRG's strat actually does look pretty good to me. So this is going to be a big question mark for Nightmare. Like, how much have they prepared for this? How much can you really prepare for a team that plays off meta? This is going to require some in-moment adaptation, and that's a new test for Nightmare.
Yeah, it's a distinct style from NRG, and they're obviously playing something different. And it's quite an interesting composition we're seeing from NRG as well, bringing out the Junker Queen, but then also tree swapping over to the Sombra, which is a new reworked Sombra, of course. And they're putting a lot of pressure onto the enemy Mauga. We saw both against Crazy Raccoon in the upper bracket match, but also yesterday that they like to wait out for the enemy Mauga to use the overrun to get in, and then Tree likes to counter, utilize the hack, and then Sisters as well, where we saw Heesang in the earlier match. Heesang likes to flank, get around, try to find picks with the sticky bombs and the focusing beam. Sisters actually, he can go aggressive on like that, but he's also equally fine to sit back and use the sticky bombs and the focusing beam on the Mauga to capitalize on that hack onto the enemy Mauga. So when we watched yesterday's match, Vastola actually struggled because hence they didn't have that synergy. We've seen some of the Korean teams, they didn't have that trust to get deep into the backline. And so Vastola was kind of like left out to dry. And so there's a lot of responsibility onto the Mauga in this matchup to actually try to stay alive, not to like get exposed to the Sombra and the Echo at the same time, and the Junker Queen, of course, because that's going to be a lot of damage coming your way. Crazy Raccoons, they did a great job going aggressive, and so I think for NRG here, it's going to really be like, how can you deal with actually Nightmare's aggression coming in? Because that is going to be kind of like the recipe, the proof for a Nightmare to deal with NRG here.
And, you know, the ultimate cycle is really a lot different, right, when you bring out the Queen and the Sombra. I think a couple of key interactions to be aware of when these comps do match up is, number one, Mauga's cage fight. If you get that on the Junker Queen, it actually cancels her ultimate. It stops her in her tracks if she is casting the ultimate, and you cannot cast ultimate while you are caged by Mauga. So, you know, either between that and the rally, you know, threatening a potential stun, also Queen very vulnerable to that with the long windup on her ultimate. Queen really, the ultimate's wildly powerful. It shuts down a massive amount of healing coming in from the Brig and the Juno, but there's the threat of that ult being stopped by stuns, by lockdowns. On the flip side, the Sombra EMP does break Mauga's cage, right? So Sombra has been reworked. Not as good at like the stealthy backline assassination, but the ability to just frontline pressure and have a really powerful ultimate that breaks some of these tempo cycles, right? A lot of times with something like a rally, you feel invincible, and Mauga's cage so hard to fight into, but EMP can often really deny a lot of the utility of those ultimates or shut them out entirely outright. So teams have to adapt. They have to have a very different approach to how they play the Mauga comp to take down the Queen, and quite a few teams have fallen flat. Like Crazy Raccoon made it look easy, but I don't know if that actually really tells you anything. I sort of wonder, like, strategically, Crazy Raccoon could be outmatched, and be on a bad strat, and you wouldn't know it because they might still dominate their opponent. So I do think Nightmare shouldn't be overconfident in their strat. They may need to make swaps to get deeper into this match.
Do they have what it takes to make those swaps? How do you rank their hero pools or rate their hero pools?
Well, I'd say Nightmare is in a pretty good situation because you can go aggressive if you want to, and you can bring out something like a Reaper and a Genji if you want to go aggressive, but equally, you can also put Seeker on the long-range hit scan if you'd like to do that. If you say that, like, okay, well, you're going to play Sombra and you're going to play Echo, then we're just going to take our time, actually, and play the long-range hit scan instead. Maybe a Cassidy, something to put pressure onto the Sombra and the Echo at the same time. And so that is kind of game we're going to see here. Does Nightmare, do they stick with the aggression and go in? Or are they going to say, well, NRG, if you're so happy sitting back and maybe like trying to put pressure on the Mauga, then we're happy to sit back too and trade that aggression maybe with, you know, an efficient hero like a Cassidy or an Ashe, for example.
I hope this is going to be one of those close games where we do see like them basically playing chess, where a lot of counter swapping or stratting is going to unfold in front of our very eyes. Do you feel like there is a favorite though, if I had to make you do predictions?
I mean, when these teams have clashed in the past, I feel Nightmare has been the stronger team, right? They've come together, they've won some clutch matches in recent memory. However, I think strategically, I'd rather be NRG right now, right? Like, as NRG, you're the team that has been playing against this Mauga comp all tournament long. You've been scrimming against it. You've kind of seen exactly what this strat can do. You really are aware of it. But for Nightmare, I mean, they probably have scrimmed NRG, but they've had to split their practice, right? They've been playing a ton of mirror. They've been really focused on opponents who are going to mirror them, and they've, you know, looked good at that. But now they're playing an opponent that almost certainly they haven't focused their preparation on. And so this is going to be a real test of not only the coaches, the ability for them to give guidance throughout the series, but also for the players to just feel what is not working, what needs to change, you know, who should swap. I think you're right. This is just maybe some DPS swaps can come out, but I think just as easily we could see something like a Kiriko see a little bit more play, potentially answering some of the threats from Sombra and Queen. In the end, I don't think there's any like definitive answer. Nightmare isn't going to have this solved. They're going to have to feel their way through this.
Yeah, I'd love to see some more new looks. I do feel like we've seen a lot of different kind of flavors from a lot of the teams thus far in the tournament, and we're only halfway through day 2. And speaking of things to look at, drops. I once more want to remind everyone to, you know, connect your Battle.net accounts to your Twitch accounts and earn rewards as you're watching your favorite thing. And it's not just us you can watch. No, you can also watch our co-streamers covering all the action. They have guests over there. They're having a good time. Everyone over there, like we can see them right from our stage. They are streaming all day long, and drops will be enabled on our co-streamer streams as well. And I mean, those drops, they're sick.
Today is the day of Torbjorn, but also like the actual
True.
red Dollahest. So it's like, you know, the real red. The red is the iconic Dollahest. That's what you want.
What is
a
it?
Dollahest?
What is it?
It's a mystery.
Educate us.
It's a mystery.
In your own words.
There's so much.
That sounds like he doesn't know.
So
That's
much
what I'm
mystery
getting.
and lore behind
There's so much
It's the
history.
big unknown.
You know, Zoe, that's a
The
fantastic
real fun is finding
question.
out yourself. What do you think, I mean?
That's a fantastic question,
Yeah.
Zoe. It really makes me think. It makes me, you know, dive into a lot of
Swedish
possibilities.
people, we just love the red color. You know, the typical like Swedish red house.
Then
for
why
example.
is your flag not red?
Well, because yellow and
Because
blue
Denmark
is quite
took it?
quite pretty. I like the yellow and blue, don't you?
I know. I'm with it. I'm with it. You
And
know,
the red
it's
houses
pretty
are
good.
cute too.
Fair. Okay, you're making great arguments. I still don't know what the horsey means, but we'll find out. We send someone out into the crowd to solve the mystery for us. One mystery we also need to solve is which of these two teams is going to move forward and which of the team will be saying goodbye today. Let's find out and send it over to Golden Boy on our stage.
Thank you so much for that, Zoe. Yes, it is a classic NA clash here, and we're going to see who comes out on top. Winner moves on, loser goes home. Let's go ahead and bring out your first team. Make some noise, Stockholm, for Nightmare!
Certainly filling their opponents with dread. It is Nightmare. They may have been beaten down in their last match, but they stand here, backs against the wall, ready to defeat NRG one more time, or will they be upset?
And let's go ahead and bring out their opponents. You know them, you love them. It's NRG Shock!
NRG came into the tournament as underdogs, but they found a style that works for them, relying on Callan's Junker Queen. Is this enough to actually bring it against some of the better teams in the tournament, starting with Nightmare?
All right, folks, this is it. The teams are ready to go. Make sure you guys go and fist bump, take your seats as well, and let's get this show on the road. It's going to be a good one. We got Nightmare going up against NRG Shock.
Thank you very much, Golden Boy. It is time to get this one started. NRG Shock and Nightmare. By the way, all of NRG Shock basically live with Infected. So they're on their Winthrop University teams. They know each other really, really well. And both, of course, fall in very tough matches in that upper bracket to this elimination game.
Yeah, and this has been an awesome kind of a little bit of a rivalry, right, throughout the year, right, where we're looking at who is going to be like that second best team in North America behind the Toronto Defiant, and now we get a confirmed, definitive answer with this match.
And because NRG Shock got eliminated by Fluffy Aimers, of course, in that stage 4, these teams just passed by each other.
Yeah.
Never really had the chance to play one another. Well, we know NRG Shock are not so invested in playing these Malga comps ad nauseum, right? They've really been trying to move away and work in some tank picks that maybe suit Infected a little bit better, but when it comes to playing that style, they can do it.
Yeah, I mean, the Queen has been a character, right? Jungle Queen that has been pretty decent against the Maga. And then also with some of the Sombra things that they've been doing, right? With Tree playing that hero. It's been really interesting, like how Jake was talking about on the desk before. The Queen definitely has some opportunity against those Maga comps.
Yeah, Jake also talks about the Sombra, right? That utility to break up those cage fights from Malga potentially and make it a little bit harder to get that wombo in that brawl style composition. We're headed off to Oasis first in this series, folks. And again, it is do or die from two of our most colorful North American squads. NRG Shock coming to this tournament. We hope to see a little bit more from them after their upper bracket run. Nightmare looked very, very good. Remember what they did to SSG? That was wild.
Nightmare looked awesome yesterday. So see if they can kind of continue that strong play here against a team that they're also, look, they may not have played them recently, but also players, like you mentioned, that they are very comfortable, they know exactly kind of how they want to go about it.
Infected is still on the squad.
Yeah.
You know, Tree also really shone in NRG's win in that upper bracket there, coming out as a player to watch in a game like this. Looks like we might actually get this Sombra look out of the gate, a chance to test the signature NRG composition against Nightmare. Here we go, folks, off to Oasis for the first map in this first of 3.
And they'll play that Sombra with an Echo. Sombra is actually, you know, historically been actually pretty poor against Reaper, right? Reaper's like actually one of the characters that like doesn't really need the abilities as much, but when you can get the hacks onto the Maga, that's really the big winner.
You can deny his escape, right? And Reaper's mobility make him a bit more vulnerable, but in the end, it's going to be about Tree shutting down Infected where possible. Good damage already on the Malga here. NRG training very, very well. Getting a close-up fight, and there it is. Infected's the first to fall. NRG getting a lot of value out of this comp already.
I mean, look, you get hacked, you get hit with the virus, right? It did a lot of damage coming on in. You don't have the Stomp, don't have like cardiac overdrive, right? So it can be very difficult to make anything happen.
The virus on the Juno is very effective because it's kind of tough. Yeah. Frankly, your Brig doesn't want to be packing the Juno constantly.
No.
Juno can't heal herself, so that tick damage represents some real heal pressure on your backline.
This is also a little bit like Twisted Minds in the sense that like probably not a lot of people playing this type of play style, right? That NRG Shock is coming out and doing. So it's hard to actually kind of get a read on it, right? You're going to have to do it in real time.
In fact, he gets in though, nice little dive, but he is quite deep. The rest of Nightmare trying to get them, and Scissors is behind him getting the damage, and he finds Seeker first, and here's a dupe of a Malga. Into the stomp from Infected. Straight away, cardiac overdrive popped by Scissors now, just trying to control Infected where possible, but Admiral's already down, and this is an orbital ray committed to the fight by Nightmare that gets some really limited value.
Oh, it's going to be a huge EMP there, right? As they can move right back onto the point. Great EMP there from Tree. So you see how deep that Nightmare has to go, right? They've invested so many different things to even try and make it play for the point. And NRG Shock, they just back up a little bit. It's a nice dupe from Scissors, getting another tank out there with dupe in the Maga. And then, but the EMP, huge again.
Tree may not have that available to shut down a cage fight, for example, but Kellen's got a big ultimate in this fight. A rampage on multiple members of Nightmare, make them bleed out. The anti-heal is extremely relevant against Malga. Kellen's already trying to line up an angle here. Looking for Infected, trying to go for a chop there. The Sombra hacks are also coming in around the fight. Orbital Ray now in for Ultraviolet, and Seeker's going to fall first yet again. Infected's under pressure, hacked again and can't get away. Kellen pushes the front line up.
You see that the kill participation on Infected, as soon as he gets hacked, it is everybody focusing firing on that Maga and just deleting him. And look at this, they're going to actually play close up here. They're going to play with this Rampage right around the corner, try and get an early pick.
Kellen's going to wind it up. Okay, they're going to push onto him instead. This is a little bit messy now. Infected gets a long way ahead of the rest of Nightmare, but it's going to be a rally and play that Admiral's not able to defeat anyone else right now. Here's the swing inside the cage. Kellen using his kiosk to break up line of sight. Deny some of this damage away from Infected, but he does eventually succumb. And Nightmare on the back of that cage fight rally combo get themselves onto the point.
Yeah, that wasn't how Energy Shock wanted that one to go. So Kellen's kind of like hiding, right? And they're going to use his Rampage on a little bit of a flank. But when he kind of comes around the corner, he doesn't realize that there's still players coming out of spawn behind him. So he kind of gets trapped between two different sections of Nightmare. And then it's that cage with a rally coming from opposite directions. Really stops Energy Shock's plan right there. But you're going to have an EMP plus a Rampage here.
Here's the blade coming in. Zeruhh trying to get something done here for Nightmare. Extend this lead a little more. He gets rid of Rack Attack and here's a Rampage coming out a bit belated, but it catches on to 4. CJ with the orbital ray. It's not enough. Here's an EMP after the fact that Seeker collapses. Infected doesn't have healing available to him, and Scissors dupes the Reaper. A lot of damage against that Malga, and NRG Shock cleaning up our first round.
4-player Rampage, right? You can see everybody's health bars start to just dwindle fast. And then even when that anti-heal gets off, they just an EMP on the opposite side. I mean, just brutal. And no way you're going to be able to live through that. As I mentioned, not a lot of people play this level of play. It's like when we watch Twisted Minds and people are trying to play against Ashe and Afara, and you're like, okay, like how do you kind of figure this one out? The Sombra is something we saw them bring out the other day, right? It was almost like a desperation. They looked pretty poor in their series, and they bring it out towards the end on Suravasa, and you're like, okay, this looks like it could be something. And then they kind of ran with it from there. As we do have a pause here. We'll get an idea of what's going on. Maybe another chair. It's been the theme of the weekend, the chair.
I've been coming over in Kellen's direction, I think. Quickly discussing with him.
This event's been the chair. I think when we're
building chairs, we're replacing chairs.
EWC, I want to say it was Funny Asher. I think his mouse died like 4 times. Yep. It was like, we have a pause.
No, we had that. We had that in OWCS Stage 4. His mouse died. He didn't plug it in. So we had to get another. Oh, he had to charge the mouse up briefly.
Look, when you go to sleep, just plug the mouse.
Yep, plug it in.
Yeah,
it's that easy, guys.
You wake up. It's good.
All right, we're back into the game here. Second round of Oasis. NRG Shock making this Queen comp look good, and Nightmare say, you know what? We're going to have a crack at that ourselves.
Yeah, with the Sojourns here. So you're going to actually just ditch the Reaper, right?
Such a good pick for Seeker, though.
Yeah, I mean, Seeker's tremendous on like any type of like, hit scan aim type hero. So maybe allows them to poke a little bit more at range, right? Create some separation between them and the Shock. And it is quite interesting. They actually dropped the Stomper here.
Yep, pick up the Cassidy instead. Well, there's no Malga here to disrupt. I can't believe we're watching a Queen Mirror. That is wild.
Yeah, right.
Tree on the Cassidy, though. That's a pick to be feared. Seeker has a range advantage, though, of course, playing from this high ground here. And Infected only goes pretty low early on. CJ trying to keep him topped up here, but Admiral also takes a chunk of damage. We're playing around the pillars. Line of sight very important with these compositions with 2 hit scan players at large right now. It's Infected falling. Nightmare can't keep him standing. Seeker, despite having so much space to work with, has not been able to turn that into a kill.
No, I mean, not really able to kind of get like great lines of sight, right? He's putting down a little bit of damage here towards the end, but your tank gets bursted down right away. There's nothing your team can really do after that. Some cleanup here from the Shock, and they'll take that first point.
Saw Zeruhh on the Genji for much of that previous round as well. It's definitely his go-to pick. I mean, he and Seeker probably both have their best heroes under their fingertips right now. NRG Shock in his Queen composition look really well drilled, and Nightmare clearly weren't ready to deal with it in that previous round.
See how Nightmare attacks this, right? Orbital Ray for them, potentially use it to engage on the low ground, but look at this for NRG Shock, right? You're gonna have a Deadeye plus a dupe, but there'll be Zeruhh going in and taking out Rack.
Yeah, Scissors still holding on the dupe here, hasn't had to use it yet as Admiral and CJ are both down. Nightmare without any supports right now. Zeruhh trying to salvage, and without any healing, Nightmare have been able to turn this around. Pure DPS from Nightmare.
Yeah, it's an Orbital Ray from both sides there, but it's really Zeruhh going crazy on the Genji, like dashing through a few players. It's an overclock there from Seeker. Yeah, now, I mean, didn't even have the Blade the last fight, right? Gonna have it here now. The Rack Attacks rally, though, to answer that. Admiral a little bit far behind.
That rally is going to be crucial. Zeruhh is playing around it, but see a stun for the Brig could be instant death for the Genji here. Posturing for NRG Shock for the time being. Want to see the timing on this rally here for Rack Attack if you might use it aggressively. Deadeye to start things off for Tree. This is going to make a little bit of space now. You can see the Juno of CJ hiding behind that pillar. Now it's going to pop out. Going to be a Rampage throwing in straight away. It catches on to 2 Infected. Has to back away here. Nightmare have a chance to heal up. They're all trying to recommit to this high ground, and in comes Infected. Oh, what a shield bash! That's unreal from Rack Attack. Rampage cut short. Zeruhh's hit with a mag grenade there and can't get much more done. He's able to find Tree at least, but that'll be that. CJ eventually bleeds out though. NRG still trying to flip the point now. They need to deal with Seeker. And they take care of him.
It was so well, I was gonna say it's so awesome. It's not awesome for Infected, but it's awesome for us to watch that as Rack comes up with a huge bash. You should see Infected. I mean, he knows that that's really the only thing that can happen there to dislodge that rampage, and Rack Attack times that perfectly.
And Nightmare feel like they have to go for it there after they shake off the anti-heal themselves. They drop off the high ground and Infected gets interrupted. So now we're about even here in our second round. Seeker backs away and getting close to that overclock, is aware that Scissors is looking to poke and prod.
I think he's worried about Scissors getting really aggressive, right? Like maybe a few players coming in from the front.
Here's that
a little bit
overclock.
of a flank.
Seeker pops it straight away now to the high ground, does catch a hit on a tricky switch to the Sojourn previously as well. Nobody really wants to step out into line of sight of Seeker right now, and Kellen just gets bombarded by the rest of Nightmare.
No way you're going to be able to keep Kellen alive there, right? It's Orbital Ray, everybody there from Nightmare basically on the low ground. Kellen's kind of playing off on his own as Nightmare flips the point back. For Shock, let's see how they approach this, right? You're going to have an advantage here with obviously the Orbital Ray.
And they can't shut it down with a Rampage anti-heal from Infected, so NRG Shock are poised to be the favorites in this fight.
Also, one of the, when the Nightmare got hit with the Rampage the last time, Scissors actually duped a Queen, so they were scared of another Rampage.
They almost lost Rack Attack, he's so low, Scissors also goes down! Orbital Ray is only going to have 3 players to heal up here, and that is a huge loss of value for NRG, and maybe the round's slipping away.
Yeah, I mean, Orbital Ray is such an impactful ultimate that it feels like if you're going to invest it into a fight, it's a must-win. Especially in this type of scenario, right? There's nothing to answer on the other side. I mean, Nightmare just kind of outplays.
95 and counting, NRG Shock have to put it together here. With what, an overclock, maybe a Duke. Seeker though wants to get aggressive early, start up, push through the Hyper Ring, it's Rack Attack under pressure in the corner, but help comes! The cavalry arrives as Ultraviolet gets the torpedo elimination now, and Kellen gets that ultimate online! NRG Shock come up with the goods when it counts, and Nightmare will have a slim chance to stay alive in Oasis.
So we're going to see this yet again, right? Zeruhh with a Blade. Infected will end up probably with a Rampage here.
Is that enough?
Shock pushing up, but Rack Attack with that rally yet again. See if he can cancel that Rampage. That would be brutal for Infected.
It's the Shock. Will Lightning strike twice? About to find out. It's Seeker switching over to the Tracer now, probably just for that mobility to get overtime secured. It means he doesn't have that hit scan pressure right now. Again, just prodding. He's Ultraviolet on chance to go on behalf. Oh my goodness, he's done it again! Zeruhh knocks back midway through that Dragon Blade and can't get value. Kellen though gets connected onto by the Rampage. It may not be enough though. Admiral and Seeker stand up, but eventually Kellen bleeds out as Infected. That ultimate makes the difference in the end. Now you've got to deal with the Queen. Nightmare are in control of the point, and Scissors is so low, Dream can't touch! And we're going to a third round.
Rack got the first stun. He got it on a Zeruhh with the Blade.
Bro.
Didn't have another one, though, right away for that Rampage that came on through.
Yeah, Chill Bash not quite what it used to be.
Yeah. Nobody wants it to be what it used to be. But Kellen he gets hit with that Rampage. And just even hitting the Queen, right? Getting rid of the Queen is enough there to secure the round for Nightmare. As it seems like both teams will continue on with this Sojourn.
That was an exciting round. Both teams.
Yeah,
Double Amalgam. Not interested right now. Will it be a Sombra from Seeker?
I was going to say, that would be a little bit of a curveball.
Does a LA Valiant Seeker throwback?
So Seeker's Sombra is actually really good. We've seen it in the past, obviously not recently. But if they wanted to run basically the similar comp that Shock can do, they definitely have the players to do it.
Well, we're in the Bizarro world here. We have a Creed Mirror. Kellen goes in. Nice Infected goes for a swing. Just trades in the front line for now. A good amount of on charge already for the Junker Queen. Seeker says, nope, this is my ledge, folks. NRG Shock forced to play from the outside of the circle.
Yeah, Shock tries to play for this high ground, but they're going to get bullied out by Nightmare. So they're going to rotate all the way around and take this. But Nightmare, actually, they dip. They're going to go and try and chase this. They want to deny entry to the point.
Seeker, though, still trying to maintain good long sight lines here. Bit of safety for him. Slides up forward. Kellen there gets hit by a wayward torpedo now and is in the middle of the pergola. Goes for a swing, but might have overextended a little bit here. Rack Attack also going quite low. Kellen has time, though, to get top back up. Nightmare looking elsewhere. Okay, Whipshot's going to deny the axe swing. Oh my god, that's messy. Focusing beam, though, from Scissors gets rid of Infected, but it's a bleed out on Tree that ends up claiming the Sojourn.
Trying to get any type of axe swing here from Kellen. It seems like just swinging and missing there. He's getting knocking back by Admiral.
Zeruh's not ready for that.
Yeah, that is risky there.
I get the idea. Pop in behind the Queen, also farm that ultimate, but I don't think he's aware that
Yeah.
Scissors is just waiting for that opportunity.
Yeah, you had also lost a few players from Nightmare, so not really an opportunity there, but Nightmare does, I mean, look at this. I mean, Admiral already basically had a rally, just doing a ton of healing here early on.
CJ, known as one of the best NA Junos at the early stage of the meta. Big part of Nightmare going so far in that North American stage 4. Dash there in from Zeruhh, comes from that off angle, Ultraviolence quite low, he's actually going to pop the orbital ray straight away, but CJ reciprocates, he goes down as Tree finds it over the railgun, now it's getting messy. Kellen's holding onto his rampage here, there's a running from Admiral, and there it is, anti-heal on Infected. Kellen's able to finish him off with an axe swing, and Zeruhh looks a little stilly out in the open with this blade. So low, eventually gets brought down, and NRG link two big fights together.
Yeah, and that's a brutal one for Nightmare. I mean, you have an advantage in terms of rally. You kind of use it a little bit late, right? You have both orbital rays come down. You've already lost like a player or two. Then the rally comes down, and it's not enough to keep everybody like topped up or keep everybody alive. And then you also invest the blade. This gives Shock a little bit of advantage, right? Now you have a dupe here, so you can dupe whether it's like one of the supports or a Queen, right? Just kind of go for a double rampage. But it's Rack Attack's rally. That'll be huge here.
Okay, it's a lot to ask regularly to shut down that Queen ultimate. Rack Attack will be looking for it. Scissors has to do there. He was too low. In comes a Rampage. It catches. Rack Attack found the rally, but the anti-heal is a problem. Scissors dupes an extra brick for the healing output for NRG Shock, and it buys them time to get rid of both DPS from Nightmare. Admiral falls to Tree, and NRG Shock was so good with this setup. They were ready for him.
Just got one more fight. It might be a little bit of a junk fight, right? You're going to have some players switching over to heroes, just trying to get back to the point.
What a widow, okay. That's relevant. Admiral does get a touch. Will it be enough to score that overtime? It might have come a little bit too early. Here's the Wrecking Ball from Infected. Oh, that's a throwback and a half. Not a troll pick, folks. This is an Infected special. However, it's going to be a lot to ask you to salvage the round. Rack Attack goes in. Seeker's forced to recall there. The threat of the brick is too great. It's going to be Ultraviolet, though, rolled into Infected. Tries to isolate the Juno. Now drops into the middle of the map. Doesn't have adaptive shielding. It's on cooldown for 3 more seconds, and Kellen capitalizes. Seeker now will fall. Going to be hard to keep this overtime going. It's all down to Zeruhh, and NRG Shock on their composition of choice. Find the solution.
So you got really good value out of that rally from Rack Attack towards the end. You had a huge advantage in terms of the ultimates, right? It was Nightmare that kind of dumped everything in that previous fight. Rally, Orbital Ray, Blade. Then you just had your Rampage, and with the rally on the other side, you also had a dupe of the Brig, right? To be able to kind of help heal. Although Scissors was using it just to stay alive, but still ends up getting a Brig. It's not the worst thing in the world. So you're able to sustain on through that, and then you don't even really get a last fight.
I mean, having an extra whip shot for displacement of Jungle Queen, for example, is quite relevant in that situation. But 2 players are hit by the Rampage. Rack Attack is bleeding out, anti-healed, still goes to the rally. You tried to land a shield bash anyway, and it buys you enough time to get rid of the DPS of Nightmare. I feel Nightmare looked really good in the Malga comp, right? We saw them do that, but here they say, we don't want to, we don't have to. But they might consider going back to it on some other maps here as they do lose out in their form of the mirror.
Right, but I think, though, if you have Nightmare go to this comp that we're seeing here, right, with that Malga back in the mix, you're just going to have Shock play the same thing. And we saw it yesterday in Zeruhh, we've seen it now for a while, where they're bringing in the Sombra with the Junker Queen. And at least early here in this series, it seems like it's given Nightmare some trouble.
Absolutely, and despite Seeker and Zeruhh being on their best picks, they get to play Genji Sojourn here. In fact, he gets to play Knock Malga. Feel like it puts him in a pretty decent position for Tree. Tree is very good. You see him switch over to the Sojourn after seeing Seeker get so much value out of that pick. He looks excellent. The overclocks are really relevant. There's like a lot of railgun. They're not headshot kills, but on a Juno that takes a fair bit of just like splash damage from these fights, being able to finish her off as she just sort of floats in the air is a huge deal. Getting her off the table, putting a team down to brick kills only is massive.
Yeah, I mean, we've been talking about Tree and his kind of like arrival at the upper echelons of competitive Overwatch for a while now, right? So to see him come here to the World Finals, be able to put on a great performance so far, it's what the fans want to see. Is we take a look at some of the stats here from map number 1, and although it's NRG coming out on top, it looks like heavily favored Nightmare there.
I'm feeling like that might. I'm not even sure if that is accurate. If that is pretty ridiculous here, but. Either way, NRG looked very, very good, and they came into this tournament saying, we kind of got gifted a chance to compete at the World Finals, right? Yeah. They needed Nightmare to beat TSM, and they did. And after they said, put it behind us, we're now going to focus on this tournament. They lost it I mean, they lost to Fluffy Ant as they got knocked out of stage 4. So, like, not happy with that result here, but they've really come a long way. The boot camp in Sheffield, I want to say it was for these guys, has been pretty valuable, and they're looking exciting. My question is going to be, like, when these teams make it through these matches, whether it's NRG or Nightmare that make it through, they're still going to be forced into Amalgameras at some point later.
Do you think so, though? Like if NRG Shock continues to play Queen with Sombra, I don't know why they would be forced into Amalgamir.
We just saw what happened in the upper bracket, obviously with Falcons and Crazy Raccoon. I do think they're like a degree to which they're not going to do a Nightmare and be like, oh, we don't have to play Malga. Let's play something else, I think. I think the map choice here as well is going to be super relevant. Circuit Royal is picked here by Nightmare.
That's quite interesting. I mean, so we've seen them in the past, like have Seeker on like long-range hit scan here. So I wonder if that's what they're kind of going for. Maybe, you know, create some space. Maybe try and force like Tree to play something like a Sojourn, right? Instead of like, okay, fine, we don't want to deal with the Sombra, like force him to play something like that. And you feel like, okay, maybe that puts them on a little bit more even footing, right? Because Seeker's tremendous on those long-range hit scans.
The first forms of the Juno comp that we actually saw happen, I think because Asia was allowed to use her a little earlier, we're on this map and it was in like a Brig shell, right? It was like Juno Brig, there was like Genji in the mix there as well. It was on Circuit Royal specifically. So I don't think we're going to see that, but it is the kind of map where you kind of can't always play that same level of brawl because of that inherent high ground advantage often to defenders and these really wide open sight lines. You should expect to see some attempts at spawn camp early if these guys are going to be playing these brawl style comps. So I'm curious to see what we come out with. Wrecking Ball not an option on this map. No. Really, it's one of the worst maps for football, so.
Yeah, no, this is like, yeah, I don't know if you could have a worse. I mean, there probably is, but one of the worst Wrecking Ball maps there probably is in the pool. So, at least right now, looks like it'll be the Shock on defense to kick things off. So, they'll actually have Tree not play the Sombra here. They're going to play the Sojourn. Just a little bit of a safer pick probably here at the start.
Nightmare hovering this Malga comp, and one of the reasons we do see that sometimes is because there's the expectation of Pharah, because, you know, you don't always have the DPS that can answer her. I do think Echo is probably enough, but at longer ranges, there's a lot of expanse to cross here as Echo, which can leave you vulnerable if your opponent is playing hit scan. Tree is going to start on the Sojourn here, so it will be the Queen, Sojourn, Echo look for NRG Shock.
Yeah, and I wonder if Nightmare decides to make any changes, like once they kind of see what Shock is running, whether it's kind of, you know, ditch that hog yet again and go with the Queen is still trying to make some.
Whoa, what is this? The Reinhardt comp with May and Bastion. That's what Admiral was telegraphing with the Baptiste hover. We're gonna talk about it, man.
Yeah, so we're gonna see how they're gonna play around this, right? You're using that Rhine shield, obviously move up. Look at this though, Kellen right out the back. It's gonna be Immortality Field. That's really nice. So the Immortality Field comes down, Tree deals with it, allows Kellen to pick up that kill.
Kellen very much the cat amongst the pigeons here, but Zeruhh is able to neutralize him. CJ though does fall. This is all delaying Nightmare to some degree though. Infected wants to push up and swing. No pin for him though, as his defense from NRG might be able to solidify. Sneak is left out in the open now. And I don't like the Bastion matchup against the Sojourn without the Riot Shield. It's very tough.
No, I mean, he just lacks all mobility, right? So I do not like that matchup here. Is Tree building up a railgun shot. If he can find ahead, it's going to be everybody kind of hiding here for Nightmare as see how they go around this corner, trying to get this Bastion in position, right? Maywall players off, Rhine kind of charging in, getting the Bastion here. Putting down some big damage, but if you can kite this, right, then the Bastion becomes weak. You know there's a period of time where he's not going to be able to put out that big damage.
That Riot Shield's getting quite low, that's why Infected is giving some ground here. Nightmare needs some time to regroup and make a fast push around this corner with the Hyper Ring.
And we'll see if the Shock can kind of play around that, right? After Bastion goes into the wheels mode, there's like, you know, a 10-second window where it's not going to see a lot of damage.
Blizzard thrown out there. You've got to respect the damage from Tree, though. He finds an overclock and Seeker needs to skirt around the edge of the Blizzard that doesn't appear to catch anyone, really. Admiral's going to fall here as CJ did have an orbital ray, but Nightmare are just not benefiting from it. And Scissors duped Sebastian. That's wrong. Oh, he got an ultimate as well. Okay, dude. Oh, man. That's rough. Stone cold, by the way.
You forget how fun Echo is when you just see the dupes on the Maga over and over again. You get the dupe of the Bastion there. Sick stuff there from Scissors as NRG Shock is not bothered by this whatsoever on the defensive side.
Now again, there's not a lot you can stop Shadow with on this team, but NRG Shock are playing so dispersed. Look at them here, look how spread they are. You can also slide away from a potential shadow. Kellen's probably going to get hit by it, but you're priced into that if you're playing Queen here. Here they come. Here's the shadow that gets thrown in. Kellen does get hit by it, and bam! He's exploded. CJ's able to find the torpedo connection here as Finka backs up. They're trying to look over towards the brick, pushing into them with the orbital ray. NRG Shock still want this fight, and they win it without their tank.
Well, I mean, who needs a tank when you have Brig with a rally inside of orbital ray? Not really needed there for a tank. So now a minute to go. You have changes here for Nightmare. They're completely done with this. You're going to have Seeker go over and play Sojourn. You're probably still sitting with the Mei. The Mei obviously is split off the Queen, still pretty good. You're also getting very close to Blister. You probably don't have an opportunity to build something else. But then we have the Kirito coming in. So this is going to be just for the cleanse because they know the Rampage is coming on the other side.
Yeah. Well pointed out, Matt. That's been read into by Nightmare here. Can they cleanse off that anti-heal when push comes to shove? Kellen gets forward, Seeker's very, very low. He's going to back away behind and disrupt the shot. Infected wants to get ahead, gets a knife onto the Brig, but Rack Attack doesn't seem too bothered. Another dupe here for Scissors around the corner. No Bastion option this time, but maybe Queen. Yeah, it's going to be a Duke Junker Queen now as the orbital ray comes down from CJ. Tree still keeping a respectful distance away from the fight, and CJ just floats into his line of sight. Seeker ends up getting caught out in the end by that Rampage. Nightmare had to go forward. It's a Blizzard thrown back behind them, but they've lost Admiral here. This is getting a little bit dicey. And Infected goes down. There's no follow-up for that Blizzard, and there's 10 seconds left in the round.
Oh, this Nightmare comes out with a cheeky cup there at the start, right? That Bastion in the mix.
There's no
it
touch
does
here.
not work out. There is not even going to be a touch.
Oh,
Nightmare does not even get the first point here on circuit. Their own map selection. So NRG, they saw that comp not phased whatsoever. They dealt with it great.
Infected's like, oh, they are never going to let me hear the end of this when I get back to university. Oh, buddy. What is going on with Nightmare? They look so good in that upper bracket. Look what they do to our EMEA #1 team.
Well, you stay on that comp for so long, right? Because you're trying to get some value out of it, right? You're building up tons of ultimates.
So like the Ryan Bastion setup?
Yeah, they were able to force them back, like underneath that bridge, like pretty early, right? But they were just never able to break on through because once Bastion is, back up and standing, the damage threat's not really scary. But then also you're working down the Rhine shield at the same time. So then they have no Rhine shield and then they have no like Bastion damage. So you just charge them down, right? You feel totally fine.
You guys want some Rack Attack Lifeweaver? I heard you, person in the back. That's one.
It's Cust in the back.
Custard. Might just see a life grip on tree here out of spawn and then a switch back. But I'm open for a bit of magic.
I mean, we've seen Lifeweaver on defense here, but I mean,
we've seen it. We used to see it a lot actually with the Farah comps. Give the Farah a platform so she never has to touch the ground. From Ents a couple times. Yeah. Okay, not a lot.
A lot for Lifeweaver.
I'm editorializing. Oh my goodness!
Come on, man.
Oh, they're in trouble, Matt. They're in deep trouble.
Zeruhh just trying to get some damage there at the start.
Oh, you give him that?
Nice headshot there from Tree. I mean, they're not like we would have played probably the corner, right? But
look where the box of victory is.
I mean, yeah, you're one fight.
It just denies any potential hold on that first corner. So now Nightmare only have half the opportunities to stop this cart. Kellen, big sticky bomb hit there. He's going to back up. Nicely done. Infected deals an Ultraviolet who clearly hovered a little too close to the stun.
That's a huge pick. Just buys a little bit of time. Now allows them to retake this position, right? That they would not have been able to hold after Zeruhh dies early. So that's actually a pretty big pick. Pushes NRG Shock back, allows Nightmare to control some of this space again.
Still have to deal with Seeker's Sojourn at range. An inherent advantage for the defenders here. So Nightmare able to recover after things looks like they could get a bit out of hand. Remember, only, 4 minutes here for the attack, so wasn't a full completion of this first checkpoint, as you can see, but damn near. Disrupt the shot there for Poke. You see the torpedoes come through as Nightmare get battered up a little bit there.
Trying to get Kellen into position here to maybe even try and get a knife onto one of the supports or Infected. This was already going to do.
Infected just get caught out there. It might be the Echo coming forward that makes Nightmare afraid. Took back Infected up there. Dupe ends. CJ's at least able to get this orbital ray in and over the fight. But it's a full strength and RG shot coming in, and Admiral is going to go down with the ship, folks. Nothing to be done as NRG claim a comfortable second map.
And that's a brutal loss for Nightmare. You pick that map, you think you have a little bit of a comp at the start that can take advantage, maybe catch Chuck by disguise, and man, I mean, it could not go any better for the Shock dealing with that Bastion comp. I mean, they looked great. Nightmare, like, okay, we're gonna run this, we're gonna catch it by surprise. It did not catch it by surprise. They ran it for a while, and then all of a sudden, you're not even at the first point.
That was their gambit. I mean, that's probably a huge part of the reason why they choose Circuit Royal. But that's a Ryan comp that doesn't have a Symmetra, right? So it's pretty telegraphed. You obviously have the speed boost of the Juno that can get you forward, but ultimately, it is a comp that's trying to take space. It's trying to get Bastion within his optimal range, but Bastion doesn't love going against Sojourner and Echo, really. Like, those are two DPS that tend to outrange him pretty effectively.
And there's like a lot of like natural cover, right? You can just circle the corners there on Circuit. Like, you can just kind of run away, and there's no way that they're going to be able to catch you. And then
Disengage, wait for Wheels mode to expire.
Yeah, exactly.
And obviously so much poke damage available, like up against that Ryan shield. You can obviously farm that as the Sojourn and do a heck of a lot to it. We saw a May Blizzard there that happened midway through, like a pretty messy fight that doesn't really, it's not really of consequence in the end here. And also, Scissors dupes Bastion himself on that Echo and gets 4 kills in his disgusting clip.
It was the best Bastion we had the entire time, was the dupe.
The best we've seen all week, right?
Yeah, no, I mean, it was a sick play. And then here, that was like probably their one opportunity, right? They actually get Kellen early, but you have the rally with the Brig inside of Orbital Ray. It's a raid boss. I mean, there's no way.
They also see Admiral pop that Amp Matrix. So NRG down to 4 players without a tank say, stuff it, we're just going to push into this. We're going to get past this and basically deny that value. This shot from Tree, I mean, look, you do have to be aware that this is something that attacking teams can do, and it costs them nothing to play Widow for a couple seconds out of spawn to find a pick. That's a big misstep, an error from Zeruhh there in judgment.
It's a big pick, but did you see anything from Nightmare that's like, oh man, that kind of blew the game? I don't think so.
No,
I think NRG
they were able to
Shock.
stabilize,
they were able to stabilize, right? Right after that, I don't think there's like a, oh man, they would have beat the Shock out of that.
If we're on like Eichenwald or something, it feels a little bit worse, right?
Yeah, I would have felt way worse, right? But here on Circuit, you can get back right into that fight, which they did. They bounced back.
Yeah, big difference here. I mean, that's pretty dominant showing. Only 8 deaths over the entirety of Circuit Royal here for NRG. That is astonishing. It's like 1.5, lost fights, I guess. They really didn't look like they were feeling any pressure at all.
No, I mean, they felt like there was really like no threat, no pressure. You can kind of see it on the stage when you look behind us, like, Rag, he's all smiles whenever you go on with them. They are unfazed by this match. It seems like almost like two teams, like we obviously don't see scrims, so you don't kind of like see that type of stuff, but like two teams it feels like two teams that know they played each other, and one knows like, hey, we succeed against them a lot, right? And like Shock does not seem bothered by what Nightmare's throwing out.
And again, these two teams, they don't see themselves playing each other in the first 2 games, so they are going to scrim each other a lot in the lead up to the tournament. Like, you're not going to scrim your first round opponent and your likely second round opponent. However, these two teams probably know each other pretty well, so perhaps the new Junk City pick here is not such a shock to NRG. If you'll excuse the pun, as Nightmare look to try and get a foothold in this series. Otherwise, it's elimination for them.
This is a pretty good Queen map, though. Like we've seen teams that want to play the Queen against Malga pick this map to play the Queen, right? So I'm quite interested if the idea here for Nightmare is to match that. Is it to try and force Malga? I feel like this is a map that you can play that Queen with Sombra and be pretty effective.
I feel like we saw Falcons pick this against Twisted Minds yesterday, for example, to just try and deny Lapta playing Pharah. And obviously that's when they started to take the series and run away with it. However, both these teams are more, Echo inclined. Nightmare were just saying, you know what? We're gonna mirror this Queen. We're gonna find a way to win in this matchup.
Yeah, now you have the Sojourns in the mix, right? So since the Sojourn's been brought out early on, they've decided to match.
How good is Rack looking today, by the way? Some incredible rally shield bashes in that first map and looks so solid in the second. Match point here for NRG. We're out of the gates for our first flashpoint on New Junk City.
And I think for Nightmare to bounce back in this series, I think you're going to have to see Seeker start to heat up a little bit, right? Win that long-range battle against Tree. Something's got to go right here for Nightmare early on. I also feel like in terms of confidence, right? You start to lose these maps and you're losing them in a brutal fashion, right? To get ran over here in this first fight, defeat starts to set in.
Zeruhh here goes for a focusing beam. It's just non-consequential damage to start with. Very much just an exchange of pleasantries here. Tree has to slide out of the way there, maybe overextended for just a moment, but the fight's about to transition to the point here. Otherwise, NRG are going to get this for free. There's Speaker. Well, you invoked his name, Matt. You said he had to step up, but falling first to Scissors, whose echo today has been astonishing. Not great news for Nightmare fans, and Zeruhh falls soon after.
Yeah, this is going to be Shock taking point first. They're going to try and move up here a little bit. Yeah, get Tree in position. They were thought maybe you can catch one of the supports on the way out. It looked like Admiral and CJ stayed alive all throughout that, but play a little bit closer to the door here for Shock. Use that Queen to deny the space.
Already up to 28, of course. NRG just pick off both DPS of Nightmare to win that fight out. Nightmare need to find a way back in here. CJ pretty close to that orbital ray. Ultraviolet already has his glide out there already, brother. Speaker trying to get back to safety, but again, he suffers at the hands of Scissors. Oh, this is ugly.
Again, they actually see Seeker get hit by the knife, but the healing doesn't come in fast enough to keep him alive. So, Shock win another fight. That's Scissors duping the Queen yet again. You see Tree. I think he's trying to gain some type of information, right? They're kind of looking over on the stage at the screen to his right. So Scissors kind of playing in a position that they can actually use that screen to look and move in.
Overclock now here. Oh, Kellen gets rid of Seeker again. Something is just not connecting for the Hiscan DPS of Nightmare. Zeruhh at least is able to equalize. Oh, Rack's under some pressure. This is an orbital raid fight, but it's happening off the flashpoint. Nightmare never had a chance to touch.
No, the fight takes so far away from the point, and it's awesome to be here on land, right? Because you can kind of see that where Tree is looking over at Scissors. Scissors is kind of like on an off angle, and then Tree can relate that information over to Kellen, right? And then they come on like a wrap. They know exactly where these players are going to be, and they just kind of catch Nightmare in a position where they're not able to fight for it. But Nightmare here in a better spot. They get to the point first. You have 4 ultimates, right? You need to win this first fight if you're Nightmare. I mean, if you can't win this, it's curtain.
I mean, losing that last one with Orbital Ray committed off the point for Nightmare. It's a pretty grim situation. Zeruhh also waiting in the wings here. Likely? Yeah, it's got to be a Queen dupe, really, if I look over the composition. See what it would be. Poke's going to force NRG Shock back, and there it is. Seeker, okay, gets into the game. Important first pick on Scissors.
Extra support needed.
That's huge. Looks like Shock just going to back out, not fight without that echo. Maybe allow Tree to just kind of like build up some charge on the railgun. Oh, actually, he gets hit with a knife and just dragged back in. So
this is the problem with the Queen comp trying to get through a choke. You are getting spammed down by a lot of these stickies. It's easy to hit a knife. Doesn't matter who you honestly hit with it, as long as you catch them out for long enough for maybe like a focusing being follow-up.
Yeah, then also when you connect with the knife, right, you can kind of calm that. Get everybody. That's going to be a 3-player rampage there as Kellen takes out CJ early.
Yeah, Speaker was hit by that as well, but he's able to recover. He has that overclock and wasn't able to use much of it as Zeruhh dupes the Queen. Gets into the thick of things. Infected's the one that goes down there, and Kellen's just holding on. Rack did pop the rally and is able to find a back kill on Admiral here. The Nightmare still have control. Zeruhh wants his health pack now, and he'll get it, but he's under a lot of pressure. And he's going to have to step off here. Man, likely will be brought down.
Dude, Rack and UV have had a great series so far. That time, it's another rally there from Rack Attack, which is huge. Keeps a lot of players topped up. Gives enough time for him, Tree, and Ultraviolet to secure the point. Also, while holding on to that orbital ray. So, a huge fight win for the Shock. You lose that one, Nightmare is close to tying it up.
Never forget Ultraviolet's Overwatch League debut, a 5-player Bionade on Eichenwald. He really exploded onto the scene on that Atlanta Reign roster. Now has the experience to carry him through an important elimination match like this one. Zeruhh down early. Tree's able to find that disrupt the shot coverage. And here's Infected lining one up. It's going to be Kellen, and Scissors affected by it, but Scissors is duped, so he'll pop out of that in a moment. Admiral goes down though. NRG Shock shrug off that rampage, and they keep control.
Yeah, and they're actually just going to keep Infected up here as he takes out Tree.
There's Stagger. Infected doesn't like this.
This will be, I mean, with that stagger, right? Can you even come back and fight this if you're Nightmare? I don't think. I think you're going to have to give this up.
Unlikely.
Yeah, you're going to be far away. Yeah, you're going to be on match flashpoint here for NRG Shock, just like that. It starts off good for Nightmare on that point. Then they're not able to get anything going once Shock takes control. Nightmare is in a world of trouble.
What can they work with here? At least have an orbital ray to answer this next fight with. However, the overclock burst damage sometimes can just ignore it. It's 85 health points per second for that Juno ultimate now, down from 100. Still pretty darn good at keeping you nice and healthy. Oh, there it is though, this is what I'm saying. And what a rampage there from Kellen. The catch is beautiful. Infected and CJ just bleed out. I mean, Shock can't do any wrong.
Yeah, Nightmare tries to go aggressive with the Orbital Ray, but then Kellen just uses the Rampage right through. You got an Orbital Ray for UV, and then Tree with the Overclock. You just burn them down. I mean, there's no way you can run into that. And you're just in a really difficult situation, especially, you know, Kellen's Rampage doesn't even need to be awesome, right? Connects to 2-3 players, and you're good to go.
I mean, that is very good against an Echo Sojourn composition, right? And with a Juno as well. Everyone really has personal mobility to get out.
Also, with the way this point is, you're going to take a lot of damage. Let's just kind of moving on to the point, right? So you're not going to get as many shots.
Duke Queen here. Zeruhh's able to hit the knife as well, causing so many problems for Kellen. And this is house money that he's playing with. Rampage is good too. Rampage doesn't even bother going for the rally.
Yes, that's actually both Rampages used, right? Infected and Zeruhh's there.
Reminds me of duping the Ana for the air bio nade, right?
yeah, for the air bio and then die.
UV, cheeky.
Yeah, he's gonna get.
Yeah, he's mad at himself about that one.
Yeah, thought he had an opportunity. He actually would have been like right there where Tree and Susan are, right, getting into that position. But that was huge because Shock also had a huge rally advantage. At that point, Rack had it. Admiral was out like 60% or so. So using both those Rampages and then not having the rally on the other side allows him to get to even footing.
Overclock here for Seeker. We saw how big it was for Tree just to cut through that orbital ray healing. Scissors though is on the hunt. Who will it be? Another Queen most likely. No, he has to use it for survivability, but he gets the Queen anyway. Here's that Overclock though for Seeker, but he's trying to play at very, very long range. Scissors stunned up briefly by Admiral's shield bash, and that puts him out of commission. Comes out of Dupe and Zeruhh claps him.
Yeah, and it's Scissors. He has to use the Duke just to live there, right? He actually lands some stickies on the Seeker and thinks he can maybe follow it up. And he just takes a boatload of damage when he goes up in the sky. Just has to do whatever he sees in front. So that'll be Nightmare taking a flashpoint. Finally, as they get into this series.
Look, that's good honest Overwatch from Nightmare. They get it done the old-fashioned way. It's a great old economy. And the double Rampage definitely didn't hurt. Looks like we're headed over to Bomb Flats for our next battleground. A fourth flashpoint here in the map. It's an Overclock this time for Tree.
This first fight may end up deciding it, right? Both orbital rays in action.
Okay, Tree pops that Overclock. CJ's got to respect it, but still gets the orbital ray off now. Tree just pot-shotting here into the mix of all of these Nightmare players. And one by one they come down. Seeker at least is able to find a decent pick-off on Ultraviolet, but Tree does not care. He's the one yelling timber.
Yeah, orbital ray used for both teams here, and it's Tree with that Overclock being able to put down so much burst damage. But that's huge, right? With how fast the flashpoints tick up. You know, the next time you're going to see that all day, it might be like at the end of the game, right? So being able to use it here, win that first fight, you're going to gain what? 30 or so plus percentage, just off of that massive win there for the Shock.
2 fights, pretty much enough to get a flashpoint here. Kellen, okay, going straight away into this Rampage. Zeruhh's going to do to avoid the anti-heal, but CJ and Infected don't have the option. Still, they're able to survive through it until Kellen gets Seeker down. Energy Shock could get another advantage in this fight off the back of a big Rampage. Nightmare have to regroup.
And Nightmare's either got to get out or die, right? There's players just kind of staggering out all over the place, and doing a nice job there for Shock chasing him down.
Zeruhh had to dupe there just to survive.
Yeah.
To get rid of that anti-heal and bleed from Kellen's Rampage. That's a waste. Not a waste, but it's a loss of ult.
I really like how the Shock has used that Rampage, right? It's not been just kind of like waiting for the fight to develop. It's like, okay, we have an idea they're coming from this angle. Like Kellen just kind of go through the door, catch them off guard.
Now the Rampage, this time from Infected. Ultraviolet, he's dead. 100% dead. Kellen caught by a knife. He's able to shrug off that anti-heal, but it's a 4-player contingent of NRG Shock that are going to have to concede control of the point for the time being.
Yeah, if you're Shock, jump on, get it to 99, die, you come back. You just need one fight, right? And Nightmare needs to be perfect from here on out to keep themselves alive in this tournament.
I've got a bit to work with. These Overclocks have been surprisingly relevant at the start of these fights.
Scissors dupes have been really good, so look to see where they kind of go with this position of the Echo, right? It can cause a lot of chaos.
I think it's another Queen, surely. Would be 2 Rampages in this fight, but one might be enough to get it done. Here comes Kellen on the approach. Knife connection there. Rally being held by Admiral. He might need to shut down a Duke's Rampage potentially with that stun. Here it is, Shield Bash goes straight on in there. It's going to be Kellen and Rack Attack both stunned up by Admiral there, but it's a trade of kills. Zeruhh goes down, but Seeker with the Overclock is going to keep the dream alive for Nightmare. A win here in this fight, if they can drag it out, means a flashpoint take. And Seeker's looking awful confident. But Infected is down. There might be still more to do now. Oh my goodness, it's Seeker disintegrating. Who's going to benefit from this orbital ray right now? It's unclear. Tree's got to be knocked back here, but Shock still have to fight for this. 3%.
And Shock are pretty healthy here, right? You have Kellen, Tree, and Scissors. Scissors was able to stay alive using the dupe beds to get it to 99.
Zeruh's going to be forced back now, but just kept it alive for a time. It does flip. NRG are in control, and here comes a wrecking ball from Infected. Looks to drop in, but Sting J's already gone down, and Admiral's not far behind him. Rampage weren't even required for Kellen, is at the ready. Seeker the only one kill found here for Nightmare as Kellen looks to clean things up. NRG Shock! Keep the fire burning in his lower brackets. And this is not the NA team we expected to come out of this matchup. Not looking so clean, at least.
Yeah, you expected this to be a really back and forth matchup, but Shock come in today and just display their dominance here over Nightmare. I mean, if there was any question about who the better of these two teams was, it was certainly answered now.
NRG Shock always fighting to beat the perennial underdog allegations. What a match to do it in. Feels obviously bittersweet having to knock out another North American squad.
Does it?
But from the outset,
Probably feels good. It probably feels good.
And they're friends. You know what I mean?
Look,
like I said, like Infected literally plays with most of these guys in collegiate. He lives with them.
Yeah, I mean, look, you can be friends, but once you kind of get in the server, there's a little bit of the hug there that's like, hey, you got you.
Wouldn't it be nice? I'd hate to have you on the other side. Yeah. Huh? I think that friendship would dissipate awful quick, man.
Oh yeah. The friendship would just go away instantly. I mean, that's how you have to play on the stage, though, right? I mean, your friends outside of it on the stage. You want to make some money. You want to win some games. I mean,
and have a look at that 3-0 here for NRG Shock. Incredible showing, really. And we got another break from this Mauga setup. I'm really curious to hear about like the decision making and compositions here from NRG. And hey, we've got Tree standing by with an interview here on the stage.
Thank you so much, guys. What an incredible game. Tree, you know, you've been called a prodigy. You've been called the last hope of NA. Those are some ridiculous shoes to fill. Do you feel like pressure from that kind of adoration from the fans, or are you used to it at this point?
I mean, I think the gameplay speaks for itself. You know, at this point, there's nothing to worry about.
All right, well, he's filling the shoes pretty well. I gotta ask for you personally, for this team, it's been kind of a wild ride of a season, right? There's been up and down results. You've been through a lot from team to team, but here you are now having the tournament best results so far. How do you look forward to the future? What are your aspirations in this tournament? How far can you see yourselves going?
I mean, I think getting Kellen off ping, and honestly Scissors off ping too, because he's West Coast, is like a big deal for us. That and like with our comp that we kind of found out, it just all sort of clicked at the same time, and like we've been riding the wave since, and like it's gonna keep going and keep going. Every win we play better, and every win we get used to the stage, I think we can only win from here.
You guys are starting to look like a real scary team to go up against. Now, looking ahead to your future opponent, could be Toronto Defiant, could be Twisted Minds. What do you think about those teams? Are you worried about any matchup? Who do you expect to see in that next round?
I hope Toronto wins. I think they definitely will versus Twisted Minds. NA's on top in my opinion right now. But I want that NA rematch. I want that Grand Finals rematch. I want to see Toronto again.
All right, well, you heard it from the prodigy himself. Congrats, Tree. Well done. Looking forward to see what you guys can do in the rest of the tournament. We're going to send it over to the desk.
Thank you so much, Jake.
Thanks, Jake.
Yeah, thanks, Jake.
I didn't know he was
Jake
doing that.
comes, and now he's on your stage. Jake is everywhere.
He's everywhere. Get him out.
What a guy. Get him out. I'm like complimentary about it. I was like, oh, what a guy. And he's like, get him out. Get him out. Well, we got Danny in, though. So
yes.
That's a victory for everyone here on the desk. Danny, let's break it all down and talk about how NRG Shock got this one done.
You know, I'm pretty sure I wanted to say this when you were asking, like, which of the matches is your favorite. I wanted to pick out the NRG one.
Obviously.
Because I mean, let's be honest. We haven't seen, not a lot of teams are running that Queen comp. And right now, NRG Shock is killing it with the Queen comp right now. Kellen is looking fantastic. Another great win for the team.
Everyone is just thrilled with NRG. It's easily becoming everyone's favorite team at the tournament. And we're actually getting a lot of cheers from the audience too whenever NRG plays. And look, they're looking real good.
Yeah.
They're looking real good on this composition. And especially, I want to highlight the backline. Of course, Matt and Mitch, they already did highlight the backline throughout the game. You know, Rack Attack, he had a couple of great moments like this one, you know, stunning Infected out of the Rampage. But in general, I think they do really well in the neutral game. They do great with their positioning and their rotations. And when everything clicks for the backline of NRG, the rest kind of like falls into place, because I think it's fair to say that the past year, the backline has been the most criticized out of NRG. Specifically, I think Rack Attack has been under a lot of pressure to live up to the likes of Ultraviolet, Tree, and even Kellen at times, right? But now we're seeing Rack Attack really come into this brig role, having a lot of big, impactful moments, and it makes it so much easier for the rest of the team. So I was really impressed by how they're kiting Nightmare in these situations. They're sometimes allowing Nightmare to take positioning on the map, and then they'll say, okay, you guys have positioning, now we're going to rotate, we're going to flip the map and put Kellan in a pretty safe position where he can play with the adrenaline rush, get healing from his bleeding abilities, of course, and then everything falls to play. Tree is popping up in the Sojourn role as well. So this is a team of NRG that has really found their composition. They found their playstyle, and they are excelling.
And we're looking at it right now. MVP, Rack Attack. Do it for Rack Attack.
How often do we get a brig MVP?
Are we doing it for Rack Attack?
So here's the thing. All year long, we asked the teams to do it for Rack Attack, but the real success is when Rack Attack does it for himself.
There you go.
That's how he gets himself that MVP honor for this match.
Yeah, I mean, an unbelievable performance from Rack Attack, and especially here on the brig as well. This is a guy who is so committed to the game. We saw in the Overwatch League last year, just like so frustrating for him to not be able to get any of those wins, right? And then again, it's been like a grueling year for this roster who started out as students of the game, later got picked by NRG Shock, and a lot of pressure to fill in for the reputation of the Shock, right? Finally flourishing here in Stockholm, and what a performance here at this event out of all of them.
Yeah,
I'm gonna say it. I think NRG Shock is my favorite team.
There we go. There you have it. This is how quickly he abandons SSG. Just yesterday.
Who? SS who?
Are you facing Cloud?
SS Shock? Wait, I don't know. I only know Energy Shock. I don't know. SSG is dead, Jim. You know, that's how it goes. You win some, you lose some. You lost Danny as a super fan, but Energy Shock is not just winning matches, but also Danny's favor. Let's take a look at that bracket to see where we're currently at as we're fighting our way through those lower bracket matches. It's brutal. This is day 2, and we're saying goodbye to 3 teams today. So yeah, obviously a heartbreaker, but still, you have to give credit where credit is due. Nightmare did a phenomenal job. Heading into this event, I don't think people had them on their radar. They were an underdog team, and I think they most likely have succeeded expectations from most of the fans.
Yeah, I mean, a dark horse in the tournament overall, but they did look really good on that Mauga composition.
Right.
Up until they ran up into NRG, of course.
Listen.
Yeah, also, and then just taking energy to their game. I mean, they had to use the Jungle Queen comp as well, and you know they tried their best. Of course, they did fail, but at the same time, you know, huge ups for them. They tried their best, made their best efforts to get the win.
Yeah, I mean, you gotta be kicking yourself a little bit because NRG is a team you probably feel like you can beat as well. You had a pretty frustrating Circuit Real looking up with the Reinhardt and the Bastion, and it just didn't work. The execution just wasn't there, right? So
map picks, were they perhaps a little risky? Obviously, loser map pick here, so some come in with some pretty specific game plans. Do you feel like maybe there were a few too many risks taken by now?
I mean, look, the Circuit Real pick, the Circuit Real picks looked bad in hindsight because you got first point held, right? You know, I think they struggled a little bit with the execution with the Reinhardt and Bastion. Maybe activated Wheels mode a bit too early, and it was too easy for NRG to kite. But, you know, there's opposite side of the coin. If they look good on the Reinhardt, then, yeah, of course, you know, you would have been pretty happy with the Circuit Real pick. I think for New Junk City, it's a Jungle Queen kind of mirror. It works for both Jungle Queen teams. It's a map they've historically liked. You know, we saw against Toronto Defiant in Stage 4, of course. So I don't mind the map picks too much. They took a risk on Circuit Real. Sometimes it goes your way, sometimes it doesn't.
Put that on a t-shirt. Ain't that the truth? Now, that concludes our first lower bracket match, and we'll be diving into a second one very soon. But first, after just a quick break, we have a special treat for you because Jaws gets to play Overwatch, not with us.
Oh, no.
We're just like side characters. We're bringing in the main characters. That's right. The voice actresses of no other than Sombra, Symmetra, and Brigitte will be joining us here on the desk for a game of Overwatch with Jaws. You don't want to miss that. So stick around, and we see you on the other side.
They use.
Come in.
Come in. Can you hear me? Can me?
You're back.
현재 올리겐지.
Nice.
Hello everybody, my name is Jaws. I'm here with SSG. Again, I feel like I interview you guys all the time. Kind of like, I don't know if they set that up, but Backbone, KSA, and Mr. Funny Astro. Yeah, we're here at the World Finals.
I'm excited to get this stuff going, honestly. We're actually in an EU LAN, which has been a long time coming. I think one of the last times it happened was 2019
in France.
World Cup Paris qualifiers for the World Cup. So it's been a long time. Obviously a bit more of a home ground for you guys, kind of. Does that advantage maybe EU? Not having stuff in LA?
Yeah, sure. Yeah.
I mean, we have no jet lag. They will get jet lag.
Right.
Yeah.
We have the home crowd. I think there's going to be a massive stage. All our fans there.
I did have a small game for you. It's we're gonna rate. Oh, no, we're not. We're gonna play Overwatch Pictionary. Okay. So we're gonna have one person drawing. Who is the best? Actually, who is the best artist?
Not me. Not me. For
okay.
sure. I am the worst.
Okay, well, I guess it's me. It looks like it's gonna be you.
But you don't feel bad enough about your drawing to.
I mean, it's terrible. I just wasn't just straight in there.
Okay, so we're gonna have a game of Overwatch Pictionary. I'm gonna give you a name, and then you're gonna draw, and you two are gonna try and guess. This is Overwatch Pictionary with Team Space Station. You're the best drawer, apparently, out of these?
Apparently.
Apparently. I mean,
according to them.
Yeah, they just put their hands up and said, I don't want to draw, and Astro just got owned. So we've got 5 characters, and your first one that they have to guess.
Say it out loud.
What are you saying?
Okay.
Okay, so I go, I guess? I mean...
Ball.
Yeah.
Yeah, oh, okay, yeah.
I was thinking, and I was like, it's just a ball. Wait.
Oh yeah, that's true. You'd hope at least. Okay, second one.
Ooh.
Okay.
I could do
a little bit more
I could do some not safe for interview.
Whatever will get it quickest.
Keep it safe.
Whatever will get it quickest, don't care.
Okay.
A different approach. I
Right.
like this.
Torb.
Yeah.
Oh! Not even drawing the character, drawing the weapon. I like.
Hog.
I like this.
Brig.
Oh.
Winston.
Yeah.
Oh, Winston. That's good. The
little bubble one as well.
I mean, the bubble would have got. I'd have got it after the bubble.
Yep.
Hog. Relax, okay. Widow.
Go on, you got more in you.
Genji.
Oh, that's good.
Same time.
Okay.
Man with sword.
Man with sword. Stickman approach. I like this. I like this.
Soldier.
What? Wait, what did you say?
Soldier.
Oh, no.
Soldier. Cass. May.
This is a good drawing. No joke. Okay, I don't know what that is.
Ash. Is it? I mean, it looks like if that's not a hit scan, I don't know what it is.
Name them all.
Ash, Soldier, Cass, Widow.
One more.
Who am I forgetting? Soldier.
Yeah.
Oh,
Her gun's like under, you know?
Okay, there you go.
I
That
believe
was
in that.
Overwatch Pictionary with Space Station. I think we've cut it here, I think. Cool.
I was just there, and now I'm here with some very amazing guests.
Hi! Hello!
Carolina, of course, voice of Sombra. We've got Matilda, voice of Brig, and Anjali, the voice of Symmetra. I don't know if anybody's familiar at home with a game called Overwatch that we play sometimes.
Yeah, I don't. But a little bit. It's very underground. So
Very
yeah.
It's very indie game.
Very
Yeah.
hip, very cool. I like to think anyway.
Yeah.
I think the desk normally.
I mean, I liked it before it was cool. So
True.
that's true. Just saying.
They've been playing it a lot longer than the desk have, and I think you guys are going to do way better than them.
Oh no! Look, one of my life mottos is success through lowered expectations.
Okay.
So let's keep those expectations low, kids.
Everything can be hacked, even trivia.
Oh, look what
Exactly.
she did.
I
Let's
know.
just
You did
hope we
that.
were meant for
Because-
greatness.
Yeah.
You just did that.
I did just do
Yeah.
that.
Because I will say, Johnny, and especially Jake, are up.
Oh, good. Okay.
They're up.
Gives us
Really?
hope. Gives us hope. Okay.
Oh my God.
Okay, I'm going to ask you each 3 questions about your character.
Oh
So no need to panic.
no!
I'm
I
so
definitely
ready.
didn't give the answers backstage, and actually I didn't this time. I normally sneak Danny a few and Zoe a few, but
We decided not to look at them because we wanted this to be
I
fair.
asked them not to look at the questions.
She did. True
Because
story.
I need to win this because otherwise my friends will bully me so hard.
okay, we can't have that.
No.
No.
That would
And
be
don't
rubbish.
worry, I'm pretty sure you got a strong chance of doing
I hope so.
Okay, the audience, the guests over here, you guys can play along as well, and you in the chat too. You can play along. Caroline, let's start with you.
Let's do it.
Are you ready? Yeah.
Sort of.
You two are lucky. You get to see what's
I was
going on.
born ready, baby.
Okay, first question. What ability allows Sombra to teleport to a set location?
My translocator.
Ah, perfect. That's one. Number two, a little more difficult. Promise it's not that bad. What organization is Sombra affiliated with?
Talon.
Oh, okay. Maybe they were too easy.
No. I've done my research and
Okay.
I know my character. Okay.
She read the wiki. Okay, that's fine. Last one. And I think the audience is going to love this one too. What voice line does Sombra say when she activates her ult?
Apagando las luces. Wow, my voice cracked. We're going to do that again.
Go right ahead.
And I have several, like, volvamos a la medianoche. But, apagando las luces.
There
Perfect.
we go. Yeah, 3 out of 3, baby. That's my
3 out of 3. Worried?
Yes. Yes.
Oh, okay.
Very much so.
You'll be fine. I promise.
EXO, this is for you.
Okay. Matilda. Question number 1. Which Overwatch hero is Brig, the daughter of?
Torbjörn.
That's how you say that.
That's how you say that, just so you know.
Or like
Torbjörn.
Torbjörn.
I've been saying
Torbjorn.
it wrong this whole time.
Yeah.
No.
And I play a lot of
all
Tor.
have. We all have. Yeah, I think it's hard.
Count how many hammer kills on my profile. There's a lot. I promise you that. Okay, second question. What is the name of Brigitte's ultimate ability?
Inspire?
That's close.
No!
I'll give you another guess.
No, I don't have another guess.
Inspire's the proc that you get.
Yeah, because that's the passive thing.
Exactly.
Yeah.
It was
It is-
Rally.
Rally! Oh my God, I am
Rally to me.
Oh my God, this is the worst day of my life.
No,
No,
it's
no, no,
not.
no, no.
I'm gonna leave. I'm gonna leave. No.
We're gonna wipe that tape and we'll.
Yes, please
we'll
do that.
Can we just dub over that?
Yeah.
We are voice actors. Someone can dub the right answer over it for us, right?
Brigitte's ultimate is of course called Rally.
There you go.
Because Rally to me, you know.
Clearly.
Yeah.
First time.
We knew that.
Incredible.
That's
Okay.
embarrassing.
Third question. You don't look too nervous.
So nervous.
What voice line does Brigitte say when she activates her ultimate ability?
Rally to me.
Perfect.
What about in Swedish?
In Swedish? For the home crowd?
Alla till mig.
Yay!
I knew that one. Thank God.
Easy peasy. 3 for 3. Perfect.
No.
Okay, 2
Don't-
for 3.
2 for 3.
2 for 3.
No.
So currently,
I like Inspire. Can we get a? Maybe we can do a little edit.
it is a very inspirational.
It is very inspirational. I'm here for it.
Now, okay, you.
No.
Okay.
Okay, well, here's the thing, though. Sim has had a lot of evolution in her life.
That is true.
Very true.
And I have been around for all of it, like many of the OG players have. God bless them all. So if I get a little confused, let's just chalk it up to the fact that there have been a lot of incarnations.
The nerfs and the buffs.
Exactly.
And the, you know.
Changes, ultimate. I mean, we were just talking
The
about the
ultimate,
old.
she's had 3 different ultimates.
Exactly. So we'll go easy.
We'll just be gentle on Auntie over here, okay? Because Symmetra was inspired, at least her voice was definitely inspired by a lot of my judgmental Indian aunties. So I feel like you have to be gentle on your own auntie, okay?
Well, I promise you these are gentle.
All right.
Question number 1. What is the name of Sim's primary weapon? Wait, that was difficult. Who wrote these?
I mean, now she has the photon thing, right? The photon gun. Yes.
Photon.
Projector.
There
All
it
right,
is.
thank you. I was like, all right, thank you. Thank you, children. Thank you so much. Thank you. Thank you. Auntie's turning into granny real soon. Okay.
Easy question.
All
Right. Number 2. What is the max number of turrets Symmetra can place at once?
I have a bone to pick about that one.
Okay.
I
First
believe
repeat.
it's now only 3.
Correct.
But once upon a time, there were 6 little babies, and I got to set up a car wash, and I loved them so much.
Setting up the car wash.
Oh. That's gonna be. Sorry.
It's okay.
Don't let us.
Devs are roaming around somewhere. Maybe we can
Maybe we can have
Nudge.
look, maybe now in the next incarnation, we've gone from 6 to 3. Let's go the other direction. Let's go up to 9.
Yeah.
It'll be
Let's
fine.
do it.
Right, the last question. If you haven't seen a theme here.
Please get this wrong for my integrity.
What voice line does Symmetra say when she activates her ult?
Yahi param vastavikta hai. And also reality bends to my will, I believe, is when she says it in English.
Almost a bonus point there. Well done. Right. Unfortunately, Matilda, you did only
honestly
get 2.
so embarrassing.
We love you.
But
You won in the creativity department because you came up with a brand new ultimate.
You did.
True.
Well,
But we do have a tie.
Inspire.
All right. Oh, shoot.
We do have a tie.
No.
2 of you got 3 points.
Love you.
Now this one is, it's getting better. I like it. It's probably better than mine, to be honest. We do have a tie. This one is a little bit difficult.
All right.
But I want to know how many heroes are currently in the game.
942. I win. No, sorry.
37.
30. Brr. I'm not going to be able to count in my head right now, am I not? I'm just going to guess 38 so we have a different answer.
Ooh. A
36.
strategically placed guess.
It's like the price is right. I have to do it a little bit like the Showcase Showdown.
The correct answer, obviously excluding Hazard, who's not out yet, is 41.
We
no!
are.
We are so behind.
We lost
41? Wait, we have 3 more people we have to meet.
How is that even?
We have to find them. Where are you?
Where are you?
If we haven't found you, DM us, call us, send
Yes.
a carrier pigeon. We want to find you.
I gotta boop them all.
Yes. Gotta boop them all.
Well, that does mean our wonderful Symmetra Anjali, you have won
All right.
the special guest
Give it up.
of Overwatch.
What does she win?
We'll discuss that later.
That's
Maybe 3 extra sim turrets. I don't know. I can't make, I'm not a dev. I can't make any promises. Thank you so much for joining us, and thank you so much for being here as well. A lot of fans coming up to you guys and saying hello, and if they're wandering around, I'm sure you can nudge them, maybe get a photo, and we really appreciate how much hard work and just amazing content you've brought to so many people around the world. And yeah, we really appreciate and love you all.
Well,
Thank you.
love this community more than we can possibly tell you guys. This game is incredible, but what you have done with it and the way you have taken it and run with it all over the world is inspiring to all of us. So you were meant for greatness.
You were. Absolutely.
Give them a round of applause.
Thank
Come
you,
on.
guys.
Well, thank you very much. We're going to go jump to a quick break. I'm going to have to run downstairs. I need to go on the stage because the next game is coming up in just a moment. Do not go anywhere.
All right, you guys, I'm here with Zeruhh from Nightmare. You guys just got eliminated from the tournament. It's a bitter pill to swallow, I'm sure. You know, you've been a player who I think has really reminded me of my passion for the game, the excitement, the dedication you bring. I think it's something that we can all look to as far as the passion. You know, what has this year meant to you? You guys having a huge breakout year, something to be really proud of, I think, despite, of course, how you feel in this moment. Looking back over this year, what do you think about? What do you want to say?
I mean, I had a really tough start to the year. I think I finished like 8th place in OWCS Stage 1. So to be able to, I guess, kind of turn my year around, find a group of players I can stick with and compete with, has been, it means a lot to me. So yeah, it's a sad way to finish, a sad way to end the tournament, losing to a team that we consider our like rivals in NA. But yeah, I'm really grateful for the opportunity to be here, and I think we'll come back stronger.
Tell me more about this team, you know, this group of friends that you guys have brought together to come so far, to have such a breakout season. I think bringing a ton of unknowns onto the scene and really impressing a lot of the fans. What do you want to say to your teammates right now after the performance, after the year you guys have put on?
To my teammates, I'm really proud of you all. I think we've worked so hard, and I see how passionate each and every one of you are every day. So it really motivates me to keep playing and to keep putting in as much effort as you guys do, because I don't want to let you down. Yeah, overall, I'm really proud, and I couldn't ask for a better group of players to be on a team with.
And finally, just looking ahead to the future, I know right now it's probably impossible to think about, but what are your ambitions? What are your goals as a player? I know a bit about you, but just for the fans, what is your ambition in Overwatch Esports?
I mean, one day I want to be the best player in the world. I'm young, I'm 18, so I think I have time, and hard work, passion, dedication, gonna keep pushing to hopefully one day, win the awards that the other players do and be the best player in the world.
I'm sure you've got what it takes to do it, man. Thank you so much for taking the time. Really, it's been an impressive year. You've been so fun to watch. Congrats to you and the guys. Still, well done this year.
Going in for the hawk. Let's hear it one more time for Nightmare. We've been so blessed to watch these players throughout the year and their journeys of the OWCS inaugural season. Jake and Johnny back with me to set up our next lower bracket match. That means it's another elimination game. That means we have to say goodbye to yet another team. And we have questions for both of these teams, obviously, and we hope they will be answered here. Once again, quick reminder on where we're currently at in our tournament. Here's a bracket after just 1.5 days of action. Johnny, what was the biggest surprise for you thus far?
Well, the big surprise is inarguably NRG, who to many was the worst team heading into the tournament. But now already surviving 2 rounds in the lower bracket with their unique Junker Queen composition, they found a composition that works for them and a playstyle that works for those players. And it's been mightily impressive. And now in our very next match, we're gonna see Twisted Minds, another team who's found a bit of an off-meta composition that again, they found capable of getting wins for them.
That's right, and Twisted Minds will be bringing it to Toronto Defiant. Will their very unique composition work against Toronto Defiant, a team that so far has not been looking too hot in that meta, Jake? I feel like thus far, maybe not performing to most people's expectations.
I don't think this is Toronto Defiant's ideal meta, but I think they are probably super happy to face an opponent that's very vulnerable to counterpicking. I think there's few teams more than Toronto that love to counterswap, get ahead strategically on their opponents, and Twisted Minds has made no secret of what they're going to play. I mean, it's pretty obvious they're going to keep running this Ashe Pharah style, and come hell or high water, they're committed to it. I think, though, Toronto Defiant, they have the tools they need. I think Stalker figured it out, right? Like the opportunity to play a hard hit scan into that relatively passive, slow backline DPS comp. Merit could be a huge key for Toronto Defiant. I think if he's unleashed on the hit scan, he could really run rampant in this series.
Sorry, but that's someone hero shot there. Absolute main character energy. For good reason, though. I mean, this team has been so dominant all season long. It'd be a real shame to see them going out on day 2.
Yeah, I mean, it's what Jake is talking about. They're so good at adapting, and that is why they've been dominating in North America, winning all 4 stages in North America. It's because whatever the meta is, they're going to find a way to make one single hero swap that is going to make the entire difference in the game. So now you go up against Twisted Minds, who excel playing a Pharah composition, which again, they've been doing so well all year, but isn't a meta hero. Toronto Defiant, they're going to be so confident in going in with a game plan that is going to counter Twisted Minds. The big question is, can Twisted Minds actually outplay them because of their sheer individual mechanical skill because of Quartz and Labda?
I mean, if we're looking at their earlier performances just yesterday, they did take it to Falcons, they won Oasis, and that was based on not just because they played something wonky, but it was absolute highlight-worthy moments from that DPS Zeruhh. Quartz has been playing out of his mind, Labda as well. That was so much firepower that Falcons had to stand up again.
Yeah, I think crucially, this is such a scary team because at the very start of the fight, that is when Twisted Minds composition excels. They find picks early when the enemy team is approaching. And so you have to find a way to navigate all the poke damage coming in from the Pharah and the poke damage coming in from Quartz. Quartz, who is one of the best hit scan players in the entire world. Now, if you can navigate that, if you can get up close to this composition, that is when it really crumbles. And that is when I think Toronto Defiant, they'll be able to survive. They'll utilize their support players to walk up and get close to Twisted Minds, and then they'll put pressure. That is when they will get on top of the Twisted Minds, and that is when Twisted Minds will struggle. So, can Labda and Quartz find those picks? That is what it comes down to in this series.
Do you think that there is a world where we see Twisted Minds being forced off of that composition? Will they be forced into playing just normal meta? And if so, can they compete?
I think at this point it's probably a little too late for them to try to change things up. I think you do go down with the ship, but I don't think it's unwinnable for them. I mean, Quartz and Labda, this has been off meta the whole time. Team said in scrims they got destroyed, they couldn't perform, but on match they're popping off, right? And when you play this Ashe Pharah style, there's always the opportunity for just individual playmaking to carry you through the most difficult moments. And honestly, even across the meta, right? Like, these are off-meta heroes, but the ults are powerful, right? Rocket Barrage, incredibly useful when teams are locked down by the Mauga. Same for the Bob from Ashe. So I really think this is not going to be easy for Toronto Defiant. They're going to have to find a way through with probably limited prep. It's going to be more on feel and read from Kasaurus and the boys.
Right on. Well, will we be losing the last hope for EMEA at the hands of Toronto Defiant, who have been a juggernaut all year long? Let's find out in this second elimination match of the day. We send it over to Golden Boy on our stage.
Thank you so much for that, Zoe. Yes, we have another elimination match on the docket. This one, high pressure without a doubt. So let's not waste any time and bring out your first team. Folks here at DreamHack, put your hands together for the Toronto Defiant.
The undisputed kings of North America come to Europe, come to reverse their fortunes of Dallas. Here, though, they face elimination. Backs against the wall. Do they have what it takes?
And now it's time to bring out their opponent, the last hope for EMEA. Make some noise for Twisted Minds!
The last hope for EMEA indeed, and underdogs fighting in the lower bracket. The best Pharah player in the world, Labda, and Quartz, such an amazing hit scan player. Is it going to be enough to take down the kings of North America?
All right, folks, the stage is set. The players are ready to go. Coaches, please fist bump, take to your stations. And folks, let's go ahead and make some noise for Twisted Minds versus the Toronto Defiant. Come on, Stockholm.
Thank you very much, Golden Boy. Toronto Defiant and Twisted Minds are in the lower bracket now. No more mistakes. Zero can be made.
No more mistakes, no more lifelines. This is where the tournament ends or continues for one of these teams. And it's gonna be a tough battle. We've got Toronto Defiant, the best in North America, versus Twisted Minds, who have had the comeback of the season after their wicked start in OWCS EMEA and finding themselves here as the last EMEA team standing.
Yeah, I mean, they're up against the God Squad from NA, and they've been playing off meta. Twisted Minds have their own variety. Similar to like NRG, right? They're running a lot of Queen, a lot of Sombra, but they're running the Mauga. They're happy with that, but they're running the Pharah and the Ashe. Johnny, Jake, they pointed out on the desk, Zoe as well, talking about how different the comp is being. And when we cast them even yesterday, Rose, the strengths of that comp we were discussing, you want to just sit back a little bit, poke first, rather than going full frontal assault into the front line. We want to just kill you as fast as possible. Labs has been setting up Quartz just stupendously. You land one rocket and a headshot from Quartz, and that's it. A player is erased from the map. Can they actually topple Toronto Defiant is another question entirely, though.
And Toronto Defiant, they just suffered a huge blow to the hands of this just insane Echo composition, as well as even having to deal with a Pharah. So you know they have the experience of already dealing with this composition, but can they actually find the key to success versus Twisted Minds? Are going to be running something very, very similar. One way to find out, first map on the docket, we are going to Ilios to kick off this series.
Bit of an odd one too. I mean, Ilios is pretty decent when it comes to running the Pharah in the Ashe. If you can set up on that high ground above the point, it'd be very beneficial to Quartz. Toronto Defiant also offering the same thing. Merit, no slouch on the hit scan. I still remember every single time I say Merit's name, 2022, when Sojourn was enabled, triple railgun collat. One of the best highlights in Overwatch Esports history. Sugar Free TPing with the sim. They're out the gate. And Tracer it is for Sugar Free. So Twisted Minds, we know what they're going to play, but Toronto bring their own kind of flavor here as well. TVNT Rose going to be happy with this matchup as well. Came into the team as the D.Va player, did so well in that meta.
Yeah, but while TVNT gets a chance to play this comfort D.Va, you take a look at someone being able to play that comfort Winston. Both of these tank players being able to play one of their absolute best heroes, with the rest of the team being able to back them up. Quartz and Labda, of course, as expected, coming out with that Ashe and Pharah, but Toronto being able to bring out the rest of this dive comp with the Ashe and Tracer of their own.
Labda going super low. TVNT as well, just kind of looking 6 different directions at once. Easy cleanup there for Toronto Defiant. Twisted Minds turn, tail, and trying to run. And he might not be able to get out of this. Good bubble placement coming through is Sugar Free. Chased them all the way to spawn. Bliss unable to get that health pack out.
And that's a really big stagger. It's going to buy Toronto so much time. Rupal is already built up to a nano boost, able to give that over to someone, like someone, and just make sure that that Winston's going to be really powerful in that backline. But this is also why we get him to getting a chance to see Rupal on one of his own best heroes. That mechanical skill going to come in so handy versus this Labda Pharah.
Oh, someone taking a lot of damage there. Kind of just jump spotting. Here comes the nano boost though onto the high ground. Someone missing the jump there, but it was actually TVNT that booped him off slightly. So this nano boost isn't even going to afford them any space.
No, it's completely wasted here. Which buys a little bit more time for Toronto to figure out the next move, and that's going to be having to deal with this Pharah first.
Pharah, yeah, on with the nano. Rupal trying to run for cover. Manages a seductive dive and dodge away from Labda, but quickly dealt with. Super low as Labda finds a double onto the backline. Toronto Defiant with only Sugar Free left. It's going to be a hard battlefield to fight with this Bob, but it's all good. A couple of Inspire procs there by Bliss to heal up the rest of the team. 73% on their first cap. Toronto happy with that.
Yeah, and they get to come back into this with that Sugar-Free Pulse Bomb, not extended in that last fight, looking for a nice target on a Bliss or MCD. Someone also going to have the Primal Rage as a way to be able to bat this Pharah out of the skies. Labda has a barrage all ready to go after that nano from MCD.
Primal Rage and Pulse Bomb for Toronto Defiant. Labda looking for somebody, getting protected by that D.Va Matrix, but a bit of an awkward one. Wasn't really an open space, he was using it into. Everyone was able to tuck behind cover, behind those corners, and Merit and Sugar Free. Oh, and someone, woo! Knocks MCD straight off the edge. Kills him before he hit the water. 85% of building TVNT cannot afford to lose the mech.
Has to sit laying in wait for the rest of the team to be able to back him up. As he looks to make this final approach, Toronto, though, holding that front line. Someone's already here to meet this D.Va.
Self-destruct Bob. The only real things I've got to work with right now. Overtime triggered by TVNT, but he's going disastrously low. Has that extra lifeline. Cannot afford to be killed as Pilot D.Va. Is going to be successfully get the remake, but they end up trading. Merit and Labda, each trade for both squads as the Bob has been deployed. Twisted Minds do end up capping as well. In amongst the chaos. And now someone trying to control the high ground, not giving Quartz any space, but Quartz don't need it. That dynamite kill onto Vega is good for one.
Someone's got to back up though. Tanks a lot of that damage, is going to get Rupal another nano boost, and maybe with the nano in the rally, Toronto are able to seal the deal on this first round. MTD has another one though, and so if you give that over to Labda, that is going to be a big source of damage you have to deal with.
Nano boost onto the far, he's diving the backline yet again, and doubles on to Vega, will take out the brick. And now turning his sights towards Rupal, but it is Merit with the backup. Overtime here, and a nano boost onto the Winston. That's a good sleep though from MCD. Can Bliss and MCD survive the onslaught? It looks like it. Someone now jumping to the point, tries to contest, but it will be Twisted Minds who actually end up capping.
Twisted Minds turn tail and run just a little bit to get a reset as Toronto look for an opportunity to actually take this point back under control. It's going to be Sugar Free trying to throw the pulse bomb.
Both supporters just grouped up, a perfect place for a Trace to be looking for something. Oh, but Labda, out of nowhere, ends up taking down Sugar Free with a body shot. Someone might be able to do it though, but against the rally, it's going to be a hard-fought arse, but it's all good, because you can always rely on Merit. Labda down, the health bars are dwindling for Twisted Minds. Toronto in control, 69% is all they're going to get. Toronto take the first round. Hey, you bring the Farah, you bring the Ash. Oh, we got a sharpshooter on our squad as well. Merit coming up clutch at the end.
Merit is still one of the best hit scans in the entire world, and that is the display of why. Being able to snipe out that Pharah from the skies, you have such great sight lines and great advantage with something like those dynamites as well. We're gonna see if Twisted Minds actually want to stick to this Ash Pharah. What do they put with that tank? Because the D.Va wasn't enough to actually be able to stunt that Ash, even with the defense matrix.
Different topology on this map, of course. So yeah, D.Va, although quite effective getting up to the high ground, if you want to fight on the point, the Mauga, like you mentioned, probably the best place to use it. You know, Twisted Minds can do. Sugar Free is going to have a bit of a harder time, especially killing Twisted Minds' backline. MCD is going to be a lot more slippery than Nana.
A little bit more ability there from that Juno. And you look at this Mauga being able to just be so beefy that Tracer might have a lot of difficulty being able to break through that. But look at this Pharah, Labda having a hard time being able to set up because Merit is just on lock.
Yeah, I mean, it's such a dominant position, but what? Okay, Rupal is dead. Assuming Rupal was in main, just took a couple of shots on Quartz and Labda, and that's what we kind of expect, right? Quartz or Labda chunking down the backline, and then the other one finishes them off. Point unlocked, Mr. Minds get the cap, and oh, a little boop as well. Okay, you're pretty happy with that one. And this is the space they want to control. All right, Merit just goes for the reset. Because as soon as you have Merit on that off angle, like you said, it can be so hard for Labda to get an angle.
But now these off angles are getting shut down by where Quartz and Labda position themselves. Labda locking down one choke. Quartz has that angle. And Toronto going back to the drawing board, figure out where they want to actually take the next approach. We've got Vega on the Lucio, so a little bit easier to get in, but even before Toronto get back to this point, Labda has sniped out another player.
Pretty annoying fighting the Farah at that angle. Just basically just hopping up and down, just not exposing yourself too much. You can spam main, you can also spam the high ground on top right. And then TBNT just sits there. It's like, okay, well, you come to me.
And if you peek out, then you might accidentally take a direct rocket from Labda, which Quartz can easily follow up on.
Right. Quartz going pretty low though, use the coach gun to get away. Bob deployed on the point, MTD in trouble. Orbital Ray available, but not anymore. And Bob is going to help secure this point, I would imagine. TBNT also turning tail and running. Oh, a stick from Sugar Free, that'll be it. All right, Lenny's online.
Lenny's online, Toronto take back control of this point, start to rack up their own percentage. Another nano boost here from Rupal, able to gift that over to someone who's going to have the Primal Rage up very shortly as well. So a lot of sustain in this next fight that Twisted Minds have to burst through. Quartz and Labda though, almost ready with their own DPS ultimates, so a lot of ways to be able to fight this.
Orbital Ray, wow, that is an extremely defensive Orbital Ray, but someone just gets blown up, even in Primal Rage. I mean, 5 players looking at you with the extra damage. Yeah, you're gonna die. That 1,000 health doesn't do anything. All right, double DPS ult, Twisted Minds. Ideally for them, they don't end up using these ultimates right now. Sugar Free dodging out the way. Bash gets the nano boost, chasing down Lambda as fast as he possibly can. The barrage, it scores 1 kill. TVNT's gonna get another, and Sugar Free, that nano, it's good, but the range was fighting caught. It's just not enough to get that 1 clip. An MCD kills Sugar Free, Rupal dead to the bob. That's a good fight for Twisted Minds. They've still got Rally, they've still got Cage, and Toronto Defiant. That sound barrier, it's gonna have to be pretty big to get something done here.
Yeah, and the sound barrier could just get walled off by this Cage. It's gonna have to be frame perfect. Vega, very good at this hero. She'll be able to weave that in, but it's still a lot to ask of just a single Lucio. When Twisted Minds have that Rally to be able to contend with that, and you still have all of this poke damage before Toronto can make their next move.
Yeah, and because this comp plays a little bit slower than the normal Mauga comp, takes time for Toronto to find set up. That's a good start though. Sound barrier deployed and a kill onto the Farah. Now someone trying to get the cap here as the rest of his team try and fight in this small corridor, but Rupal and Vega are down. No supports available for Toronto Defiant. Rally deployed, as well as that Cage. OT situation for Toronto. They've got players alive. They can go for touches here. You can see Sugar Free ducking in and out. Has to hit the recall, but they need backup and they need it fast.
Someone's coming back on the Diva. That's going to be one way they get back into this. Rupal on the Juno as well. So much speed.
Of course, it's been found by Sugar Free. Still got a coach gun though, and Sugar Free doesn't have recall for another couple of seconds. He gets taken down. A swift headshot from Quartz. Blisters end up getting booped off the map, but I think it's too little, and it's way too late.
Twisted Minds tying up this map with a round win, and a pretty decisive one. One of the best arenas for that Ashe and that Pharah to function when you know you have these great corners to play around. A little bit more exposed though as we head over to Ruins to settle the score on Ilios. And maybe Toronto hovering over a couple of changes. Remember that Toronto is one of the most flexible rosters of players that we have. Someone able to play any single tank in the roster. Sugar Free and Merit as well, just so capable on those flex DPS and hit scan respectively.
Quartz rolling out with the Widowmaker though. A very scary affair. I wonder if Merit's going to do the same thing. Yes, okay. Getting the Widow duel. Merit versus Quartz. Even a lot of the Korean players, especially when Quartz started really blowing up, especially in EMEA, saying he's one of the more scary hit scan players to actually face. His aim so crisp, but Merit definitely on the same caliber.
They can go head to head, but you look at Sugar Free being able to help out with that Widow 1v1. Maybe you're able to go in and give Merit a little bit of support to be able to take out that Widowmaker in Quartz.
Yeah, I mean, look at this positioning. Quartz knows exactly that. Sugar Free can be there to kind of subdue Quartz, and then Merit gets a free angle. TVNT is super low. Easily taken advantage of. Couple of dash resets there for Sugar Free. There's a team kill.
Now, while we were paying attention to that Widow 1v1, there was a whole different battle happening in the front line. TVNT was like 10 HP. And then you get that huge slash through from Sugar Free while Toronto had already taken over the point. Ooh. Oh my goodness, Merit. Already on a roll.
Go on, my son.
One more?
Not quite. All right, now the slow walk up. Oh, Quartz, okay. A little bit of revenge there. Sugar Free down. Very close to this Infosite as well. So Merit's going to be acutely aware of that. Looks like TVNT, Bliss, and MCD are going to take the point, or at least try to. Body shot from Merit. Spots the Farah. Misses the shot, but Quartz does not. Vega down. Grappling up to try and get the sight on the enemy Widow. Can't quite find him, and that will be the point flipped. And now Quartz. Oh, you're in the driving seat in the Widow duel. You just have to worry about the grapple, which is coming in a second.
Yeah, but already has that avenue on lock. Really great vantage point, good sight lines. You've got the actual Widow sights now that you can utilize just to stall out a little bit longer. It also gives Lambda some great vision to be able to get that splash damage. Merit could open this up though.
Got good angle. Well, they know exactly where. There it is now, sadly. Oh, there's the orbital raise and the Cage coming through from TVNT. Cage is destroyed pretty rapidly as Vega, just swinging through. Cleaving them down. Vega gets another. Okay. Well, Quartz is taking down Rupal, but Sugar Free's hot on the case. Double kill for the Widow, but good luck against someone on the Mauga. Ain't happening, unfortunately.
Widowmaker not nearly enough point presence to be able to deal with that tank, but still a great fight. Twisted Mind's able to even up the score just a little bit in those final moments, but Toronto have full control. Looking at that blade. I know you've got the barrage, but I think Sugar Free is so ready for that.
I'm trying to get an angle, it's gonna be tough. Blade comes in, Quartz down, hunting, searching for his next target. Labs, oh, what a reflect! Labs are dead, 2 kills for Sugar Free. Riley ends up coming in for Bliss, a pretty late one, but they're gonna have to press the issue now. Toronto Defiant are running away with this. Look at this small room. Sugar Free's just getting reset after reset. Lab just back from spawn, having to go straight back, doesn't want to fire a rocket once again. 5% away, Toronto Defiant. And the hand is Sugar Free there. They end up taking the first match.
I love the player
Oh, the
videos
player
that
cards
we get.
in the back.
Yeah, it's like I love. They've got so much personality. You can see for Toronto that they're locked in, they're focused. You got a chance to see some Merit Widowmaker. That was so fun. The Widow 1v1s. The Sugar Free Genji, I'm so here for it. They're pulling everything out, all the stops.
And I wonder if that's going to be a trend too. Just pulling out an Ashe, pulling out a Widow, pulling out a hit scan to try and duel with Quartz, rather than going, okay, well, we're going to play Echo, we're going to play Reaper. Because Quartz does need to be shut down eventually, because if you give them time and space, like dynamites, headshots, we saw what happened to it on Well. It will be Twisted Minds, of course, picking the next map. So expect to see a lot more Merit Ashe. Hopefully some more Widow. If I had it my way, I'd have Widow POV the entire time.
I know,
But
we missed
I'm
some
not
really good
control of the
headshots, but...
A lot more talented people than me doing the opposite.
I've missed seeing Widowmaker. It's been so much fun to be able to
Hot
watch
minute.
these two go at it. And it has been a very long time since we've really seen Widowmaker be a staple in the meta. So if this keeps up, I think we're in for a very good series. Already, it was so close. It's going back and forth with these round wins. But Labda is the issue. We need to see Toronto Defiant deal with Labda on this far, deal with Quartz. I think they had cracked it, being able to put Sugar Free on that Genji and forcing them to have to fight in those small rooms. But it's going to take a lot of this different meta game plan in order to actually win the series.
Yeah, and a lot of it does come down to map reliance too. I can imagine maybe see something like, if they want to take a bit of a long-range hit scan duel, maybe something like Midtown.
Circuit?
Could go to Circuit, yeah. Could go to Circuit. Will we see Widow is the question. I mean, traditionally, Widow's always played in Circuit, like snipers kind of thing, but I think Ashe is also has a large amount of viability. I do like the Sugar Free Genji, like you said. I think that's a very good point. Like, at the end of the day, if you're making your life, if you're making Merit's life, easier, then Merit is just gonna, you know, you can just chill, just shoot people, you can click heads, you don't need to worry as much. Oh, what a shot from Quartz there. It's another big tool as well, this play, which really forces but like Brigitte players into a tough spot. You really have to save the bash if you're going to hit the rally. Hitting the rally early, that health, the health pool does end up building up over time, but it's not instant. It's not instant anymore. So there are the stats from the last map as well. Pretty close across the board.
Yeah, it was. I mean, 1 round apiece, and we had to settle it all on Ruins. I feel like that is just a great precursor for what we should expect to see for the rest of this match. Pretty close, pretty back and forth. Called it though, it's going to be King's Row as our next map, and there are no subs.
No subs, King's Row. Yeah, there you go. Okay. Genji is going to be the order of the day, I think, for Toronto.
I think so.
Makes the most sense. Yeah, and we seen how good Twisted Minds were, even against the first game they played against Team Falcons, ended up winning that. I don't think a lot of people had that on their bingo card. Any team taking a map off a Korean team, but hey, we ended up seeing it. That must have been a big confidence builder too for the team. Even though you end up losing that series, you are still in a spot where you're like, okay, we've already knocked one team out, we've taken a map off a Korean team. They must be sky high in terms of happiness, I guess.
Well, yeah, they did something almost impossible. We had not seen another team do that before. We ended up seeing Twisted Minds be able to accomplish the great. Toronto not necessarily being able to do that just yet, but maybe.
Elimination
maybe they
stage,
get another chance.
They need to get another chance first, but they're on a good streak right now, at least. A couple of rounds under your belt. You warmed up on stage already. We're in day number 2, and we are in the lower bracket. So only one more chance to kind of make your way through. On Twisted Mind's map pick, we are going to Kings Row.
Kings Row so far in the World Finals, we have seen them mostly play Mauga. Just every single team looking at the Mauga. Maybe we got a chance to see something a little different as Toronto have to lock into their defensive composition. I think we got our wish.
Yeah, we actually did.
I think we actually got our wish.
Little Diva, little Merit Widow, okay. So Twisted Minds with TVNT. Curious if TVNT ends up going back to spawn and changing as soon as they see the Diva or they know the Diva is being played. Very good at kind of dealing with the cardiac overdrive because you just matrix the Mauga the entire time. And it's not a long ability anymore. It used to last for quite a while, but if you just stop all that damage going through, he can't heal himself. Gates unlocked. Twisted Mind with Quartz on the Widow. Ooh, okay. See if TVNT wants to change. Doesn't look like it, at least for the time, as they try and make that cross.
Taking their time, Twisted Minds don't want to overextend here. They want to wait for these cooldowns to be active. And they know that they have to pick a lane. Toronto Defiant are spread out all over this defensive point. There's still going to be a lot of this damage front to back before we end up seeing Twisted Minds maybe take out somebody with this Widowmaker.
Good nade too. I mean, Rupal is very free in the sky right now. Has got someone to kind of protect him with the defense matrix as well. TVNT has to step out in the open, gets naded. Oh, that one actually went a little bit wide. I think Rupal a little bit shocked about that as well. Lambda just sailing past Rupal's screen. But Quartz has started this one off already. Headshot onto Sugarfree, knows exactly where Merit is. Merit in a very defensive position. Here, body shot, so now Merit has to back off. And you take over the game now. Kill 1 DPS, force the Widow to back. Yeah, good luck holding on to the point. Twisted Minds, the very fast cap on point A.
Of course, getting any sort of pick is going to be tremendously impactful for Twisted Minds. You have the option to push forward when you do get those picks. Merit, though, with a really nice pop back onto Lapta. That evens up the score.
Saw that one coming. Hit them in the head, too. Just wasn't charged quick enough, sadly. Oh! You can't keep peeking him. Well, you're going to have to now to try and get a kill, get a pick, get something. Look at that, cardiac overdrive as well. Nice shot. Quart, yeah, crack of the neck. Yeah, he's locked in, he's ready to go.
That's something that you know with the Widowmaker, though. You have to play off of those emotions. You have to play off of confidence. And so if Quartz can keep getting picks like that, then you know you can keep cycling through with that momentum.
Right. You're playing too passive, right? You take more passive angles. Doesn't put as much threat on the enemy team.
Got the sights activated here from both of our Widows.
Oh.
So hang on.
They're going to wait until it runs out, then quick jump. Quick jump. Oh, not quite. I was hoping it.
The game of chicken.
Not to be. Unfortunately for someone. Oh dear, that's a cage day orbital ray used just to kill someone there. Merit's going to have to hit a couple of jump shots now, unfortunately. Bradley doesn't getting deployed by Vega, but he's already so low. Look at these rockets raining death from above. He's got the barrage, but yeah, that shield just being just eviscerated. Toronto Defiant losing control of this game. Twisted Minds now with 5 minutes.
That is a lot of time for this third point. That is so much time. They still have this barrage as well as this rally. And we're seeing Toronto almost make some panic swaps. We had someone switch over to the Junker Queen just a couple of fights ago. Vega's now on the Zenyatta.
Oh, body shot. All right, okay. Got reflected too, that was lucky. Vega's actually on the Zen now of all things. I'm a lucky boy. Zenyatta against this comp, very nice. So much damage pumped out from the Zen, and the Malgrass play a little bit more careful when the Discord always applied to him. Oh, again! Quartz really showing up now. Both DPSs though, one on each side, have been traded. That just go down. But Quartz still in a good spot. Oh, spots the side of his body. Someone does end up using that rampage, but really is kind of an escape tool there. Hits DVNT, but that was about it.
Respawns are back though for Toronto. You want Sugar Free to get set up with this blade. No one can hide. Of course, is hunting for another
They're going to go in. Yeah, as soon as that side sparks, we want to get rid of that. Nice bit of reflect damage there, but he's unable to lock someone down. But no, all good. Someone's there with Gracie to pick up Quartz. That orbital ray from MCD. Looking pretty weak, honestly. Good kill from Vega as TVNT just dives on in. That's a big ult for Toronto Defiant to get out of Twisted Mind. No rally, no cage, no orbital ray. They've only got the barrage. And it's going to be tough for Labs to get an angle on that.
Yeah, but there's still 3.5 minutes. So even if Twisted Minds don't hit their mark with this barrage, they still have so much time left to work with to get another rotation of ultimates up. Vega also has the Transcendence. I also think that's a great tool to be able to deal with something like the barrage. You can't actually out-heal everything, but it still gives you a good amount of grace.
Ooh. Merit almost got jump shot there. 15 seconds, just wait it out. You know he's going to hit the shot if you do peek your body around. So Quartz was also playing the defensive angle. Jumps up. Wow. Okay, Merit hasn't got grapple now, so Quartz can play a little bit more aggressive. But he's still trying, looks like Merit is still trying to get an angle on him. Transcendence used by Vega. Sugar Free's going to give it a fair old try, trying to get into the back line. I mean, Quartz is under just an immense amount of pressure. Lab to defensive barrage will kill 2 though, and a Venom Mine kills Rupal. 2.5 minutes to go. Vega having to back all the way up. Merit is still alive, so it's a very good opportunity for Merit to kind of settle the score, kill Bliss or MCD, but they're not going to give him a chance.
Quartz almost acted as bait right there. You were talking about Lauda being able to get an angle with that barrage, and that was the perfect place to do that. Twisted Minds with an orbital ray in their pocket for MCD, and looking to send this, be able to finish out the map here.
Short grapple from Merit there, didn't quite get what he wanted, but he knows where Quartz roughly is. Still hiding all the way at the back. Orbital Ray and Rally available for Bliss, so maybe they take this one a little bit slower, but can't do that if Merit is just constantly peeking with that grapple. Good shot from Quartz though. Merit down.
Respawn advantage though, Merit's going to be able to come out pretty quickly, and someone can hold that front line with this Rampage.
Right.
So, double orbital ray, Rampage though in response. Could happen.
Rampage in response, yeah. Orbital Ray's going to do a lot of damage. Sugar Free going extremely low as Bliss gets him with the shield bash. There's the Rampage, but oh, where did someone go? He got slingshot to Nambani or something. That was almost a perfect answer, right? You Rampage in the Juno ult, but the damage was just too much. 1 minute and 19 seconds. For Twisted Minds, importantly, over a minute in the time bank.
Everyone just got locked into the cage.
Right.
As soon as TVNT hit that, there was just really no room to respond. And so by the time that you actually got a chance to use that Rampage, someone was already so low HP, easily cleaned up. So now Twisted Minds with over that minute. That's a really, really big deal, just based on how close this series has been so far.
Very, very slow as well. Slow and tempered.
See what Quartz does.
Yeah. Could go the Ashe, could go the Widow again. It's really awkward here because you're on the defense, so you can't really make hot swaps. But he's going to go the Ashe instead. It's what he did very well on the King's Row game the other day. Was just flanking with Ashe like solo. Well, solo in like quotes. Had the Bob. The Bob, deploy the Bob, split the team up, and then he just kind of sits around the Bob.
Yeah. Bliss has the packs.
Right.
Makes those plays so much easier for Quartz. And I like locking it in now because we've seen Toronto just be so quick to the punch when it comes down to actually changing up their heroes if they see something different that they want to respond to. And so Quartz locking in with the Ashe, Toronto coming out of the gates with Vega on the Alari, as well as Merit on the Sojourn.
I've seen Zen, I've seen Alari.
All right, Vega. Okay. Show us what you got.
Honestly, love it. Alari does a lot of damage to the front line. And without a Widowmaker as well, a little bit more free. You can just basically sit there and do damage. You don't have to heal as much. Or at least I don't like to heal as much. I just like to shoot people.
Vegas has some big carry performances with those captive stuns as well. So if you're looking for explosive damage, you are looking for Vega to be able to build that up. Quartz shuts that down though.
Yeah, tough spot. I mean, Quartz, you saw him flanking with Bliss. Just having that tag team And a good dynamite as well on top of that. Oh, hello, Sugar Free. I'm not sure you're welcome here, not in this backline. And yeah, I mean, you see Sugar Free, he's trying to actually get on top of Twisted Mind, but they're not. You got the Brig, you got the Juno, you got everything kind of thrown at Sugar Free as soon as he tries to make a play.
And I like the healing pylon in theory, but Vega on the Brig is going to provide you a little bit more of that support with those armor packs. You are able to take those duels versus those DPS just a little bit easier. So Vega's gonna make that switch as Toronto Defiant, they try again. No ults just yet. MCD close to this orbital ray though, as well as ports to the mob. So Twisted Minds might have a bit of an edge looking at this defense.
They're gonna speed ring through Hotel. That railgun shot going a little bit wide and Rupal already goes down. Someone is trying to chase the backline, get them out through that choke. They're doing trading the Junos there, so it's just Brig and Brig healing for the time being. As I say that, a small little curse as Vega ends up going down, but a scrappy fight. Bob's still available from course, so they can still hold it down, but Mera with a good shot. A railgun and a quick left flick will kill the Ashe. Bob isn't going to be long for this world. He ends up falling over. 2 minutes to go now as Toronto Defiant put themselves on the point.
Wow, I'm missing Mera play Sojourn also. Going to have
Vintage
the overclock. Yeah, so big ultimate to have as we are to see Twisted Minds try this again.
Rupal trying to deal with Quartz. He's actually back on the trace. They had to push to a fast hero to get back in time. Both Juno ults being expended as well as Rupal, 14 HP, struggling to stay alive. Quartz making full use of that Juno ult, that orbital ray, as Sugar Free is just resetting off the front line. 1 HP, goodbye. And there it is. Toronto with 4 minutes in the time bank. They cap point A.
And Quartz under orbital ray, but look at the Genji under the orbital ray. Sugar Free able to use Rupal's tremendously. You got this blade to be able to open up this next fight. Cage as well if you want to pair those two ultimates together. And Sugar Free has just been so good at being able to get that backline access. Looking at Quartz, shutting down all of that hit scan for Twisted Minds. They're waiting around the corner though.
Now they're going to make their move. Slowly pushing. Hard for Lab to get a big barrage here. A lot of the time you're going to see it coming unless you go over the buildings, but even then. There's the speed ring in. There's the blade. He's going to try and match the Pharah in the skies. Labda unleashes the Pharah barrage. Protected the whole time by Bliss. Bliss stood in front of Labda, held the rally shield so Labda could get full effectiveness on that barrage. If that's not teamwork, I don't know what is.
Yeah, that's true support love right there. Everybody wishes they could have that pocket support in their own games, but Bliss delivering it in real time, and they know that it's because Toronto, every time you actually have that Pharah up, it's so vulnerable, especially to something like that railgun shot from Merit.
Cage on the corner for someone. Focusing TVNT, it looks like the rest of the Twisted Minds are going to dive on in the cage, but it's actually Laughter and MCD that go down. Okay. The push can commence for Toronto Defiant, only losing Vega in that fight.
And that's not too bad because your respawns aren't too far away. Vega's going to be able to get back before we see this payload out cruising around this corner. Has the rally, orbital raid. There's a lot that Toronto can throw at this next fight. I'm looking at Merit's overclock to see if this can actually solidify the second point for them. There are not many shields outside of that Bliss Brig.
That is scary. An orbital raid, overclock, an over raid. A lot of ultimates coming up for Twisted Mind, however. A speed ring forward and forward, Toronto Defiant as well as that overclock being popped. Quartz just happy to kind of duel with Mera at that range. 1.74 meters to go though for Toronto Defiant as the rally straight to the back line. Mera taking a little bit of an off angle as Labda once again lays down the barrage, but Sugar Free. Nice little reflect straight back to the Pharah. Bob's also kind of destroying the front line, but there's just too much healing. Way too much with that orbital ray. They'll still for a little bit longer, but that will be that. MCD 4 points captured.
Very expensive fight there for Twisted Minds to lose it. They have the cage, maybe the rally for this next one, but Toronto with a sub 3 minutes try to finish out this third objective. You've got the blade again from Sugar Free that just might be good in these close quarters with something like TVNT's cage. Someone's gonna have one too.
A direct body shot there. Yeah, this cage coming out through from TVNT does result in a kill onto Vega, and now they can push all the way to spawn. Sugar Free just dying on the point. Trying to reset as quick as possible. All right. Well, not expended. But now you got Blade, Cage for Toronto.
Even better that they saved the Blade just to be able to work with their own Cage. I was kind of thinking maybe if you trap him in that close fight, then Sugar Free gets a ton of resets because everybody wants to fight in the Cage if you're Twisted Minds. But now Toronto have that big wombo combo. Bliss has a rally though, so that could be a support.
There's the Cage, there's the rally. Labda already dead. Blade pops. That rally. Oh, Bliss was the main focus of Sugar Free there. And speaking about resets, oh, there was a ton of them from Sugar Free. And like you rightfully pointed out, everyone wants to fight in that Cage. Twisted Minds thought they had the upper hand. They thought, we fight all together. We hit the rally, that overhealth, the Inspire prop. Disgusting amount of healing and damage, but not enough.
Totally backfired. You gave Sugar Free complete free reign with those slashes, but here's the bomb from Merit.
Oh, and Labda's already dead. Quartz is kind of stuck in spawn right now. The Dynamite at his feet. And now Merit just, he hit him a couple of times there. TVNT dead. Quartz struggling still to get out of spawn. He's getting healed eventually, but the payload is slowly but surely encroaching on that final point. And now they can just play in the rain. It's all Toronto there on that push. 1 minute and 3 seconds. Could not be closer on King's Row.
Yeah, those time banks are so similar. Twisted Minds finishing with 1 minute and 19 seconds. Very little wiggle room between these two teams. And also very little time for them to be able to look at these next rounds. Toronto is going to be up to bat first with the smaller time bank. But it's like these big picks can really open things up. I'm looking at Quartz and Merit to just blow the doors wide open for their team.
Just Merit again run out with the Widowmaker on the offense. Twisted Minds opting for the same thing here. Quartz back on the Ashe. No Widow. I've on the far. Don't think we're going to see Vegas swap over to the Illari, sadly, but it's not enough time, really. Tough to get it actually working. Pressure the Pharah somewhat, pressure the Juno, pressure a lot of things like hit a headshot, hit a body shot, just kind of combo with your other DPS, but way more of a risky pick. Brig, so much safer.
Merit's making a decision right now, and a really tough one. You know, with almost a minute left, that's kind of one shot, and that's it. If you go out with something like the Reaper, that's one way you just completely run over that backline. And it looks like that's what Merit is going to lock into for this first attack attempt. We'll see if they stick to it as Sugar Free also looks for a good opening for this deflect. Look at it, just running on the back.
Nice pass to Bliss to try and get out of harm's way. Look at them completely split. Labda trying to play a little bit of defense right now, but TVNT is split from the team. Labda in this close quarters though doesn't get taken down, but he takes one with him. There's the crunch from TVNT. Overrun straight in the small room, and a little bit of tiny Overwatch. Perfect for Merit, honestly, but here comes Quartz as well. And it's a risky strategy for Toronto to fight. Hey, that's fine. You can build up ult charge, but you haven't got any time left, someone. 20 seconds to go, and not a single checkpoint on point A.
15 seconds remaining as Toronto needs someone to be able to respawn so they can attack. This is a full team of 5, and that's plenty of time for Twisted Minds to be able to come back with their own reinforcements. Merit wants to make this wrap, has the teleport to be able to try to get behind them.
Once again, enemy number 1 for Toronto Defiant. Twisted Minds happily enough to just 180 and kill someone. Just Elos out of the range of his healers. I mean, Merit could do some damage here, sure, he's nearing this ult, but is he going to be able to survive through this Juno? Absolutely not. Orbital Ray rally. That's about done it. Twisted Minds are going to get the full hold on point A. And they got 1 minute and 19 seconds to get 33%.
Very risky strategy that Toronto tried to run with. With the Reaper, your entire goal was to try to walk over that backline, and unfortunately didn't feel like the whole team was on the same page in terms of how aggressive to take those pushes. So Twisted Minds able to turn around, get someone out of the picture, and then turn focus onto the rest of the team as they were trailing behind. A minute and 19 though, it really isn't that big of a difference unless you take a look at maybe getting just a hair of a smidge of another attempt.
It's like 1.5 maybe, depending on how long the fight ends up going. You're not wrong. It's a risky attempt. Okay, Merit. Widowmaker time. All right. Same kind of thing they ran on their first defense. And this is the thing with the Widowmaker too, because you're getting a pick fairly early with the Widow, it's very quick for Twisted Minds to reset. But if it's like halfway through a fight, good luck. It's going to be tough for one of you to come back. You're kind of forcing positioning too. Both of Bliss and MCD, they have to travel together in a pair, hold hands, and make sure Bliss is there with a shield to help MCD cross these vast open chasms.
Yeah, but Toronto is still putting so much responsibility on Merit to be able to get these picks with the Widowmaker. And with Twisted Minds on the attack, they can see this and just switch courts over to the Widow as well. So Merit has to get these picks.
Right. Full wraparound into the choke. Was spotted, of course. That Widowmaker shot leaving behind a tracer round. Lab to poking the Widowmaker out is really good, but still can't overextend as the Pharah. Slightly more predictable movement when you don't have your little thruster pack. Body shot's good for a little bit of damage, but slowly but surely. Now it's one fight for Twisted Mind. No mistakes here, or a draw is the best they'll get. TMNT low though, and that's a big kill. Can Twisted Minds go for a reset here? Or even Labter getting a pick? No, okay, backing all the way up. Rose, they got one more shot on this.
Of course, he's going to switch over to the Widowmaker, though.
Has to land a shot.
He's hunting for it.
Sugar Free's above him right now. Sugar Free can just jump on him whenever he so chooses. He's waiting for someone to peek, but I don't think that opportunity is actually going to come. All right, Sugar Free joined the rest of his team once again. Bliss under a lot of fire, but Labra actually finished off the Genji. TVNT still going super low though. Oh, and Quanti's the perfect shot! Rupal Vega down. It's all on Merit now, but there's absolutely not. This is my map. Twisted Minds. They wipe Toronto to fight off this, and they're going to tie the series up.
Such a close affair on King's Row. This came down to those final couple of seconds, and of course, you can see why the Korean teams are saying this guy is scary. Such a good hit scan, someone you have to put a lot of respect towards. Able to clutch it up for Twisted Minds, be able to win them that map. Such a big pick.
All right, how does Toronto Defiant kind of respond now? Their map choice. Chrysaurus consulting the Book of Secrets. Do you still want to take that duel? I mean, at the end of the day, you can trust Merit in the 1v1, but how will they stop Labda also kind of getting away with murder on the far is a big question for me.
Takes a lot of really good positioning, as well as the coordination of something like the Genji, even a Winston jump. That's one way you can just completely crunch the Pharah, make sure that she doesn't have free reign over your entire team. And we did see them utilize a lot of those skills in our first map of this series. But King's Row is just such a different beast. You have these long sight lines you need to play around. Almost requires you to have to play like the Ashe or the Widow, which is what we saw both teams lean into.
Some of these shots are absurd, both from Merit and Quartz. This rally as well, look, Cage can't end up using it, and unfortunately, as soon as someone tried to, you have to be outside that cage. It is a movement ability, so you're not able to actually use the thing. So it's kind of the perfect cage there for TVNT to lay down. That was really their saving grace, and I think you pointed out quite rightly. See if the Queen makes a resurgence, but I've got a feeling we're just going to go back to Mauga again, a little bit more safe. I love the aggroness of the Queen. Obviously, NRG Shock have been doing very well on the comp.
But Energy Shock even have their own flavor where they're running something like the Sombra to be able to bolster up that Queen. Something that we haven't really seen Toronto want to lean into. Chicory's just so good with this Genji. I feel like it's going to be difficult to see them switching off of this comp, and something that you know that Sugarfree's so good at.
Yeah, elated. I would be too. Map number 3 coming up in just a moment. We'll see where we're going to go. Oh, Gibraltar picked by Toronto. So, no substitutions either on either side. It's going to mean dive. Probably a lot of Widow, probably a lot of Ashe as well. So, expect to see someone on the Winston. You can still play the Mauga here. You know, possible, but dive still rules this map.
I want the dive.
Yeah,
I want the divey dive. Someone on Winston. TVNT gets a chance to play the diva though.
Right.
So I think still pretty comfortable for both teams, but I feel like it's even more uncomfortable for the Pharah. So while you do get a chance to see the divey dive, you still also get a chance to stunt this Pharah that has just been so prominent for Labda.
Right, the long sight lines make it so much more difficult. You're just constantly in the sights of the enemy Widowmaker or the enemy Ashe. It is very tough. And Toronto know this. They know that Twisted Minds at this point, they're just running this like one-trick comp. Like, we're going to play Pharah, we're going to play Ashe/Widow or a hit scan every single map. So why not take it to a place where Pharah's not as good? And we can play someone on the Winston. We can play the dive that we are just so good at.
Something that's so fun to watch when watching someone play Winston is just how aggressive he can actually get with these dives. Doesn't give time for any of those hit scan players to set up. If you want to actually send Sugar Free on the Genji, then someone can follow up with that damage with the Winston and even provide over some of that support with a bubble. So lots of ways to be able to keep those DPS safe while making sure that your DPS can foster.
Just before we get into games, everybody's getting a hoodie. It's a little cold on stage.
It's a little
It's
cold
quite warm in
Sweden.
here with all the people, but it's a little bit cold on stage.
Have you stepped outside?
It's freezing. It's freezing. Very cold. I like it, personally.
I don't.
Okay. I like the snow. Do you not like the snow underneath your
I
feet?
like looking at the snow.
Oh, okay. From the window?
Yeah, I don't like living in the snow. That's a lot of work. Have you tried shoveling snow?
No. I live in the UK. Or I did. So, we got like an inch of, not even an inch, like a centimetre worth of snow, and that was it. It's getting worse now, but hey, it's all good. I'm loving Sweden so far. Vegas
has
happy,
been
just
nice.
chilling without a hoodie. He's good to go. Same with Rupal. Smiles on the face all around from both teams. And Quartz very much warmed up and even warmer now with the hoodie on. Should be getting into Gibraltar in just a second.
Have to keep the hand warmer.
Oh, 100%, yeah. Have you ever played with cold hands? It's the worst. Ain't no one wants that. All right. Map number 3, Toronto Defiant and Twisted Minds. Going head-to-head in the first of 3. 1 apiece currently in this elimination match. Can Toronto topple them on their map pick? On a comp they've been very comfortable on, just time and time again, is dive. Merrick going to the cat, of all things. Little Cassidy Tracer with someone on Winston. This is definitely a place where Vega could play the Alari, but Brig definitely better. The enemy team's going dive. You don't want to play the Alari, you will die. Very quick.
But Rupal does get to play the Ana. Love hearing the crowd go wild for our teams here.
Yeah, Rupal's Ana, very scary. One of his best heroes, if not his best, I would think. And we are seeing, yeah, TVNT, like you mentioned, on the Diva. Doors unlocked. Labda on the May. I wonder if this is just a quick wall off, potentially, or just going to stay on it. Okay. It's going to be quite frustrating to actually control the payload against the May, especially under car wash.
Well, Labda just has limited opportunities to use this Pharah, so maybe it makes a little bit more sense to try to go for this May. You get the slow and the freeze with your primary fire, and then you also have that high ground access with the wall.
TVNT getting slightly hindered there. They need this under the car wash. That is where they will be strongest. Oh, what a nade from Rupal. It's the backline and Quartz. Oh, MCD and Bliss. Bright purple. Yup. There you go.
I never miss my mark.
What a nade from Rupal there. That's exactly what they want. They want Twisted Minds to force themselves into car wash. Rupal can set up with a nade. TVNT needs to eat every single one, or they fear just getting wiped and maybe even held on this point. The Ana just so unbelievably strong here.
And your defense matrix is still a limited resource for everything else. You have the sleeps, you also have these hinder grenades from Merit. There's so many things you're looking towards.
MCD, antied again. Rupal being rather cheeky, he's actually hiding around that little block there, not showing himself. They don't know where the nade is coming from. Luckily though, for Twisted Minds, MCD stays alive.
Orbital Rain now for MCD to let loose. maybe open up this attack for them. As you see Toronto, give them respect and space.
Sugarfree's doing an amazing job though, but he is refusing to let Twisted Minds push this payload. And he's in a good spot to get healed. Oh, that's a big wall. Almost to help Merit get a kill there. There's the stick, hits the shield, does some damage, but that's it. Sugarfree still holding on to this payload though, as Twisted Minds try and find the wraparound onto the high ground.
Payload is completely alone.
There's the orbital ray. They're going to switch sides now, but not before they kill Merit. Anti-nade connected with TVNT, but they can't get the kill. And now eventually the payload will get going.
They went out to war there. That positioning now, that high ground has been broken. Twisted Minds can look at finishing out this first point. Another life here for TVNT with that Diva Bomb, but you also have so much sustain with this rally as this Blizzard.
TVNT just getting up at the face of Rupal, getting a little bit personal there. Zade comes in, hits Labda, High Noon, Blizzard popped from Twisted Minds. The fear of the Winston, I suppose. 0.95 meters before it gets locked in, and somewhat the end of his primal rage. He is going to get nanoed, so the staying power is quite ridiculous for Toronto Defiant right now on the point. Block expended by Labda as well, and this AoE damage coming from someone is just insane. He's already 50% towards another ult. A Sugarfree finishes every single member of Twisted Minds off, and yeah, that's a bit of a stagger. A couple of extra seconds bought by Toronto Defiant.
That cleat was disgusting. Absolutely gross. The fact that someone is going to have maybe even another Primal Rage if they stall out long enough, it's a really big deal. Sugarfree has another Pulse Bomb as well as another High Noon for Merit. Labda has switched over to the Pharah, though they're really looking for more of this one-shot potential from the combo of Quartz and Labda together with 35 seconds left.
What a boot there from TVNT. Just boost him against the wall, a little bit of a weird rock to heal. So Rupal I don't think he had a full LOS. Sugarfree can still dance on the point though. He's still stalled for time, looking for a target for the Pulse Bomb, however. MCD in his sight. Gets one clip into it, maybe a second. Oh! Sugarfree takes one with him, and now he's putting pressure on Bliss. Bliss cannot peek right now. And with 10 seconds to go, Merit is back in the action. Sugarfree's done it again. Bliss dead, Quartz down. 5 seconds to go. Who's here? It's only TVNT without a self-destruct. That ain't happening. He gets another touch. De-suited. And Toronto Defiant. They're gonna hold Twisted Minds on that first point. It was like 0.95 meters from getting there. Tall task for Twisted Minds now. They don't want to be in a match point situation. Not against them.
Initiating match.
So close, but so far. Toronto has such a good defense, especially when they were playing around that blue box, right above Car Wash. It just forced Twisted Minds into these really awkward positions. Putting Labda on the Mei was certainly one way that you'd be able to help stem a lot of the pressure from this Toronto comp. But then even at the end of the day, when Labda goes, okay, maybe I just have to play the Pharah, it was a little too late.
They are really squeezing as much as they can out of Twisted Minds. They're forcing Labda into a situation he doesn't want to be. I mean, think about Labda and the Mei pick at the very start. Like, who are you freezing? Who are you using that Blizzard on? He ends up throwing it down to try and stop someone who was primaling. Leaves on a pretty small cooldown when you're primaling, so he just jumps out. You can't pin down Sugarfree. Merit's like off in Narnia. Same with Rupal and Vega. A very, very tough task for Labda to get anything done. You can't really blame the guy, but even then, switching over to the Pharah, like you said, a last-ditch attempt. It didn't end up working out. 10 seconds till the gate unlocks. So you Twisted Minds, they're running the Mei again.
They are running the Mei again, and that does make it a little bit more difficult for Toronto to be able to get this attack. Yeah, the Mei much better on the defense. You have those walls, you have that freeze, which will help you to at least alleviate some of the escape mechanisms from Toronto. But even as you see someone just kind of scouting a little bit, it's like, okay, they've got the Mei again. How do we actually want to approach this? Sugarfree on the Tracer, and so we're still seeing a run back here from Toronto. Merit on the Ashe, though, is certainly one way that you can try to break through with just some really good damage.
Stagger out in the Car Wash. This is how you have to play the Mei comp, but Rupal's ready for it as well.
Look at him.
Big name in the back. Oh, TVNT. What a heads-up play. Heard Rupal jumping down, but look at the position right now that Toronto Defiant are in. Labda knows it too. Trying to pressure out Rupal, but he's getting beat to the punch. That crack shot aim from Rupal, serving him well there. Nade up as well. Oh, no Matrix.
no problem. Goodbye, TVNT. Goodbye, Twisted Minds. Toronto Defiant only lose someone. And now they're on the last corner. Match point in their sights.
Someone's gonna have Primal for this as well. So even if you want to try to contest the card, you're just gonna bat everybody away. Look at where Rupal is sitting too. Hit him with the nade.
Does TVNT know? I don't think he does. Oh, Quartz does! A 4-man anti might just do it though. Bliss and MCD struggling to stay alive. Same with TVNT. A D-Mech and a Primal Rage. A very angry someone you have to deal with now. And that's not gonna happen. Toronto Defiant now on match point. One map away from knocking Twisted Minds out of the competition. And EMEA as a whole. Rupal, honestly the GOAT for that one. Those anti-nades, his honor play in general, just ridiculous. You can see exactly why they wanted to go to this match, this map. They just want to stress Twisted Minds out as much as possible. What are you going to play, Labda?
Well, you couldn't for the Pharah, so trying your hand at the Mei, but I'm just like, I'm so tickled by the fact that Rupal went out the way that he did. I thought that was so funny. I want to hear what the Desk has to say about it though, because this has been a great match so far. So, Desk, what do you think?
What do we think indeed, Necro Joss? Thank you both so much. Let's break down what we saw thus far. Toronto Defiant currently leading, and they're doing exactly what you said they're going to do, Jake. We have too many J names in this broadcast. Like
Sorry.
Jake, Johnny, Jack.
My bad.
Yeah, I don't like, get with it. I don't know. S names are pretty hot right now. I'm just saying. Either way, Toronto Defiant also pretty hot right now. They're doing exactly what you said heading into this match. They're happy to counterpick. They're happy to take Twisted Minds to places which are uncomfortable, be that a map or a certain composition.
Yeah, Ilios and Gibraltar, really tough spots to play. The Pharah, you know, they do win a round on well. That's definitely to Twisted Minds' credit. But I think now the threat going into this series, we have Push and Clash/Flash remaining to be picked. And that puts Twisted Minds in a tough spot. I feel like you basically have to pick Zeruhh here for Twisted Minds to make the Pharah viable on that mode. Maybe they can make it work on the Clash. It's possible, but I would be surprised at anything with the Zeruhh pick, which means you may need to face down a Coliseum map 5, and just strategically, this is the weakness of being a team where, you know, your composition is so telegraphed.
Yeah, I feel like overall, Toronto Defiant has kind of established themselves as the team in the driver's seat in this series. They're doing a great job of adapting to whatever Twisted Minds is bringing, but we have to highlight Quartz. Just an unbelievable performance here on King's Row as well. And Labda is doing his job on the Pharah, the rest of the backline, trying to survive long enough for Quartz and Labda to find these picks, right? But it's been a dominant showing so far from Quartz, and I think he has to be the go-to player for Twisted Minds if they want to come out of this series on top. Like you're saying, Jake, there's not a lot of great Pharah maps left in the map pool for the last 2 maps in this series. Now it needs to be Quartz just continuing to put pressure on Toronto Defiant and rack up these frags. Because as much as we talk about the meta being the great neutralizer, the greatest neutralizer is just hitting headshots, and that is what Quartz is doing right now.
Yeah, I mean, this has been their strength as well in their match against Team Falcons, right? When Quartz and Labda were able to just free fire when they were uncontested, they shut down the opposition no matter how good they are. So if they can take it to a Korean team, surely they should be able to take it to Toronto Defiant as well if they're having a really on day.
I mean, individually, yes, I think that the fragging power is there, but so far, at least, any time that Toronto gets their way, gets to set the strategic tone of the match, they're just bringing such a hot pace. There's not much time for Quartz and Labda to work, and that's exactly what you have to do against these greedy backlines.
Let's take a look at our map stats here in the series so far. Toronto currently in the lead at 2-1. What are we seeing here reinforced?
Yeah, I mean, this is, you know, it's a Gibraltar first round hold, so not too much information to actually yield from this stat card itself. I actually do think the more interesting conversation is talking about, like, where do we go next for Twisted Minds? And if we take a look at what they did in Stage 4, when they were still playing Labda on that Pharah, of course, they did like to go towards Runasapi. And it's also a map we've seen Sauna from Virtus Pro example. He's played the Pharah on that map as well. Now, it's a pretty good Genji map as well, so I have no doubt in my mind that Toronto Defiant, they're going to be very comfortable wherever they're taken. But Twisted Minds, they got a bit of a choice, and Runasapi is a map they've gone to in the past.
Yeah, we're giving a few minutes to, you know, settle in before we're heading into the next map. We have a Twisted Minds interview ready for y'all, so let's enjoy that and see what they had to say.
Hi everybody, I'm Danny.
Here with Matt Mr. X, I'll introduce myself and Twisted Minds.
Let's go!
We're going to do an interview with Twisted Minds, but we're going to do it a little bit different. Since Sweden is known to be the land of put-together furniture, we have decided to host a little competition here during our interviews where they're going to be able to put together this stool, and we're going to see if it'll survive Danny Lim.
Yeah, I'm going to be sitting on it. Hopefully I don't die.
So after stage 4, what's been the prep like coming into this event?
We've been scrimming for a bit time now.
That's good.
Yeah.
Practice is good.
Yeah.
And you guys have had one of the wildest years, I think, of anybody. Like the ups, the downs. How do you think it's, you know, made this team better, or like even evolved you guys as players?
I mean, of course, it has been hard, but I think it's sort of like built us as a team. Now, whatever happens, I feel like we can be ready for it, since we already went through a lot of stuff.
You've gone through basically everything the team could go through within a year, right? So you guys play Falcons early on. What's your thoughts on that match? Excited to face off?
Yeah, we're excited. It's gonna be easy to win against them.
Ooh,
yeah.
confident.
Yeah, very easy.
Hey,
of course, bro.
Like this.
FC 선수.
예.
FC 선수는 지금 우리 스톡홈에서 이 팀만은 내가 꼭 이기고 싶다, 좀 보여주고 싶다 하는 팀 있나요?
저는 팔콘이요.
파큰 선수 봐.
왜냐면 저희가 첫 경기이기도 하고 개막적이기도 하고 또 아무래도 바로 작년에 이제 같은 팀을 했던 한빈 선수도 있고 뭐 어떻게 보면 세계 최고의 팀이기도 하고 그래서 좀 팔콘을 이기고 싶어요. 팔콘 아니면 이제 NRG. NRG도 이제 전에 같은 팀 플레이했던 뭐 켈란 선수나 어택 선수도 있어서 아무래도 전에 같이 팀 생활했던 선수들을 좀 이겨보는 게 목표인 것 같아요.
I gotta ask, how stressful was that last match in like EMEA and that whole situation? The one to like qualify to get in.
We got told after the Virtus Pro match.
So you guys are probably super excited after the first Pro
we
match.
were celebrating. Then we see the team chat message saying that we need to win one map with UB. So now we have another thing to complete. We have to win one map against SSG.
Yeah. And then I guess that went from happiness, we've made it, to, oh man,
no,
we have 24 hours
Yeah.
to like figure this out.
For me personally, like, I knew we wouldn't win against them. I think they're the better team. But I was very confident that we will at least take one map from them, yeah. Like, especially Junkertown, I think that's my best map.
Yeah.
How's the churn looking? Because I'm getting kind of worried that I'm not going to be sitting on anything.
To be honest,
I'm not sure about
I'm letting them work, so I'm not sure.
I'm not sure too.
But I think we're doing pretty good, yeah.
What would like playing in a finals or even like the high of beating a team like Falcons like mean to you guys?
I mean, I think Falcons is the best team in the world, so us beating them means we're the best team in the world.
And time is up.
Oh no.
It's fine, guys. It's fine.
And we will get a Danny Lim seating.
Okay, but just flip it quick before it falls off.
You should hold the support beam
There
in
you go, there you go. Yeah.
You should hold the support beam in your hand.
No, I have full trust in Twisted Mind.
Yeah.
Wait, let me just brace my core. That's good. All right, thank you guys so much. Yeah, let's go.
Welcome back, everybody. Toronto Defiant, one map away from eliminating Twisted Minds here in the OWCS World Finals at DreamHack Stockholm. Always a close one, but that watch point Gibraltar was anything but. I mean, just ridiculous Ana play coming through from Rupal. And Rose, we're going to a map that I didn't expect we'd see, actually. Runasapi, and we're going to push.
The desk actually talked about this one, so take a look at Gibraltar being one of those ways that Toronto can put a stop to Twisted Minds being able to play this Pharah. Runasapi opens up those doors again for Twisted Minds to lean back on that composition with this Ashe and this Pharah. But they talked about another side of this coin, and that is that Runasapi is also very good for the Genji. So Sugar Free also in prime position right now to still play that hero.
Yeah, we haven't had many post-match maps at all, and I mean, it was quite a popular mode, especially during the regular season.
To be fair, we haven't gone to many map 4s.
Oh, that's, yeah, okay, fair enough.
4, 3, 2, 1.
All right, doors unlocked. Last chance for Twisted Minds to come back. Elimination game here in the lower bracket. Toronto want to march on forward, prove NA
is greater than EU. Merit coming out on the Soj. So Soja and Genji is someone on the Mauga versus the Yale Faithful in the Ashe Farah.
Sojourn has great mobility with that power slide, so Merit opting to play this hero just to know that you can get better rotations, better angles, faster with this particular hero. Look at how well he's able to keep up with Labda on this Pharah, just keeping him in mark.
Nice sightline as well, down this center straight here. Labda super low. Double railgun shot there from Merit, didn't need to charge up fully at all. TVNT low. It is an absolute treat to watch Merit on Sojourn. I mentioned it at the very top, and I'm glad we're seeing it now, but one of the greatest plays of all time was Merit hitting that triple collat on Colosseo way back when. That was 2022 when Sojourn was first played.
The first one and probably the last one that we will see in pro play, but still one of those moments that you will remember forever. Merit's also going to have this overclock ready to go for this next fight, as we do see this push bot start to approach that first checkpoint. Just needs maybe a couple bits more of damage.
Very easy to charge railguns. No shield there. So it's going to be hard for TVNT not to give Merit a charge. All right. Standard jostling on the side here, on this full corner. Speed ring. Sugarfree going pretty low, has to deflect pretty low as well. So the missiles from the Pharah are going to be a little bit more deadly, and I think Toronto Defiant know it. Has to just regroup, get back to 100% HP, and go again.
MCD is with the orbital ray.
Oh, what a bash. Ends up taking care of two people there. MCD with the orbital ray, but Merit is sitting high and dry up in the skies here. MCD's trying to pay attention to him, but Merit completely unimpeded, and that's checkpoint for Toronto.
You can see both of those teams just playing so patiently, waiting for the other to actually round that corner. It's like, okay, we jockey for position until one of you actually decides to hit the gas. And it was Twisted Minds that decided to go first with that orbital ray. Quick pivot from Merit, big overclock. And we see Toronto get this first checkpoint with ults to spare.
Oh, okay. Well, you always got to count on Quartz. Double headshot onto Vega. Here comes the orbital ray. Lab just in trouble in a very awkward spot. Bob's there to delay, but here's the blade coming through from Sugarfree. He's already found one, and Bliss is dead. A little reset there, looking towards the bots. Any stragglers hanging around. Oh, TVNT. Didn't expect to see you there, but it's actually Quartz up on the high ground. Kills someone in Rupal. Sugarfree might be able to get out alive. They've got 82 and a bit meters, but an ult done from Toronto Defiant, not going the way they expected it.
It's okay though, because they still have that cage. And they didn't actually give up too much of that ground either. So someone comes in, they play this neutral fight with that cage, but Twisted Minds have a little bit of an edge when it comes down to having that barrage to pair with their own. The rally as well from Bliss means that those close quarter fights should be a little bit better for Twisted Minds. We'll have to wait and find out. Similar situation, they're waiting for the other team to go first.
Looks like Sugarfree wants to try and get around the sidelines here. Same with Vega. Vega's going super aggressive. Bliss under a lot of stress right now. And Sugarfree, I mean, look at those assists. They're just running Bliss down. Same with MCD. A surprise attack from Toronto Defiant renders the backline of Twisted Minds just a swift death for them. They're not going to be able to get to the center point either. I mean, TVNT is trying to kill Vega, and he does so successfully, but it's a scrappy fight, and not a single meter gained by Twisted Minds.
They use the cage in that fight as well, so that's a big ultimate they don't have anymore. MCD has started to surpass Rupal a little bit, going to have another orbital ray for this fight. A little bit off kilter in terms of those. But, like, is that enough to actually keep Lapis survivable enough to use his barrage?
This ends
Happened before, we'll see it again. Overclock popped by Merit. They're looking at Quartz right now. Bliss, everybody in this full room. MCD, the rest of Twisted Minds are just lining up for Merit right now. Bliss does end up using that ult there, so you've got a lot of overhealth trying to deal with, but, I mean, Labda's barrage doesn't find all of anything. It kills the cage, sure, but where's the additional damage? Bob comes through, make it an even 5-on-5, but quickly dealt with by Merit. And now Lab's just trying to find a kill, but the blade from Sugarfree once again. Oh, he's just decimating them. Oh!
Almost
and not a
ace
single
there.
emotion on that face. He is purely locked in. A 90-meter lead to 0.
Well, he can't celebrate yet because the job isn't done. They are getting close to finishing out this map though, and what a statement if they send Twisted Minds home this way, completing this map.
Twisted Minds have used their, do you know what? They've used the orbital rage to try and gain space. Vega down, here comes the charge. MCD are under a lot of pressure, and Rupal just hops up into the skies. Porkstar torpedo kills 2. A map completion in the sights now for Toronto Defiant, although their health bars are lacking.
Sugarfree and someone do need some healing, but not before someone's able to get yet another kill onto Quartz. There is that respawn advantage for Twisted Minds, and TVNT can lock people in place with this cage. But Twisted Minds are getting desperate. They know they could go home here.
They're buying time as well now, and as soon as Bliss spawns, he's already dead. Sugar-free Rupal gets some kills. Quartz finally getting a hold of this fight. 3 minutes and 50 seconds to go. 128 meters to 0. We've seen crazier things, but can Twisted Minds pull off what looks to be a miracle?
They have to play perfectly, and it all starts now, winning this fight at this midpoint and finally starting to make some progress in their own territory. But boy, do they have their work cut out for them. This cage, this barrage might not be enough.
I mean, Rupal is just going to use the orbital ray. They are going to win this mid-fight unless something disastrous happens. Those pulsar torpedoes from Rupal hitting everybody as well in the front line. And Quartz was a non-factor in that fight. He was off on the sidelines trying to get an angle to get a pick. But the keen senses of someone sniffed him out, made the call, and Toronto Defiant went in.
They're playing so fast. They're playing so fast that there was no setup time for TVNT. There's not been any setup time for Quartz and Labda. And Toronto have really cracked this. Blade, overclock, cage, maybe a rally. Toronto might close it out.
Cardiac overdrive on that Blade's going to heal him up, something proper there. Bliss already dead, Sugar-free. He goes low, Quartz manages to coach gun him away and finish him off with a single shot. But again, Rose, this is all time off of the bank. 2 minutes and 30 seconds to go in Twisted Minds. They're winning fights. That's great, but they haven't pushed the bot a single meter.
They need to win these fights back to back, and that's been the biggest problem. Now, looking at how little of a time bank is left, this rally, this orbital ray, they have to count in this moment. Of course, maybe with the Bob can help to push people back, but look at Toronto, we're already here and fighting.
They're moving too quick for Quartz to set up. Merit eventually shut down, pop the overclock. They get stomped on by TVNT. Okay, this is the comeback you need if you're a Twisted Minds fan right now. There is a rally, there is a Bob available, but now they've got a tall task ahead of them with only 1 minute and 50.
But it was really economical. MCD only used the orbital ray there while they ended up getting 2 big ultimates out of Toronto. Both DPS ultimates not on the table for this next fight. And so if Twisted Minds want to make this comeback, this is the perfect opportunity. Do it while there are no DPS ults available. Maybe even try to push the tempo a little bit while Rupal doesn't have this orbital ray either.
Sugar-free matches Quartz there. Try to, again, get an off-angle flank, maybe kill. Merit's going super low. There's the cage. Bob gets deployed as well. That's a lot of damage coming through from TVNT, and a lot of sustain too. Oh, Bliss! He ends up using the rally at the end of that fight, and I think that fight was won. That might be an overextension from Twisted Minds, but they wanted to guarantee themselves this checkpoint. A team kill comes through, and with 1 minute to go, Toronto Defiant have got a lot of breathing room.
Twisted Minds need 2 more decisive fight wins to make a huge comeback in this map and take us to a map number 5. Labda has the barrage, but that is it.
There's the flank kill he wanted. Merit takes a double headshot. And now the Tides very much, they're in their favor now. Oh, Labda! Reflected barrage. Ends up going straight back to him. But will it be enough? Vega, he's in a sticky situation, but it's all good. You got Sugar-free with the backup. The messier the Toronto Defiant make this, the better. 20 seconds to go, and Bliss is turning tail and running, leaving TVNT on an island. He secures the kill, but Bliss is in trouble. He cannot afford to go down, and Quartz respawns and gets back, but now we're in OT.
OT and MCD's gonna have an orbital ray, a cage here from TVNT as well. This close quarters fight is so good for Twisted Minds. If they want to make the comeback, they still have to win 2 more fights, but they potentially have the tools to do it. Sugar Free, though, has a blade. It's been a huge difference maker for Toronto. But can Twisted Minds win here and keep themselves in the series?
They're trying to look at Quartz there, trying to make sure he doesn't get anything. A sky-high blade for Sugar Free. Oh, the dash doesn't work! The deflect too. Sugar Free can't do anything as Quartz! He takes him out. MCD kills Vega as well. Still in OT, Twisted Minds with ults to spare. Toronto Defiant get team kill, but overtime is still ticking. 30 minutes to go now. They've got to keep themselves in this. This is their only chance now.
But Toronto have to walk into this cage. TVNT can just set that up on the point with a rally.
Rally, Orbital Ray, overclocked for Merit. They've got time, they've got the tools.
Let's see if they can get the job done, though. Twisted Minds, this is their last hope to keep themselves in.
Rally, Ray, how do you survive this one? It's going to have to be a miracle. Cage gets deleted, TVNT, the focus, Bob deployed, and Buzz Vega is just sitting, swinging. That Bob kills two. Cross with another? Are you kidding? You can't be serious. Quartz is still alive. He's on the high ground. He has a flank on them. And now someone, the main focus right now for Twisted Minds, and a barrage in their back pocket. The golden line of victory. They're approaching it. On map number 5. Sugar Free ends up coming back on the traces, same with Merit, but they need a miracle kill. The barrage is too much for them. Rupal at least kills one, but Merit kills another. TVNT on the Diva manages to kill Merit. A couple more meters to go, and the whip shot! Bliss's whip shot knocks Doom off of the point, and they make an unbelievable comeback. 128-0, and Twisted Minds managed to reverse Toronto Defiant and bring us to a map 5.
This was their map pick. If Twisted Minds were gonna get it done, they got it done in style. But now, how do we settle the score? Unbelievable. That would be mental damage to Toronto after having such a big lead.
A reset here for Twisted Minds. Just a ridiculous comeback, and who'd have thought? I think everybody, that Quartz would be the main man in the action at the very end. The Bob deploy to kill the Genji, and then he was just free to shoot the front line and then take high ground, and then just shooting someone down below, throwing as many dynamites as humanly possible. Map number 5, a decider. EMEA's last hope in Twisted Minds could get knocked out if Toronto end up picking a map that much favors their comp. It's been a back and forth series so far, coming down to the wire.
In this last map pick, there are just not that many choices left. I feel like you just, if you're Toronto, you try to continue to put this far on the back burner for Twisted Minds.
What is the choice? Can't go to control, can't go to hybrid, escort, push. Clash, flashpoint, obviously. Available. Jump to some highlights from that last map. That is a very tough map to lose. With the amount of leads that you actually gained initially, and the control of the battlefield too. Merit at the very end was shut down a lot of that time. Eventually, TVNT was consistently able to get on top of Merit and stop him from charging rails, just sending them over and over and over again. Looked like a very won game, and you called it out halfway through. This isn't over. 128 meters. Sure, they've got that far, but anything could happen on push. We've seen this time and time again on Rudusapi.
And sometimes all it takes is that one fight, that lack of confidence, to just have everything fall like dominoes after that point. And after you saw Toronto lose one fight, it's like, okay, wait a minute. Is Twisted Minds actually going to push the tempo enough that they can string these wins together? And they did, especially in the chaos of it all. I love that you called out the fact that we saw Quartz get this high ground position. How do you dislodge that if there's no Genji? You have nothing else to be able to jump up there and touch that hero and take him off the high ground.
He was so free here, you can see it. And then TVNT was able to come back on the Diva, absorb a lot of that damage with his defense matrix. And then Bliss at the very end, a little whip shot, a little bash onto the Doom. To then eventually net that payload. 128 meter comeback for Twisted Minds.
and a map number 5 now on the cards. Haven't had a closer match than this just yet here at DreamHack Stockholm.
This is a level up Twisted Minds, though. You know, it's been kind of crazy to watch their entire season. They won the first stage of EMEA. We get a chance to see them at DreamHack Dallas in a very weakened state because they just can't have their full team there. And now, everybody having so many months now to work together, the same roster, sticking as a unit, and really just showing up in full force, despite the fact that maybe it is a little telegraphed that they're going to play this Ashe and Pharah. They're still making it work for themselves.
That was pretty intense. I think we should jump into, quickly here, the winning comms from that moment. You can see how much it meant to the players. Let's take a listen in.
Nice! Nice!
I mean, you saw the look of someone's face there, just wondering what really happened. These push maps, they can really get away from you. We have seen it a lot, actually, in the previous stage 4. Bruno Sapi comebacks, they can happen. But to happen in a loser bracket situation with your life on the line is a completely different story.
This is so tense. Both of these teams tying up the series 2 apiece, and the final map going to be deciding everything. This is what we want out of a World Finals.
Question is, where do we go? It's obviously Toronto's choice. Going to New Junk City. Okay, so a lot less Pharah. No substitutions either for Toronto or Twisted Minds. We know how much Toronto want to play dive-style comms. Ilios, Gibraltar, very good at that style. They've won them both. The Mauga, which from TVNT. Kings Row as well. Just a very, very solid, like insane, not even solid, like insane performance actually from Quartz. Showing up on stage like that, you saw him at the very end of the team comms, even it felt like he could not believe how close that was and how clutch every single member of the team was at the very end there.
But look at what he gets a chance to do when he's afforded the space. Playing with momentum like that, Quartz has so much time to just kind of sit back, allow the rest of the team to make sure that he is completely supported and gets free reign over the enemy team. That's something that we're going to see Twisted Minds try to fight for very hard in this final map.
It's going to be a very quick one, I'd imagine. Quick as in, maybe we'll go to 5 points, but quick as in tempo of the actual map. Someone jumping over to the Mauga. It's going to be a Mauga clash. I want to know what Merit's going to do. Is it going to be the Sojourn again? Very effective on a thing, like Flashpoint. Very easy to charge your railgun shots, and especially on that first point too. If you get an overclock, very easy to collateral people. Merit's been an absolute monster on the hero and kind of proved it that map previous as well, but can he stand up to Quartz? Quartz just came in a little bit more clutch at the end of the day. 2 players on very, very even footing with each other.
2 different styles of play, though. If Quartz wants to actually play the Ashe and Merit wants to try to go for the Sojourn, then you are looking for these really, really big attacks, but I cannot believe it comes down to this.
All right, let's jump down over to Golden Boy, though. We're going into a map number 5. Let's get this underway.
All right, DreamHack Stockholm, you ready for Game 5? Oh, no. I'm gonna need a little bit more from you. Are you ready for Game 5? All right, folks, here we go. You're gonna see that countdown on the screen, and you gotta give these players all their energy. Let's do this. Show the countdown. Count down with me. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. It's time for Game 5, baby!
It will all end here. New Junk City. 1 team going home, and EMEA's last hope in Twisted Minds, facing off against the Kings of North America in Toronto Defiant.
This series has been so back and forth. I cannot believe we're going to settle the score on this 5th and final map. And what a brawl it has been between these 2 teams. On the one hand, you have Twisted Minds that have leaned heavily into this Ashe and Pharah comp. And very few teams have been able to take them down, but Toronto has figured out that key to success. This sugar-free Genji. Mare looks like potentially hovering over something like that Sojourn, just to be able to rely on those big mobility cooldowns. But these DPS are so powerful, and they require so much of that respect.
I'm just sticking on fire too. Quartz just TPing the rest of the team out. Little speed boost, little TP. Gates open, and the bout can commence. Quartz on the sim. Okay, this is a look we've seen from them before on New Junk City. Very hard for someone to step up here.
We have, because it plays so tricky with those symmetric teleporters as well. Knowing you also have those turrets to help amplify that damage, someone's gonna have to be very careful.
There it's down, but TVNT Trader can Quartz get the ramp up damage here and just burn someone. Doesn't look like it. Okay. Twisted Minds with the Symmetricon. I can imagine Toronto were expecting this. The turret's not doing too much in the battle. Very easily kind of taken care of. If left unattended, can do some considerable damage. Doesn't look like Quartz is going to change either. Very happy to roll this out.
It closes the distance so well. And if you're this Twisted Minds comp, you want to try to afford yourself as many possibilities to get these team fights when you know you need this setup for this Pharah. So they're in again, but Toronto is waiting for them. Vega might have a rally too.
Well, Rupal's already started himself on the bank. Lapped it down. 50%, now Twisted Minds need to make a decision. I think the decision is going to get made for them, I think. Nice bash away there from Vega, just trying to stay alive. Vega doesn't end up falling. Bliss might be able to get another one. What? Okay, Bliss kills two. This isn't good. Although Bliss is going to die eventually. There's two DPS in the tank looking at it.
But it's okay that Vega ended up falling there because the rest of the team fight was already won. You hold on to this rally as well. And so with Toronto looking at this next fight, trying to close out this first flashpoint, you're going to have 5 ults in the bank. So much setup here for Mare to be able to sit behind the rest of the team, try to get these railgun shots in.
Quartz in with the TP. It's got the wall available soon. Here comes the rallies and the Juno ult. Those orbital rays coming in, but Sugar Free pops the blade, looking for a target. He goes in, wall deploys, bash too, so he's gonna get knocked back briefly, but someone's there. He's picking up the pieces, he's putting them together. This should be a point for Toronto to find now. Sugar Free gets a couple of resets, and there it is. Toronto with 1 on the board.
Everything used in that last fight, though, for Toronto. They knew that being able to win that first flashpoint was so crucial. We're going to see Twisted Minds be able to hold on to this barrage and maybe have this cage to be able to pair with it. But look at where they're waiting. They're not even going to go to the next flashpoint yet. They're just going to fight here.
Try and go early, yeah. Quartz pushing over to the Ash as well. So that coach gun's going to be pretty decent for dealing with the oncoming onslaught. Barrage invested by Labda. Point unlocks in about 5 seconds or so, but Toronto Defiant don't need to worry about that now. As they try and encroach. They do burn an ult, but they will lose the heat as Twisted Minds have got this cage available.
It's always going to be so hard as the Pharah on this map to be able to make this barrage actually find value. So it's okay expending it now, have the cage on its own.
Oh.
And if Quartz just keeps getting headshots like that, then who needs the ult?
He really just can't cross. Oh, no way Merit dies as well. No. Rupal and Vega there with the heals. Rupal just spawning in now. Okay. Cage. So, like, this point is going to be very tough to actually assault here. They've got the Ray as well. They're going to wrap round to main. Surely Toronto Defiant kind of have a sneaking suspicion that these ults are available.
So tough because you have to pick one entry route unless you want to split this up like Sugar Free on this flank.
Oh, Blade's been pulled. Oh, Quartz is already super low. So only 1 splash was required there from Sugar Free. Here comes the cage. And the Juno ult, this orbital ray. I don't think there's any chance of Toronto Defiant winning this fight. Yeah, TVNT and Labda, that AoE splash damage in the cage from the Pharah is just, it's insane. And this is going to be Twisted Minds capping this point. Toronto Defiant now going to have to rotate to next.
It's a really good effort there by Sugar Free to try to get the flank with the blade, but Twisted Minds were so ready for that. Locking everything in with that cage. You have the orbital ray for all of that extra healing. And now let's move over to this next flashpoint where Twisted Minds are gonna beat Toronto to the punch. Waiting for them with this flash damage. Hope from Quartz and Labda, the rally to be able to back them up. But Toronto need to get into this fight and fast.
Yeah, they have such a nice position.
Twisted Minds are delivering so much damage while Toronto just sit here and wait.
Overclock, they got rally. Orbital rate on lock as well. Toronto Defiant, they've got a lot of options to work with. Point is going to get captive from Twisted Minds. I can imagine there's going to be a dash from Sugar Free to stop that cap. High ground control now. Trying to be taken by Toronto Defiant as the point does go to Twisted Minds.
Can't give up too much of that space though as Toronto start to slowly make their way onto the point.
Oh, here comes the orbital rate from Rupal though. Lambda has got this barrage, but MCD is already dead. Yeah, there's just no way. You could see the potential game plan there from Lambda, maybe using the barrage in the backline, but it would have instantly got deleted. 30% for Twisted Mind there.
Still so risky to try to set up that Pharaoh barrage. Maybe it's the tool that you can use in this next fight, but now the onus is on the other foot here. Toronto can just kind of sit back, allow Merit to try to pepper away some of these railgun shots. There's going to be this cage from someone that might be able to lock Twisted Minds down before they're able to come in with that damage.
Got to be careful of the barrage though in return. Someone's just waiting for them to enter, and Twisted Minds know it.
Now this cage is going to span the ceiling though.
Wow, what a cage! That's everybody locked in place. That barrage, it got one. Well, 0.1. They got the cage kill, but that was it. God, chase him all the way to spawn. Teach him a lesson.
Lambda's going to come out on the Symmetra. Is that to try to get another contest? Oh, it is. Look at that. Teleporter. They're ready, though. Toronto.
Ain't no way you're ready for this blade, though, from Sugar Free. That's a whole lot of AoE damage. This finds one quart to another, but the point goes over Toronto Defiant, and, well, one more point for them to cap, and that will be matched. Twisted Minds back onto the Farah now as the rotation comes through.
Now, the Symmetra was just to give them a fighting chance to be able to come in and get a recontest on that flashpoint. But now Twisted Minds are playing on that back foot. One more flashpoint. They are out of here for the World Final. But they've got the cage, they've got the orbital ray. They do have the ultimate advantage at this moment in time. But the problem is you're playing in Junkyard. This is going to be a very difficult spot for this Pharaoh to function.
Of course, there's 1 HP as well on the entrance. Flashpoint is unlocked. Forces another couple of headshots there, deploys the block. But you got to deal with those Juno Rays first. TBNT down. They got an LOS, or they got to go forward. Looks like Lambda and Bliss are just pressing the issue in the front line, and someone, the last remaining member. A team kill as Twisted Minds cap the point.
Does not get any closer than this. Another first capture for Twisted Minds as they want to try to even this up on the final map of the series. Lambda with another barrage, but again, running into the problem where this is just so much open space for this Pharaoh to have to fly through. Perfect into the sightlines of Merit's Sojourn.
Think about what ults they have for this fight. Lambda's barrages have been rather unsuccessful so far, especially on that last one. Quartz almost getting taken out, but happy to repeat Merit as soon as he's full HP again. And here comes Sugar Free. Someone's got to pay attention to him at some point. There you go. Forced to use the reflect, but in comes the cage. Vega kills TBNT, and they cap the point. Wow, look at that quick reset from MCD, Quartz and Lambda. They know they get staggered here. It could be a disastrous situation they find themselves in.
These flashpoints tick up so fast, so every single second is going to matter. And knowing that Twisted Minds still have this barrage to expend, they've got the rally on top of it now as well. They know they have resources to come back into this next fight with.
Oh!
But Merit, huge pick on the cords, that's going to delay them further.
They have to back off. Sugar Free was hanging around now. Well, unfortunately for Twisted Minds, he has played. They have overclock. They've got a lot of ults coming up.
There's just no room for error now for Twisted Minds. They've got one more shot at this to keep themselves in this series. Otherwise, they're going to go home.
Toronto Defiant just going to go. They've got to find a pick. Oh, but it's Rupal that goes down to Quartz. The dynamite's good, and Merit can't find anything. Someone from Twisted Minds has to cap the point, though. They have to touch. But are they actually going to get there? Quartz and Lambda are already dead. Someone's just fighting in their spawn with the help of Vega, who's got the rally. There is one touching right now for Twisted Minds, but that's about it. It's TBNT.
TVNT is there, but how long can he actually withstand on this point? Is it going to be long enough for the reinforcements to come back out of spawn? Toronto are coming back with this blade. 2 support ultimates in their pocket as well as they start to set up behind this point.
TVNT just saved them. They managed to get the cap. Blade available from Sugar Free as both support ultimates are available for Toronto Defiant and Twins and Mines. Junior ultimates are again deployed first. The barrage all reflected. Blade has been popped and Sugar Free yet again goes absolutely nuclear. Toronto Defiant. They knock EU's hopes and dreams down a peg as they secure themselves another chance.
What a close match between these two teams, but Toronto ends up on top. Valiant effort by Twisted Minds. They brought them down to the wire, but expert meta decisions, strategic gameplay, and smart swaps coming through from Toronto are going to reign supreme at the end of this match.
From a 128 turnaround on Runasapi to a map 5 going down to the wire. Toronto Defiant have done it. They've knocked EUMA out of the competition. They will advance on what was a very neutered look in Dallas. This team has continued to excel. And I think this is a very, very good match to look back on and see how strong Toronto Defiant really are. A back and forth series, Rose, and an insane one. And who better to finish it out with Sugar Free's Blade?
Just the cherry on top of that match for them. This roster has been so fun to watch the entire season. And Toronto, this could just be another big chapter in their book as they look to get even further in this competition.
Well, it looks like we've got an interview on the stage with Danny and someone, so I'll throw it over to him and we can get some final words.
Jack and Rose, thank you very much. That is right. I am here with someone from Toronto Defiant coming out from a great win. Amazing stuff. I mean, that was a very close series. I mean, this was your second match. I just want to hear from you, someone. How do you feel right now? 자, 굉장히 접전이었습니다. 힘든 경기였지만 끝에 가서 승리를 하셨는데요. 지금 소감 한 말씀 부탁드릴게요.
짐 싸고 집 갈 줄 알았는데 이겨서 정말 좋고 그래도 아직 경기가 아직 많이 남았으니까 최선을 다해보겠습니다.
I sort of thought that I had to pack my stuff and get ready to go home, but that's not the case. We did get the win. We have more matches coming up, so I'm going to stay focused and try to win that one as well. Talking about your next match, you have one more match, third match of the day. I know you're tired, but I know you got this. You guys are up against Energy Shock. How do you think that match is going to play out? 자, 세 번째 경기 하나가 더 남았습니다. 서먼 선수 이제 쇼크와의 경기 좀 어떻게 흘러갈 것 같나요?
저희가 지금 워밍업이 두 경기를 해가지고 잘 돼 있는 상태고 just our team is better.
Our team is better. They are all warmed up, ready to go. So let's not take any longer. Desk, back to you.
Thank you so much, Danny. Toronto Defiant are staying alive. Let's take a listen in on their winning moments.
That cage.
네, barrage, I think.
Yeah, cage. Shambali.
I can do it. Yeah, I will. Push it. Maga.
Fucking best.
Easy.
GG indeed, and what a way to end it all. That blade from Sugar Free, just, you know, the cherry on top. But what a close series. Like, I'm feeling like the exhaustion radiating off of someone right there, because first, of course, a massive beatdown against Raccoon, got to recover from that as well. And then afterwards, taking it all the way to map 5, that's got to put a strain on you.
Yeah, this is not the spot you want to be in, facing down your third match of the day, but unfortunately, that's where they are, and then they're going to have to fight back against an NRG that has been resurgent, that has been looking really strong in this day of play. So honestly, a tough spot motivationally for Toronto Defiant, but when it comes to the individual skill, when it comes to the playmaking, they have such phenomenal players. I really do believe that they're going to put up a very good match for us in the next round.
Yeah, both when it comes to adapting to the enemy composition, they're doing a great job here, dealing with Lambda on the Pharah as well. But just individually, Merit on the Sojourner was just fantastic here on Runasapi as well. And when it comes to Sugar Free as well, I mean, I feel like he just provides the X factor. The Genji has been so reliable from him all year. He's the North American MVP, of course. So this entire team, I feel like they're in this position now where they can, of course, rely on their individual skill to pop off, have individual moments. But similarly, they have that flexibility, and that is so crucial when you're staring down opponents like Twisted Minds, for example, who play this unique Pharah composition. And now, next, you're going to battle off against NRG, who are playing a Junker Queen composition with Sombra at times. And so it's going to be another situation where, you know, the Toronto Defiant, they're going to be forced to adapt once more.
Yeah, a bunch of big moments here. I mean, for Twisted Minds to actually be able to battle back from what looked like an unwinnable scenario on Runasapi. Still, well, we got to give congratulations to them. Well played that they were able to force this to be such a close match against a team like Toronto, who honestly put them into some unwinnable scenarios. Right, Gibraltar was kind of unplayable for them in their strat. You know, the Winston just ran the table on them there. Ilios as well, really difficult spot to beat for Twisted Minds, and yet on the maps that they, you know, were strong and comfortable, they managed to eke out those wins, even though they were incredibly close and competitive. Well done to Twisted Minds. I think though their tournament ends here, they have had the best result from EMEA, and I think that's worth celebrating.
Yeah, it's a great run.
Absolutely. Yeah, and I mean, the individual players and the way they popped off throughout this tournament, they turned it up when it really mattered. They made teams such as Falcons sweat. They took a map off of them, and that's something none of the NA or EMEA teams has been able to do.
Yeah, I mean, Quartz heartbroken right there.
Yeah.
And you know, there was such a close win on push as well, when they were able to turn that around 128-0. That's an unbelievable comeback. I mean, we're talking about it. It's so unlikely.
We called that one like way before that.
Okay, Jake was sitting up there like, if there was a push map to come back, it would be Runasapi because, you know, there was like one bad ultimate cycle there. Toronto Defiant, they didn't get value from the orbital ray, and that kind of snowballs allows Twisted Minds to get back into the game. And I mean, Twisted Minds, they even made it close somewhat here on New Junk City. I feel like that first round with the Symmetra, that was so pivotal, but then you see TVNT, he's kind of peeling towards an indoors area. The rest of the team can't help him, and first point falls apart. Then you're fighting like an uphill battle, because then you have to win the refinery round. You have to win the duck. And those are inside rounds. It's hard to make that far work if you don't have positioning. They did make it close here on New Junk City, but it was a map they were always going to be disadvantaged on.
And you know what? Like, they stuck to their identity. They stuck to what they felt. They just excel at and look best at. And I love when a team just decides to die on their very own hill.
Yeah, that's what you got to do, I think, for this team. I think they made the right moves strategically in this tournament, but the opposition was just too fierce. I feel Sugar Free was also such a key, pivotal player on the Genji in this matchup. I mean, traditionally, we think Genji doesn't have the best matchup against Pharah, but Sugar Free's use of the deflect was a real game changer. I felt constantly throughout this series, he was deflect killing onto this Pharah, whether it's the barrage in places like this, or sometimes getting that final blow with a deflected rocket. And, you know, when a Genji's playing that well around the deflect, it's such a mental thorn in your side because you're constantly sort of questioning yourself, even wanting to constantly put pressure down on the enemy. You have to think twice when you're facing that deflect. So well done by Toronto Defiant to close this out.
Yeah, and here is our player of the match, Sugar Free, earning himself that MVP honors. I mean, with that blade at the very end, no question about it.
He's starting a habit of winning moments.
Right?
In stage 4, it was the Genji deflect against Seeker on the Cassidy with the high noon that sealed the stage 4 win against them, for them actually against Nightmare. And once more here, you know, it was the deflect onto Lambda and the Pharah. So if it comes down to the final fight in the next match, NRG, just be careful for the Sugar Free deflect because it's gonna come in handy. But you know, equally as well on the Tracer, he's just a phenomenal player. And he's the X factor for this team. Really, I do think so. When Merit is on that hit scan, yes, you can look towards the Merit to be like the impact player, securing so many picks on the Ashe, for example, or on Sojourn. But if you have to play Echo, if you have to play Genji, that's when Sugar Free can go aggressive with blades like these and make a big difference.
I mean, the Tracer was ferocious as well. I think this does put NRG in a pretty tough spot where maybe Toronto can kind of bring that same formula, right? Taking us to Gibraltar, to Ilios, to maps where the Tracer Winston comp can really thrive. And I think that would be their comfort zone against NRG. But on the flip side, I feel NRG looks really good against this Mauga comp. This might be the meta, but NRG has such a good read. The way they execute the Sombra is going to be really tough to match without a lot of preparation against this team. So honestly, strategically, I kind of like where NRG's at, and they should be sitting pretty given that they'd had a match to rest and watch.
That's right, because Toronto now has to play their third match today. We saw it right there in the post-game interview. Someone already saying, like, I was ready to pack my bags. Now, you got to come back from that as well, right? So they have a few minutes, of course, to collect themselves and get ready for their match against Energy Shock, who have been sitting prettily waiting for their next opponent. But yeah, maybe Toronto can make that salty run back through the lower bracket. What a story that will be for these players. For now, we're heading into a quick break. And when we're coming back, we're not just having the last series of the day. No, we also have a special treat because no other than Sean Miller will join me here on the desk to talk about all things Overwatch Esports in 2025. You don't want to miss it. The finals live here from DreamHack Stockholm. Before we get into the next match, we're going to dive into what's next for Overwatch Esports. Welcome back, everyone, to the desk. Zeruhh here, and as you can see, I'm joined by the one and only, it's Sean Miller, the head of Overwatch Esports, and you're here bearing some good news. But first things first, how has your day been? How's your DreamHack been? Have you been in Stockholm before?
Never been to Stockholm. Such a beautiful city. Banger match. Lenny Blade. Life is good.
Life is good. Life is good indeed. We got good Overwatch, and I'm hearing you got some good news regarding the future of Overwatch as well. So please do share.
Thank you, Zoe. Yes, it's been such an amazing final so far. Our inaugural year has been everything we were hoping for and more. I mean, just earlier this year, it's crazy to think that we launched an entirely new esports program and meant to be more open. And the result has been this awesome year of crazy matches, amazing storylines, and just all this passion from all the fans. So it's just been so cool.
Yeah, I think I speak for everyone when I say this open eco system has been really, really cool to watch throughout the year. We get to see seasoned veterans again, you know, the players we know and love from years and years of Overwatch Esports action. But now we also get to see the young guns, that fresh blood, those fresh faces coming in, and they're taking it to those veterans. So it's been a real blast, Sean.
It has, for sure. And we're going to keep it going. So I'm thrilled to announce that we are officially coming back in 2025. We're doubling down on what makes OWCS so
That's right. Let's make some noise for that. That's good news.
Good news. We're doubling down on what makes things so captivating. You know, we're a rewarding experience. We're going to streamline the competition next year, and we're going to make it even more accessible for everyone.
That sounds good to me. Before we dive deeper, we have a little video for you guys, so let's enjoy this one together.
In 2024, the inaugural season of the Overwatch Champion Series set the stage. Challengers emerged, stepped up, and were crowned champions. And in 2025, OWCS is back.
Welcome to Overwatch!
With more streams, more live events, an easy-to-follow format where the best teams thrive, where rivals get relegated, and rising challengers become legends. Get ready for the 2025 Overwatch Champion Series.
Right on. Okay, let's dig into this one. I'm sure there's a lot to unpack here, Sean.
There is so much to look forward to next year, and the good news is we don't have to wait long. The season will be starting in January.
All right, well, that is literally around the corner. Okay,
Very soon.
January, the action is already back. We have not even a month break.
Yeah, pretty much.
I love that.
So, and as you saw, one of the most exciting changes is that we don't have 2, but 3 splits next year with 3 global live events. We're looking forward to having all these live events just like this one. It's just so much energy. We have our biggest matches up in front of thousands of fans, and so we're really excited about that. And we'll be sharing more on where those events will be and soon, TM.
Soon TM, the most esports thing to do. I love that for us. Now let's dig into the format. What's the format going to look like in 2025?
Totally. So, as I said, 3 stages, 3 live events, and each region split will be more consistent across the globe. So, NA, EMEA, and Asia, 1 global qualifier at the beginning of the season, followed by a regular season between each split. And excitingly, there will be promotion and relegation.
Oh,
which we'll talk more about.
Okay.
And next year's region split will also be more consistent, as I said, than in 2024. So really excited about all the things happening here.
All right, so more matches, more broadcasts, more Overwatch. Does that sound good to you, Stockholm? That's right, that's right. And you mentioned relegations too. Keep on going.
Let's talk about it.
Let's talk about this.
We want to continue to make, as I said before, Overwatch competition just more accessible to everyone. And the way that we want to do that next year is through a promotion relegation system through FACEIT. So at the end of each stage, the top 2 FACEIT teams will compete against the bottom 2 OWCS teams, and the OWCS spots will be on the line. So really exciting stuff.
That is so cool.
Yeah,
I'm so excited, Sean.
and even if your sights aren't necessarily set on OWCS, FACEIT's going to have tons of amateur competition across the board, with prizing, other incentives to reward everyone that plays. So.
Okay, so right, just like this year already, a lot of people have really appreciated that there are those different tiers. So if you just want to dip your toes into the competitive scene, you get to do that with your friends or your foes. I don't know who you're playing with, and you can work your way through the system. And now you can actually end up here at the top in OWCS. That's really, really neat. I know that sign-ups are open right now, so people can actually get to do that. And of course, that's going to be. They have to get on with that. Since January, when we're starting the season, and that's going to be a close call to make, right? Is there anything else you can share?
We do have one more small thing to share today. So I am thrilled to announce that in 2025, we will have an OWCS Team Partner Program. We'll be collaborating with select teams across North America, EMEA, and Asia to create team skins, icons, sprays, and more.
Got them with the skins.
Hey, we got them with the skins. That, you can learn more about. You can support these in games next year. We'll have more to share. Check out the blog. But super excited about this partner program next year.
Oh, so am I. And so is everyone in this house. Ain't that right, Stockholm? Man, we're in for so many treats. Sean, thank you so much for sharing all of this with us today. And we're heading back into the action after a quick break as well, so don't go anywhere.
This is OWCS Stockholm World Finals 2024, and we are the Energy Shock. Hey.
I love PG.
I was there when they got that
love
take.
that
I was dying laughing right next to them. That was too funny.
That team has so many good personalities on it. Like,
Yeah.
they're such a joy to watch in and outside of game. I love that we had a media day with all of our teams, so we got to not just pick their game brains, but also, you know, get the word out. Like, get some of that personality on camera, on
PG
tape.
is a chill guy.
He is.
He's a chill guy.
He is.
Extremely
He is
chill.
Well, hopefully not too chill, because they got a game to win. Let's take a look at the brackets to see where our teams are currently at. This is going to be another elimination match to close out our day. And that means that overall, we will have sent 3 teams home on day 2. Heartbreaker, but also very exciting.
Just want to point out.
Yes?
Don't
NA on top, baby. NA on top, baby.
I walked around in the arena before we started today, and the EMEA vibes were all-time bad. So many
all-time
SSG
bad.
fans.
It's an all-time low.
So many ENS fans, and they were like,
EMEA stonks.
Johnny,
Not
what
looking
happened?
hot.
North American fans, we
Oh,
ride
God.
high. They made us eat humble
all
pie
right.
in Dallas.
I can't
It's your
believe it.
turn.
Johnny, it's fine.
Everybody grab
In
a
2
spoon.
days, we fly back to NA. We can just pretend this has never happened.
We're still in Sweden. Just so you know, like,
right? Yeah, but hey, I heard a lot of cheers for Toronto Defiant.
and NRG.
I mean,
energy.
there's a lot of
Raka-Taka.
undeniable personalities on both of these teams.
Absolutely. There are superstar performances across the board, so there's a lot to cheer for literally every single team. Now, Toronto Defiant, listen, we already talked about this, right? This team had to fight it out. They had to fight it out for a long day, and that has to drain you. Like, how do you recover from that, you guys as former professional players?
You know, these are experienced pros, though. I think they can pace themselves and can continue to deliver throughout long matches. It's definitely going to be a test for them, but I wouldn't count them out just yet, especially I like when we heard those final comms winning moments. They were still pretty chill, right? That was a game 5, but it wasn't that incredible, intense hype that can sometimes be pulled out of you in a close match. I feel Toronto Defiant, they still had confidence in themselves to win it in the end, despite what someone said. I think they kind of knew that they would win that series in the end. So I think that kind of confidence is what they're going to need to take into this next series, but facing NRG is a little scary. Like, you might have answers you've cooked up to their strat, but it's a little bit theoretical. Like, you probably haven't implemented it. You certainly don't have much practice running it. And NRG is probably going to stick to their wheelhouse on a comp that they've looked really comfortable on with a few different variations that makes them a little bit more difficult to counter.
Do you think they expected to see energy in this match, or do you think they might have mentally prepped for Nightmare?
I mean, I can certainly see them having practiced against NRG, and so they probably already had a read on what they were going to play going into the tournament, right? Because this is an NRG team that, you know, Tree talked about it. We found this composition like some weeks ago, and we decided to stick with it. It really worked for us. It fit our style, and we've seen the entire team really excel in all departments, whether it's the backline and the rotations, rack attack standing out on the Brigitte, Tree popping off on the hit scan, as well as the reworked Sombra. And of course, Kellan has found a hero that he can actually contribute on, except for besides the Winston, because Winston has been Kellan's go-to hero. Now he can excel on the Junker Queen here as well. He struggled to kind of find his identity on the Orisa, on the Mauga earlier in the year, but now on Junker Queen, big cheers for Ragatak in the audience. But now NRG, all 5 members of this team who are currently in the starting roster, they all have a hero that they feel really confident on. And this kind of style, it's been really suited for them.
It has been indeed, but they are going up against the juggernauts of NA. We can't stress enough just how successful Toronto Defiant have been all season long. Can Energy Shock take it to them? We're about to find out, so let's send it over to Golden Boy on our stage.
All right, DreamHack, we got one more match today, and I need some energy. How you feeling out there? Let's try it again. How you feeling, Stockholm? That's right, this matchup's gonna be awesome. It's an NA clash, and we got 2 fantastic teams that are about to take the stage. So let's go ahead and welcome our first squad. It's the Toronto Defiant!
Toronto Defiant are your undisputed champions of North America with first place finishes and nothing else. Can NRG be the first team from NA to ever stop this reign of terror?
And now it's time to bring out their opponents. Welcome to the stage, the NRG Shock!
NRG, they've had their crosshair on Toronto Defiant all year. They successfully took them down in stage 3, but that was just an upper bracket match. And Toronto Defiant are the finals champion in NA. Now, NRG, they have to beat them on stage at the World Finals.
All right, folks, it's now time to jump into this matchup, and I got one simple question for you. Are you guys ready? Oh, I gotta hear you a little bit better. I said, are you ready? It's now time for the Defiant versus the Shock.
And there you have it, folks. 2 NA teams remain here as the last in this lower bracket for the Defiant. It's about delivering on the promise they made at the very start of this year. Team purpose-built to take over the world. And for NRG Shock, it's a dream run. Can they keep it going?
Yeah, I mean, it would be a dream run right here for the Shock. I think expectations for them were like mixed, I would say, at best, kind of coming into the event. This is a long day for the Defiant as well, right? I mean, you know, they're early, playing all the way through the entire day with not an easy opponent on the other side.
I mean, it's been a year of excellence for Toronto in their home region until they took the stage in Dallas, and honestly were pretty disappointing. In fact, it was the NRG Shock as the team that went the furthest of any of those NA teams. Things have changed, and it looks like the Defiant have been able to put it together when it really counts, but we're going to be dealing with a bit of a wild card. This Shock team really wants to play their own way.
Yeah, I mean, they've been playing a lot of Queen, Sombra. Against Nightmare, we saw them bring in the Sojourn as well, so it'll be really interesting, obviously, some time now for Toronto to be able to watch that. They saw it the other day, right? They saw it again today, so maybe they have some ideas on how to deal with it.
It's a beautiful matchup. We've got 2 household names in NA. 2 teams that have retained their, monikers, I guess, from that Overwatch League era, right?
I was like, we talk about 2025, we're in a new era, and then we got Shock and Defiant picking it off here. I was like, man, we're getting thrown back in time.
But again, the Shock looked very different. This is a team of young, hungry players that definitely were a little bit green when they came in here, right? They got picked up halfway through the year. Let's jump in and see what they got for us. We'll be starting off, of course, on Ilios, folks. And the Defiant, it's been a very, very long day. My goodness, Twisted Minds took them to the very limit. They're awful used to that, though. A lot of teams have pushed them close. But so far, they have not stumbled. This is an elimination game, man.
Though, because being on the stage like this, right, and everybody going crazy, it's a little bit of like an adrenaline dump, right? That game 5 happens, you win, you go crazy. You have 10 minutes to go to the bathroom, you come right back, and now you're back in the action, right?
Again, they are warm. They're absolutely in the zone. NRG Shock for the sit.
Those 5-game series, though, especially with the crowd, they're drained. So see how they kind of bounce back after it. It looks like, at least for now, they're going to be running that Maga.
Here it is, your lower semis. It's time to get it started, folks. Off to ruins we go. Toronto in the blue here, NRG Shock with the Wrecking Ball in tow. And the Widowmaker mirror.
So this is a look we know that they can play, right? With Kellen on the ball. Is Tree versus Merit. That's going to be a treat here.
Okay, Merit on the cast.
Yeah, they obviously see the ball now, right? Coming out of the spawn, and they realize they need something to deter this ball from causing chaos in the backline.
All right, Naga set a bit for someone. Pretty slow, of course, as the point is yet to unlock. Tree is a decent line there, but Merit's already dealt with Scissors, so the Tracer will struggle against the hindrance of that Magnate. We'll see if that's going to be the stick here for Scissors, or will be going elsewhere. Merit here with a biotic grenade here. Ultraviolet, of course, on that Ana. A hero he really made his name on. Sugarfree's able to follow up there, deal with that Ana. Toronto settling in here.
Yeah, they're not really giving, like, you see where the players are playing on Toronto. They're not really giving Tree any great lines of sight. And then also Sugarfree just causing chaos. I mean, he has been so good this year, right? You kind of had a good idea, obviously, with the Florida Mayhem roster, that kind of core coming in, how he was going to slot into that. Probably better than a lot of people even expected, as he's been tremendous. As Tree now going to play Ashe. So not going to rely as much on, like, those long-range sight lines, right? Can play a little bit more in that mid-range. Not rely on Toronto kind of coming out into his sight.
The Shock are playing around this Wrecking Ball comp, so there's a bit of setup required. That's why they haven't gone for it all in engagement, but Kellen might be in trouble. There was no mega health pack for him to pick up there, and someone just runs into town.
Yeah, the ball comp has not looked great thus far. That's a nice bio, though. Connects with someone, connects with Vega as well. They're able to deal with the tank. And because you're on the ball, you're going to get right back in action quick.
Absolutely. Toronto here grouping up on the point. Scissors has built that pulse bomb here, and NRG's strategy really involves skirmishing and following up on these bio-nades from Ultraviolet. We're close as well to a Nano Beast now, but it's going to be a Deadeye from Merit as Sugarfree falls to the whip shot. Open up some space with the Sleep Dart interrupts it. Merit's going to be knocked sideward. It's a bit of an awkward landing for him, but now inside the rally, Vega's going to be able to keep him topped up. Wrecking Ball dive on in. Rupal eventually falls here as Rack attacks the one that gets the Nano. Charges in, neutral knockdown briefly. Rack somehow staying alive behind that shield until someone carves him out. Toronto, though, have done so much in terms of building up that percentage.
And even with losing someone first, right, they still made it a little bit of a fight, but I actually think earlier in that, right, they hit the bio onto someone, and then they hit a bio onto Sugarfree, and they finish it on while he has Blade, which, you don't take out Sugarfree there. You can probably see that Blade come on through.
Sugarfree garnering the attention of Kellen there up to that high ground. Keeping the pressure on Tree. Here comes the bomb, though. It's going to be thrown in as Toronto push up. They've not capped the point yet, though. I want to make that clear. They've yet to get out of their spawn properly. With Bob out of the way, they've had to use that orbital ray in order to even get any fighting stance here. But here they go. Cage fight going to catch Kellen. There's not much he can do to get out of there either. Sugarfree's Blade finds purchase on Tree. Lumberjack duty for your boy Lenny. And now the Defiant are in a good position to flip this back.
UV still alive, and same with Rack. And Rack's got this rally, so they're going to have to give up the point for a little bit. Nice rally there, going to try and protect UV.
Sugarfree's deflect is too slow. He actually gets hit with the bio instead of sending it back, and that ends up being his undoing. Toronto do get a bit more capture progress here, but they're going to lose the point in just a moment.
It's going to be flipped back here for Shock, so they give it up for just a little bit. Take the point on back. Is Tree now over to the Widow yet again? So actually, this also might be in a response because Sugarfree's not on the Genji anymore, right? He's going to be playing the Tracer, so you have that little bit of a high ground there. It's actually...
Oh, okay.
Yeah, Bio connects with 2 there as Tree goes back to Ashe.
Yeah, rattles the cage. Someone goes for a charge, but no connection. It's going to be Rack that falls, though. And Ultraviolet doesn't have a good line of sight here. He can't see Kellen, for example, but Kellen's having to deal with the Cassidy. Still a problem for an immobile hit scan DPS to deal with at times. But with UV out of the picture here, the Shock are running out of pieces to play.
Yeah, it's going to be Kellen on the point. He's going to trigger OT. You still have Scissors here as well. You keep this contested for a while.
He's low though, has to recall straight away, and someone's able to find Tree. Where is Scissors at right now? Can only really just keep a toe in the water, so to speak. Kellen does the same. This is a good comp at stalling the point out, but eventually the Shock need to find some eliminations. Deadeye for Merritt cancelled. It's a free reload for him in the end as Vega pops that rally, and Merritt now has a commanding view of the situation. But again, accosted by Kellen. He'll get him this time though. Merritt handles the wrecking ball comfortably, and the orbital ray, Merritt basking in it in the middle of the point.
Yes, they actually use a nano boost onto Scissors there for the Shock, and they send Kellen into the back line to try and make a play for Merritt. But then you see the rally come through from Vega. Even with the bio grenade towards the end, the orbital ray comes on through. They move onto the point, protect that Cassidy, and ride Merritt to a round 1 win.
It's such an odd comp, right? Because the Wrecking Ball wants to disrupt. You want to get heads turned away from your Tracer. You're a nuisance, but you do need to get people in position, and the NRG Shock just give a lot of the capture progress up while they're trying to get the Wrecking Ball set up, while they're trying to get in decent positions.
I thought the ball looked pretty good. I think the issue is like you have Sugar Free who's so good on the Genji on the other side. You really got nothing out of the hit scan for a really long time, which needed some of that damage.
All right, we got Winston comps here, Matt, but it's going to be a Kiriko for Ultraviolet. Probably take that option with the Katsuna Rush, but also to be able to cleanse off the Ana. That Bionade a problem for any composition.
Rico also offers a little bit more mobility. He's killing up to the high ground here. Both teams want to vie for this position.
Vega copped a fair bit of poke damage there at the start of that engagement, but Kellen obviously doesn't want to overcommit here. Lucio, Kiriko, very different backlines for these teams. Defensive, slanting for the Defiant.
Yeah, this is a backline that we really haven't seen, without Juno in the mix, right? She's been so prevalent. I know even Brig, right? Brig always seems to be in the mix. That they Lucio with the Kiri, that's a few stages ago.
Yep, well, a bit of a throwback for sure. Focusing beam gets rid of Rack Attack, but great response. Tree, ever vigilant, looking out for Sugar Free to dive. In a 4 versus 4, now you see Kellen making his push here. Under a lot of pressure though. It's going to be Scissor that ends up falling. Someone really gets everything you wanted there. Shock have control though, so the Defiant do need to recuperate here, and Kellen will be able to stall alongside Tree.
Yeah, this is the point that's really annoying to flip back, right? So Shock, especially with their comp, everybody pretty mobile to get back in the fight, should be able to extend this for a while, but Sugar Free finds Rack Attack again. Sugar Free finds Tree as well.
And that's the cleanup that the Defiant were looking for. 17% here for the NRG Shock. But now we're in a position where we have Nano Boost into Primal for Toronto.
It's going to be nasty, this combination here for the Defiant. You use the Nano first, right? Let someone just get tons of damage down on the cleave, then Primal. Just the survivability with both those ultimates combined. It's going to be crazy.
Pulse Bombs could make this a pretty volatile fight as well. Both Tracers have essentially built those up, and here's that Primal now in front of the NRG Stock spawn. Quite disruptive here. Kellen's going to have one of his own, but he probably wants to wait this one out from someone. Rupal still holding onto the Nano just in case someone gets into a dangerous spot. He ends up jumping out of the fight, exposing Vega there. And the rest of NRG Shock just run into Toronto. Rupal also dealt with, which means this fight is mostly done.
Yeah, Shock played that quite well, right? A lot of teams, like someone is so good on the Winston, especially during Primal, would have maybe like panicked, used an ultimate like early back in their spawn, but they held on to everything, pushed on up. Scissors opens things up with a kill, and they're able to flip it back. This will be difficult, though. Toronto Defiant coming back with that nano boost. You give it on to someone, and you're also going to have the rally to protect that backline.
And something this comp's really good at doing is protecting the Brig, which is often the first target, right? Rupal can just nano Vega, or Vega just pops rally, and had that shield, a bit of self-peel available. You can save that Ana ultimate for the Winston instead. Here we go. It's going to be someone getting a nano. Managed to find Kellen here, who pops a Primal for that extra survivability, so someone's going to look elsewhere. Meanwhile, Scissors goes down. It's going to be a 4-player sound barrier. NRG still control the point right now. Rupal is in trouble. Yep, there's no way he's picking himself up out of that one. The Shock pick a fight in a great part of the map to punish the Defiant.
Rack Attack's had a really good day. The match that we casted earlier, especially on the break. Phenomenal that time, using that sound barrier, getting aggressive through the alley, but here comes Toronto.
Toronto did flip midway through that fight, despite Kellen having a really nice Primal. So they're going to get some extra percentage, at least slow NRG Shock down, but to Defiant make use of Rally and Nano in that same fight, and ostensibly they lose it, even if they do flip the point briefly.
I mean, you saw now Primal again, though, right? So We'll see if someone can get some value out of it. I'm really looking at Sugar Free with the dupe, right? He can put down so much damage. Then when he gets low, use the dupe to get some more healing down. It's actually Tree gets quite low. He actually used the dupe on the Winston just to get health.
For the sake of safety here, Tree doesn't want to get too aggressive, but he's thinking about maybe being disruptive. He can build a primal inside dupe. That would be big, but as Winston, it's hard to do that. You're in the middle of the fight. Tree actually gets knocked out of dupe and is taken down by Rupal here as Sugar Free with the free pulse. He's able to force Ultraviolet away. NRG's backline are struggling right now. A lot of pressure as Rakitak desperately tries to escape from Sugar Free's questing tri-attacks.
Yeah, but Sugar Free able to, I mean, it's going to be Rakitak able to stay alive with the Ultraviolet, right? Those supports, the Lucian and the Kirito, so much mobility, right? With the Swift Step, especially from UV.
They're going to flip here.
Yeah, they're going to get back to the point. They're going to be able to flip this, and we're going to go in OT.
Someone can come in with a primal, though. That's going to be Merit with the recall. Not often seeing him on Tracer, but he has a pulse bomb ready to rumble. Bide their time, will the Defiant. They're going to have a Kitsune Rush now available for the shock. They let it go straight away. Here we go. Merit in with the pulse bomb. Kellen mostly ignores it, though, as someone needs to get a big primal. Oh! Just got himself out of the well. No Lassie required today. Healthy enough, someone to continue fighting. But the barrier there for NRG Shock kept them healthy, and Sugar Free gets taken down. Tree comes back on the Farah. Rupal's in deep trouble. This is going to be a tough situation to extricate himself from, as Tree definitely dodges the shots.
Yeah, the kill onto Sugar Free is massive, right? There's no threat for the Farah in the sky. And that allows Tree to put down even more damage for the Shock to tie it up.
Scrappy fight. Dive comps for both sides. There's a backline difference, though. And for the Shock, it's much more aggressive. They want to be the instigators on that map. Now, though, probably heading back over towards this more defensive Ana setup.
It's really interesting between these two teams, like, because Toronto, they'll play this stuff against everybody, right? The Shock, we haven't really seen this throughout this tournament thus far, right? We've seen them play a lot of the Queen. They tried some Maga comps, but here, taking it to Toronto, in Toronto's own game, right? That's impressive.
Kellen, we saw plenty of Winston outings from him, though, especially back on the NYXL roster. Been around for a long time. Went back down to contenders with Runaway. Won contenders. Comes back up to tier 1.
This doesn't look like the same Kellen that was in NYXL.
Some years have passed. We've all got a bit of grey in our beards. Here we go, folks. It's time for Lighthouses out of sight around on Ilios. NRG back to the Brick setup. Kellen looks for the high ground here. Pressure on Rupal.
Yeah, let's see if they can also protect Merit as well, as he takes Tree out right away, but keeping this Ashe alive is going to be crucial.
Oh, nicely done. Yeah, Merit has a lot of defensive zone there. Someone peeled for him while Kellen was diving on Rupal. Bought enough time for the Ashe to strike a mortal blow.
And also, Merit just doesn't take the high ground right over on their side of the map, jumps right over on the point by the Lighthouse, right? So when the Winston uses the leak to get across, there's nobody home.
Toronto definitely looked like the more defensive team here. Ultraviolet just trying to keep Vega honest there. Need to keep the shield up across the road, folks. Rupal doesn't want to give up that position. It's annoying. It takes him ages to get back there, but Kellen knows he needs to peel the Ashe away. It's going to be Merit, though, speaking of Ashe, that gets rid of Tree again. So winning that hit scan duel once more. You have enough damage here to punish Kellen? No, not really. He's just going to push further into the backline here. He'll have to give up his life for it, most likely. Backs away. Unreal. That is an escape you tell your kids about.
Yeah, he's able to escape, and you have Scissors on the point, and he's doing a nice job. It's about halfway. It forces actually Merit to jump down, keep it contested.
The Merit's dominated the map here. Tree hasn't been able to do much in this round at all. Switch off the Ashe, I think, off the Echo to the Ashe. Still being handled. 49, 50% now counting for the Toronto Defiant. They are more than happy to play this very spread, dispersed, skirmishy style.
Yeah, I mean, you're not floating through the air across this map against Merit. I mean, it is not going to happen as they finally deal with the Ashe of the Defiant.
Okay, someone should be able to even the Legend here, though. Yep, with a Primal, brother, and Nano Boost coming on in. Sugar Free found a beautiful stick on Ultraviolet, so the Defiant can keep this one rolling. They never actually lost control of the point, and Kellen, a Primal here. What is he hoping for? Maybe a pick on Rupal, but after the fact, egg on his face, I think.
Yeah, he's going to make it back to the team, but you get no value out of that Primal. And those types of fights, it has to be so deflating to play against the Defiant, right? Because you get Merit right away, and you think you have an opening, someone gets a nano and jumps right into your backline, kills everyone.
Ultraviolet goes down at the start of the fight there to Merit. That is devastating for NRG. You can't threaten a win spin at all with a bio. Pulse for Scissors catches on the Merit. Someone can't disrupt the Tracer nearly enough here, but we are 98 and counting. And the NRG Shock have nobody on the point. Toronto outlast NRG in the scrappy dive style on Ilios. It's a great way to start the series. A long day, but they're far from done.
Yeah, long day here for the Defiant, but they take care of business in map number 1. And they're playing a lot of the comps that they're very good at. I'm actually quite impressed. That Shock was keeping it that close, right? Especially trying to match that type of playstyle. I think it really kind of opens up the map pool for the Shock, right? You feel like now, hey, maybe we can play these types of comps against them. Maybe we see a little bit of an opening. Or now it gives them the flexibility of like, okay, let's go test them playing the Queen.
I'm telling you, don't get too comfortable, because I do think whichever team advances from this game, they are going to run into the brick wall of Mauga comps from our teams from the APAC region, right? They may be forced to find a way to mirror them. Now, Toronto would have been able to do that, but in a match like this, they know, hey, if we can match these guys, right? They want to play Queen, we can probably do that. The Winston dive meta, I mean, that's where Toronto can definitely find a lot of equity, I think, in this kind of head-to-head, putting merit on the Ashe, for example. Someone won a world championship on Winston, right?
Well, it also seems like Toronto really likes to play Ilios to get those types of setups, right? I mean, it's perfect. You have something like Ruins, right? You put Merit on like a long-range hit scan and Ashe, a Widowmaker. You want to play Cassidy, right? Openings for him to do that. It allows someone with his like large hero pool in terms of tank to be able to play just about everything. So Ilios a pretty good map here for the Defiant.
Quick back look over the map here. Sugar-free gets to run wild there on that Genji. We see like that Tracer comp that comes out from NRG Shock with the Wrecking Ball, right? Where you can see how it's supposed to work, but you know, they weren't quite able to make it happen. Someone's still a problem on that Mauga. Cage fight, being able to catch one of those very slippery zeros is always good for at least a kill. If you can hold the Wrecking Ball down inside that ability, you're going to be in great shape. They also are the only team on that round playing Juno. And when Merit is able to play on the point inside that orbit array, he's laughing away to the bank. Things got interesting though when we got to Well.
Yeah, I mean, Well was extremely back and forth as it usually is. The supports for Shock, right? You go with a Kiri Lucio backline, a lot of mobility. It's really difficult for Sugar Green to like track players down, find them. Aggressive. Yeah, some really good sound barrier from Rack Attack in there, like Alley, which is like a really difficult bot to connect with just about everybody.
Big primal from Kellen as well. Environmental kill on
the last round, though, Lighthouse, I mean, I think it was like look, you come out with like an Echo and then Merit's on the Ashe and gets right across and just takes your Echo out right away. And then you're never able to really close the gap between the hit scan and the rest of your team. So I think really Merit kind of own that final round.
I do think that second round, though, as you're seeing here, was really all about Tree. The Echo, the Pharah switch later on was pretty big. Really distinctly different styles here, though. Notice that Merit sets up on top of the point on that Ashe, right? And he's often being peeled back to by someone, whereas Kellen is going forward and trying to pressure Rupal, who just drops off the high ground, maybe bios himself, gets back to safety, and he's tying up the Winston for a decent amount of time, while that time really is just allowing Merit to go ham, win out the Ashe duel, get some shots across the map, and be a nuisance.
I mean, this is about as even as you can get, right? Yep. In terms of like a stat line here. I mean, the healing, obviously, Toronto comes out on top. You know, the damage extremely close. Same with, deaths are really back and forth. Map number 1 is we able to have Zeruhh as the map pick here for map number 2. So a lot of teams actually just kind of going for some flashpoints here. We haven't really seen a ton of push, right? It was really, the last series with Twisted Minds Toronto, we saw the push. But it's been like Zeruhh as well. It's been a map choice for teams that kind of want to force some different stuff.
Yeah, whether it's the Queen, right? A lot of the time, Queen into Mauga, or sometimes, I don't know the likelihood of seeing Toronto opt into a Queen mirror per se, but we know just how powerful she is. I think Jake talked about it at length today, earlier on, about Rampage being very effective at shutting down that cardiac overdrive and not only denying Mauga the healing, but the rest of the team behind that ability.
Yeah, they play the Sombra as well, right? It's really impressive to play against Sombra, especially like in a meta where we don't see a lot of people playing it, like just having it thrown into the mix.
It's great
a hero that
Juno.
causes the nuisance.
Yeah, she really gets into that back line, as she always has, but the pressure she can put on Juno, who can't really dodge the virus. It's pretty easy to connect that extra damage on her own. Juno doesn't heal herself outside of orbital ray, so it's a big problem for the Brick to have to turn around and throw repair packs onto the Juno when they really want to be heading him over to the Genji.
Yeah, I mean, you don't want to have to force to use the repair packs on a Juno, right? Because the rest of your team is kind of struggling. This would have scared Jaws, but we're adults. Those are pigeons, so they're all right.
Yeah, that's not our shtick, really. It's more, well, I won't give Matt any ammunition. That's not our shtick. Either way.
I don't need ammunition.
You certainly don't. NRG here, so as expected, Junker Queen out of the gates. Do Toronto go for this? All right, so we actually saw a lot more Zarya. If you watched the Aurora Cup recently, a tournament over in China, we did see a lot of Zarya play. The expectation was that not much of it would penetrate into OWCS.
We saw Ents play it at this event. Ents already gone, right? So I don't think it was really great for them. It'll be interesting though. So it blocks a lot of the stuff with the Queen, right? Like you want to go with the axe swings with the Queen, the knives, the Zarya bubbles are obviously really effective against that.
It's also good to set up your Genji. Sugar Free can be more aggressive with his poke, generating those ultimates. When he gets a bubble and can go in, lets him just like push the limit, I think, a little bit more. So someone's often going to be looking to try and empower Sugar Free to be an absolute menace here on there's Genji, and my goodness, great focus on the Queen.
Yeah, and also if the Queen is going into the back line, right, the Zarya can provide some bubbles there to protect against that Junker Queen is someone getting extremely charged up. Where I think this obviously suits someone a little bit better, right? Where when you think about someone's hero pool, it's extremely large, but I think probably like you would see him go with a Maga instead of playing the Queen. I think if there was like one hero like someone maybe not at the top level, it would be like Queen.
Sure. Yeah, we definitely just don't see it all that frequently. Zarya, a pretty good option, of course. The bubbles have a cleanse aspect, which is kind of often overlooked. See how that plays out when we do have a Rampage online for Kellen, but he's a ways away from it. He died first in that fight. Look at Sugar Free. Because of that shield, he always has a blade already.
Yeah, I mean, he can play so aggressively. Right there, just goes right in.
In for a penny, in for a pound, I say, but caught out by the sticky bombs of Scissors, and Rack Attack's able to drag him off his high horse. Vega as well, suffering there. Build up a nice little rail gun. And Energy Shock are happy to see that dive come in.
And that's huge there for the Shock, right? They're able to battle through that blade that comes in and just all the pressure from the Defiant. And typically when we've seen the blade, it's like the rally and response, right? They didn't use anything. I mean, they win that fight. They hold on to these key ultimates coming up next, which is going to allow them, in terms of percentage, to kind of get close to tying it up.
Orbital Ray going to be pretty important, especially if there's a Graviton Surge in the mix here. Here's Frito, wants to go forward now with this Juno ultimate. It's going to be a rally as well from Rack Attack. They're committing everything to this fight, but Toronto disengage. They back up. They actually get rid of the Brinkus. Rack steps too far forward, and someone's charged up and ready to rumble. Toronto Defiant more than ready to receive that push.
They get really aggressive there, Shock, right? And I was like, oh, maybe you're trying to build like a rampage here, use that. I thought maybe we were going to see, look, if you're going to throw an orbital ray rally, maybe throw in the overclock, right? Try and punish that.
But both supporters. And you lost the fight.
I mean, what in Toronto, they end up using a bomb, right? Which is pretty disruptive up on the staircase. And then just having to invest the rally.
All right, one more fight here to decide his match point. Most likely it's going to be an orbital right now for the Toronto Defiant. Tree with the overclock, trying to find the Juno, but here comes a Graviton Surge. Merritt did fall to the sticky bombs, but Kellen was caught out. No tank here for the Shock to work with. They are contesting right now, but look how charged up someone is. Basically unkillable. No one can fight the Zarya in a head-to-head when she's at 100 charge like this. And again, someone has the bubbles to throw back. Great utility, high damage. Toronto with a comp that NRG are struggling with.
Yeah, especially when it's just Scissors on the point, contesting there for Energy Shock, going up against someone on the Zarya completely charged up. I like this, a bit of a change. I felt like Shock needed to make something different here. I think now it's like all-out aggression, right? That's what you're playing behind here. Can you access the backline? Can you access Merritt, right? You'll force those bubbles out early, but just burst damage right here.
Yeah, they can't afford a long fight against the Zarya. Give someone time to charge up, it will be your downfall. So in come the Shock, again want to be the aggressors. It's going to be Tree with an off angle here, forced to deflect out of Sugar Free. It's very low. Sugar Free's in trouble. Vega going to be the first to fall though as Tree gets in there. Venture's such a nuisance.
Like you mentioned, they need these fights to end as fast as possible, right? The healing resource is the same on both sides, but someone with those bubbles is going to be able to keep everybody topped up, everybody healthy there for the Defiant. But right there, they deal with that Zarya, push on in. Nice burrow there.
No, great pressure. Look at how they take space away from Merritt, for example. Someone overextends a little too far and doesn't have the bubbles to keep himself alive.
Just a different change of pace here for the Shock, right? Now they're the aggressors. You see Toronto on the back foot a little bit is Street trying to get sneaky here. Looking for the burrow, going to be following it up with that orbital ray.
Okay, Defiant make use of the ray as well. Here comes a blade from Sugar Free now. What can he find? Rupal's already been taken down. He does catch Tree, hanging around the corner, and that's the gimme. Scissors falls into his open arms. Now Sugar Free can back up a little bit on this, and it's an easy point take for Toronto, but they've given up about 70%.
Yeah, they're gonna stagger Kellen here. Nowhere for him to go.
Commanding shout, Kellen trying to get away. He knows his goose is cooked.
Yeah, not gonna make it that far. But so for Shock, right, you end up holding on to this rally coming up, and then also gonna have your own blade here, right? So potentially a big combo. You've already got 70%, 77% on the point, right? So we'll see how someone can play around this grab if they want to get aggressive around the corner, just kind of like bait Shock in, just fly in and then use it.
A lot of pressure under someone. He throws down the grab. This is going to stop the Shock in their tracks. Tree first, Kellen down. Vega gets in there with the flail. This is at least able to salvage here, but this is not left to do, and Vega had the stun left over. Talk about a kitchen sink, Matt.
Yeah, and that's the rally there for Raktek, right? You're trying to keep players alive inside that Graviton Surge, but the amount of damage that comes down, just too much to deal with, as Toronto will end up taking the lead here on this flashpoint. Just probably one more fight here for the Shock to flip.
There is a Scissors Blade in the mix. Kellen may be able to build up an ultimate, but he's going to be the first target here for the Defiant. Might be allowed enough time to build it though, as Toronto want the slower fight. Here's the bubble on Sugarfree. It goes in. Scissors trying to keep track on the enemy Genji, but Sugarfree does get away. Still that blade in hand for Scissors. Everybody looking at him. Looks like they've tracked it. It's time to go. Scissors amongst the archers looking for a swing. He gets Rupal with the second. He veers away from someone. Doesn't want to fight Nazaya, but one kill might be enough. Hindrance there from the flashbang of Merit, but he gets brought down. What a deflect! A taste of his own medicine for the Lawland.
Dude, that play was so sick from Scissors, right? He kind of dashes up in the sky and sees that Merit is now on Cassidy. Doesn't want to dive directly into him, but then sees Rupal, because Rupal thinks he's coming in with the blade right after him. That'll be Shock taking that point, tying it up. And then he just goes right to the sky, makes that play for Rupal, then goes back with the help of Tree to deal with Merit. Really nice stuff for Scissors.
Beautifully architected. That's the only ultimate you really had to work with in that fight. That's about the best you could hope for from a straight-up blade.
And just also the prediction of like how Rupal was going to play that, right? Like Rupal coming right to his left. He knew exactly where he was going to go.
Right, Merit here. Shots onto the Queen, trying to back. Oh, that's going to hurt. No connection though. Great bubble. Merit not affected by that bleed through. Kellen got to be feeling dissatisfied after that, but there's still an orbital ray to work with. Vega has gone down, but now there's no Genji here for NRG Shock. They want to play with inside that orbital ray, and they finally get rid of the Genji.
They'll be Shock taking the point. Then, you know, Cassidy has great survivability, right? But he's also a really easy target. Switching over to Sojourn here, I like this move. You see, in the last fight, Kellen actually connected with a knife onto Merit, got like ripped back into Tree in the burrow there, and all that damage that comes on through. Sojourn's going to be a little bit easier to lift.
Oh man, there's just so much at work here for the Shock. Kellen swing, Tree popping up. Great grab from someone though. Still Merit needs to keep his wits about him. Scissors with another deflect kill onto Merit. Oh buddy, what a pain. Toronto have to spend the big grab to win the fight.
Yeah, and I think that's why Shock's taking these fights early, right? You know, just kind of sitting back on the point, like you're just going to give up all that space to Toronto, where maybe they don't feel the need to, but right, Shock just being the aggressor, trying to push the Defiant back. You end up using that grab there on the corner, because Toronto in a spot where like, you can't give up that much more percentage here.
Go straight away, up to the top, you saw Sugarfree go with the blade. Kellen already got picked off there, someone just shoved into them. Rupal gets to hold on to the orbital range here, potentially rushing that one out to a later fight.
And even at the beginning of the fight, everybody got extremely low there for the shot. They try and like disengage and even use a rally to keep people alive. They just had no shot there.
Back to the venture, rather we go. NRG Shock now have given up that lead on this flashpoint. Great previous fight to win the last one, but it required Scissors to go bonkers. He will have a blade soon though, but can he repeat that same feat? Here's that orbital ray that Rupal is holding onto, and they're pushing up now with the torpedoes. Barely gets away, does Ultraviolet. He knows he needs to remain in this fight as long as he possibly can. It looks like Merit was knifed in there, but Kellen couldn't quite slide away. Tree caught him, but Scissors has to go for a back cap here.
I mean, UV able to stay alive, but you see from the Toronto POV how split everybody from the Shock is, right? UV not near rack attack.
Scissors can't die here.
Alive. Yeah, I mean, yeah, you can, but it's going to be tough to stay alive.
Oh, buddy, that's not good. He had to do it, though.
Tree's here.
Had to keep the round going. Tree does
they're gonna raid.
They're committing for this fight. Kellen also has a rampage at the ready, but he doesn't have a good lineup yet. Happy just to force someone away for the time being, I'd say. But this is buying time now for Scissors to get back into the fight with that blade. NRG flipped the point as Toronto are grouping up for a take.
Yeah, the Ray backs them up, right? They don't want to fight inside the orbital, right? Even with a player advantage, right? But now it's going to be Toronto getting on the point with this grab.
Yep, solo grab, catch Kellen, that's all they need to do. He tries to commanding shout, but now he goes down with his ultimate in hand. Rupal, though, dust fall. Caught out by Scissors and Tree, respectively. But Toronto flipped the point back amidst the chaos, and someone is going to be very scary, fully charged up and very hard to move. The Toronto Defiant look to get themselves on flashpoint point.
They will end up taking this one, a 2-1 lead here for the Defiant. Is Zeruhh, they've come in with a nice Zarya comp, and it has forced Energy Shock to try all different types of things, right? So now we're going to go back to the Venture. You invest so many ultimates though, right? You really want to win that one for Shock. So, and also it's been really difficult to get value with the Rampage, right?
Yes.
With the bubbles on the other side.
Last time Kellen had that ultimate, I think he hits Merit with it, who just instantly gets bubbled and cleansed by someone. So this has to be big. You need a big lineup with this Junker Queen ultimate to guarantee value from it. Or just accept that you're going to force bubbles and that's the best you can do.
Yeah, we're putting enough pressure onto someone to like force him to use some bubbles early, right? So to not happen. This is gonna be a rally fast right around the corner.
Yeah, stunned up, but not while he was ulting. So Kellen won't be interrupted by that break here. Okay, Rampage catches good. Rupal can't be cleansed. Only one bubble available, and that was for Merit. Although Merit turns around and pays it back tenfold with a big railgun elimination on Tree. A blade here for Sugar Free. Just a bit of a garnish as Scissors brings him down. Someone's a little bit low, but very, very charged up and can't finish the job on the Genji, but he's waiting now for the health pack to regenerate. Kellen's still a problem on the point. He has to be addressed. Merit does catch the knife through him. And here comes someone returning, but he only got a mini health pack, excuse me. Yeah, they get rid of Kellen. They maintain control.
Yeah, Rupal back in the fight though, right? You're going to be able to heal everybody up, but really awkward situation for Kellen to be in, right? You know, someone on one side, Merit on the other. Both pretty weak, but nowhere to really go. We're going to see a Ramatra pick here. So lots of different flexing here for the Shock is try and bully out this Zarya with the ramp.
They just force some bubbles, right?
Yeah.
Any way you can get them out. Good poke damage. It's obviously something Zarya comps don't like to deal with in general. And also you just want to ignore the Zarya and get past her into the back line.
You also notice every time that you Rakitek's had the rally, someone just charged up, pushed right into it. They've got no value with it.
Oh, that's not good at all. Travada down early there. Tree was able to get into the backline, but the Graviton Surge really seals the deal here for the Toronto Defiant. And Scissors doesn't have a chance to find use for the blade. The Defiant takes Zeruhh.
I think Shock just completely caught off guard, right? With that Zarya composition from Toronto. Defiant Toronto obviously had a great read on what Shock would have liked to play there, but just kind of throwing in that Zarya comp, it definitely took away everything that Energy Shock probably would have wanted to do. And now they're kind of searching for answers, right? You're playing Venture Genji, you're trying Ramatra towards the end. Nothing really kind of gave Shock an upper hand.
Yeah, that was a close affair here, but it was another opportunity for NRG to get a foothold in this series, to get themselves a map back, and now Coach Wheats has to think about where they take the battle for a third map.
Wonder when they did those viewer predictions. It was like, yeah, you know, after I watched them go with 2-0, I think Toronto's got this. But I mean,
in fairness, coming out of Ilios, I wasn't fully convinced.
No, I actually thought like Shock looked really good on Ilios, all things considering, right? It's just that map. I think they probably thought like, okay, we're going to be able to play some Queen, we're going to be able to play some Maga, all right? But I think that's sorry on the other side. I think that really, I mean, you see what it did to the Queen really early on. Not a lot of value out of the Rampages. They're able to just bubble Sugar Free constantly on the Genji, and he's able to just eviscerate the back line that they had no answer for, which I definitely think now probably impacts Shock's map pick, right? Because you're like, oh man, like, well, we don't want to go somewhere that could happen again.
Do you think the Toronto have now like a bona fide counter to the Queen comp? Do you think like any map where she's relevant, you could just play the Zarya into this and kind of punish them?
I mean, I'd want to see him more than like once, right? And I also think like you know, you see a team like I know a Crazy Raccoon or Falcons play it, it's going to be like another tier up, right? And can they deal with it? As we take a look at some of the highlights and just pay attention to the top of the screen, how many times you're going to see different characters there for Energy Shock. Felt like they were playing Mystery here at the time.
Absolutely. I mean, they're obviously opening with the Echo here. He's just finding it sort of hard to sort of generate too much momentum there. Obviously, Sugar Free gets to play Genji for most of the map, and like we talked about, right, more Zarya bubbles means quicker charge, as Genji can stick around a little bit longer in the front line, poking it at sort of medium range with the shurikens, and even look to try and commit onto targets that get low in the back line. Unlike the Venture switch, excuse me, you kind of pointed it out that the Shock all of a sudden really started to become the aggressors here. They wanted to run up, they wanted to get the Venture in and behind, but even that wasn't enough. Yes, it was able to threaten Rupal and Vega on occasion, but Merit switches off the Cassidy, picks up the Sojourn for, again, just some escape mechanic, and alongside the Zarya here is really hard to beat.
But we had discussed, the longer those fights go, the worse it's going to be for Energy Shock. And Toronto's great at just disengaging, kiting, staying alive, right? And then now all these players from NRG Shock are pushed up. The Zarya is all charged up now, leading the charges they're trying to get away from the Shock, and everybody just kind of falls, right? If you're going to play that Venture Genji Junker Queen, targets need to get burst down fast. You need to prioritize the target, just deal with them quick. The longer they live, especially with that Zarya getting charged up, I mean, you got no shot.
Have a look at this. This is Sugar Free having an absolute wild map here. 4.7 KD, of course, mostly on that Genji. And this is much like the rest of NRG Shock are looking for answers. We don't often get to see this in real time, right? Teams trying to iterate on a solution to a comp that they're maybe not expecting to see. I know they're aware of what we saw over in China recently, and like there were a few teams that were opting in the Zarya direction, but most people I talked to kind of played it off as more of a regional preference than something that actually had, excuse the pun, but merit here in a metagame like this.
Yeah, exactly. I think it's like, it was oh, that's kind of fun, but I don't know if that's going to make it right here. But against like a Queen, especially like if they would have ran the Sombra, right? Like the Zarya is pretty good against that as well, right? The Zarya, like let's say you get a hack onto the back line, right? The Zarya could have bubbled all that damage, right? The cleanse, the virus, everything kind of gone. So definitely would have been an answer for that as well.
Here is, of course, your head-to-head matchup in DPS. This is a young, promising prospect coming in. And this year, of course, much of this NRG Shock, right? A lot of expectation for this team that they'd be able to deliver, and they've come so far. But Toronto promised when they came out of the gates and said, we're here to win it all. And frankly, at times, we doubted them. We questioned them. They had a really weak run in Dallas. They also showed a lot of fallibility in the Stage 4 main event, but really looks like they've cleaned up a lot of that stuff, especially up against their NA rivals. This would be the second team that they look to get past.
I mean, it's the expectation for this team. You know, I think when this team was built, when the organization continued to support competitive Overwatch, it was to win everything. It wasn't to, hey, we're going to be the best in NA. Like, that's a cool goal.
We're not here to be the fun team.
Right, we're not here to be the fun team. We have a roster that is, you know, world championship talent that we expect to deliver a world championship, right? You know, beating the NA teams in the lower bracket, you know, that was just kind of, it was just kind of a given, right? You're not really worried about that. It's really about, you know, taking down those Titans from Asia.
A lot of talk about expectations, about progress throughout the year, but for NRG Shock, there's only one question left. Is this the end of the line for the beloved Shock? Just like an answer on that one.
There's 3 people that way that said no.
Unreal respect.
They've recruited some more people.
Okay, I like that. That was quick. That's the network effect in real time.
Yep. We will see the Defiant here on offense, potentially go with the Zarya again. Because you know that Shock, they like to play this Queen, right? We've seen them play very, like, sparing amounts of Maga, and when they play the Maga, it's usually been a mirror, but it hasn't looked awesome. So they definitely feel more comfortable here playing the Queen.
One last chance for the Shock to stay alive here in our OWCS World Final.
They've recruited more people now.
It spreads. It's like a contagion. All right, Sugar Free gets a bubble and goes upstairs. You can see him really taking liberties here. Scissors looks to come over the top. So far, pretty placid start to this map, but the card has gotten to the point where these teams now need to fight for it to progress any further. Magrenade, they're not finding anything on Sugar Free. Again, he was constantly bubbled. It's a nightmare for a Cassidy to deal with this. And farming a lot of charge up for his Zarya. Someone grinning as he gets powered up.
Right, the Genji gets right in your face. He's got a bubble. May end up getting another bubble, and what do? You can't even really fire.
And someone able to bring Kellen down. He's probably reached critical mass in charge and is able just to bully into the front line. And again, you wait for those bubbles to come back off cooldown. You've got a player advantage. Sugar Free goes in, got bubbled again after the mag grenade came through. And the world is his oyster.
And what do you want to play into this if you're the Shock? Do you go back and do you try and play like, you know, some Genji Venture? Do you try and play something like that? Do you continue to believe that the Echo Cassidy with that Queen can win out over this comp? Right now, from what we see, this does not look like a kick. I think you would have to consider making some serious changes.
Again, we're still watching them iterate in real time on a solution. They have to come up with one quickly. The Defiant hero threatening a first checkpoint as Kellen emerges from that side room and stakes his claim to the card. Scissors gets a little bit low from that poke down, but Ultraviolet's able to spot him. There's an orbital ray ready to rumble, and I don't think he'll waste too much time in letting it go. Here we go. So Toronto get theirs down first. Ultraviolet reciprocates, but it's too late to save Scissors. The pressure is immense, and the Shock are crumbling.
Yeah, I think you got to consider wholesale change to this comp if you're the Shock.
Play Reinhardt.
mean, okay.
So traditionally was an answer to some of the Zarya comps back in the day because again you just stave off a lot of the poke damage and force bubbles out if you have like a pokier comp behind your shield, but there's no world in which the Shock are thinking about that here.
Yeah, I don't think you're going to get many coaching offers in the office. I wouldn't be banking on that.
No, one trick, it's fine.
No.
Hey mate, you Castle Cook.
A lot of space you're taking up here by the Defiant as well, right? They get all the way to this corner. They're going to get the payload around this. You're in real dangerous territory over the Shock, right? Because even though losing this fight, you're going to go second checkpoint pretty much.
Ronnie pops straight away. Rack attack so deep into the formation of the Defiant. Yes, Kellen does get a nice little annihilation off. A rampage rather. And a good swing on Rupal to bring him down. So that's 2 picks there for the Queen. Vega doubles back. Grab's going to be used to handle Kellen. Eventually he's brought down, but Mira does get picked by that Echo.
Yeah, and I mean, that's Rack Attack during rally as well, right? It just gets burst down. That Zarya so charged up. The damage from the Zarya, the bubble onto the Genji, just dashing on through. So now we'll see the Ramatra again. So Ramatra can stand toe-to-toe a little bit better with Zarya than the Queen can. A little bit better survivability. You see where this payload has gotten very close to taking this second checkpoint.
Scissors was poking on that right-hand side, but there's Sugar Free. We get another bubble again into the backline, and he handles Kree. Someone follows up on it now, and he's at 70% charge already. Kellen throws up the Dukes. Defensive stance taken, but Scissors can only get Rupal before he ducks out of the fight as well. Critical mass now. Someone is absolutely humming and looking to push straight into this front line. There is not enough damage for the Shock to have a hope of answering this, and that's a second checkpoint for Toronto.
Well, you notice they just ignore Kellen, right? At the start of that, Tree is playing Cassidy. They bubble Sugar Free. He dashes right in. They get a speed ring, and someone, right when that bubble wears off, he is right in Tree's face. 100 energy. You're dead. I mean, nothing you can do there. No way you're going to be able to keep that Cassidy alive. And look at how you keep just rolling these ultimates, right? Now you have a Blade, then you'll have a Grab, then you'll have Orbital Ray and Rally. I mean, you just cycle these so well now forward to the Defiant.
Kelvin is hoping to ignore someone as well, but eventually, as Zarya gets charged up, she becomes a threat that cannot be overlooked. And there's a bubble for Sugar Free if he wants to go in for the play, but it's a free pick for Merit at the start of the fight. Scissors is already down, and the Defiant are taking their time with it. They're getting free progress. In comes Kel to try and stop the bleed, and he'll have Ultraviolet even committing an Orbital Ray to the fight. Sugar Free, though, has found Tree, cuts him down. Now looks for other backliners, but Rack Attack has to flail to swing. Kellen with the Annihilation in the middle of it is able to, well, make it hard for Vega to stand up in a fight like this. Ramatra Ultimate still pretty darn good.
I mean, Ram ult is crazy, right? Once you kind of get hit with a lot of targets around, it's like Rupal gonna try and make his way off the side. So you end up getting the Blade out there in Rally. It comes at the cost of both support ults plus your Annihilation. But to be honest, you have no choice there but the shot to invest that, right? What are you going to do? Not invest that heavy and just let them roll the card all the way home, right? You have to go and just buy yourself more time, right? Because if there is a map completion, you can't allow like 250 on the clock, right? You got to get it down below a minute.
Scissors comes out of nowhere, essentially, but still spotted out by Merit. He sees the Echo coming in. Great communication, and that's a key DPS off the table here for NRG. Kellen is low and has to backtrack. This is going to let the Defiant get a little bit closer, and Sugar Free wants to close the gap again. What a long-range grab, and what a catch from somebody! Someone stop this guy. That is filthy. 2 minutes 20 on the clock now, and this card ain't stopping for no one. I'll give you the big tip. Toronto Defiant clean the map with plenty of time to spare.
That was nasty. Just the long-range grab into the spawn, using the alternate fire to boost yourself closer towards them so you can pick up some kills, not let everybody else have the fun.
Someone show that clip to Nene. That's how you grab.
Oh man, and now you're going deep in the bag there. I mean, that's a throwback.
Man. Again, audacious use of that ability, but someone knows the Shock are grouped up in that choke just outside their spawn is guaranteed. But look at what Sugar Free's doing. Like this level of lack of self-preservation, I think, from your Genji can only be enabled with that Zarya to constantly give him bubbles. Talk about setting up your star DPS for success.
I'm kind of fascinated though, like, can you run, let's say they play like the Mago, right? Maybe Shock, right? They want to play that Junker Queen. They play Junker Queen at a really high level, so it's really pretty impressive from the Defiant to see them kind of just run over him like this. But like against a top tier like Maga based setup, how this looks, right? We haven't really seen anybody do it that much, right? We saw Insight, I think, for a map to Zarya, but see them run it. This looks really good, and I'm just curious
how it would play into like a Shock playing this Manga, right? Like if Tree ends up playing the Reaper, right? This is kind of like the meta, quote unquote, that we've seen so far. As Tree will make the swap. Gonna go Widow. Poke out, see if he sees anybody. The one thing with the Zarya is like you can't really play close up the cart, right? You're gonna have to play around that corner, play up on the high ground. So you're gonna get a little bit of extra payload progress here.
You need a fallback position to get the bubble cooldowns back. Again, Sugar Free doing his thing. Already 15% charge as he steps up and extends some shurikens into Tree.
I mean, the Genji can contest pretty safely, right, with the bubbles. I mean, to deflect the bubbles, I mean...
That's true. It's very relevant on defense here. There's the dive there from Sugar Free. Kellen is so low. How is he so low? I think that's a massive dynamite detonation by Merit there as everybody on the Shock was grouped up for it.
I mean, you have a dash on through, right? Some right clicks there from someone. I imagine he's very charged up here. You've seen him trying to just bully this Zarya out.
Okay, Kellen gets deep. There might be a problem for Vega. Yeah, he gets smashed by that stomp. Now Ultraviolet can sit back, get to work healing. You asked about this Malcolm, how it looks right. Kellen definitely looks like he can take some liberties here. Rupal was able to slip away just in time, but couldn't quite get away from the miniguns. And the Shock, okay, we're on the road.
Malga just seems to be good against every type of composition, right?
And we're switching.
Yeah, so you'll see them match it. So it seems like this Zarya setup is like a thing that they want to run, a shell that they want to run against the Queen, right? Very good against the Queen. When the Malga comes in, okay, you're better off just mirroring the Malga, right? You know, you could play a Queen of your own. We've seen a lot of teams play the Queen into the Malga, but I think Defiant definitely feel more comfortable playing a Malga.
Merit sitting back here, charge comes in from Kellen, but he makes himself scarce. Bob eventually gets removed here. It looks like the Shock barely have a break in their stride. They really want to get up and play inside this orbit array, and the Defiant respect it. Rupal's built one of his own up now for a crackback.
Well, I mean, for Toronto, right, you have such a time bank advantage. There's no reason to kind of throw in your Ray and fight there. Go back up now, come back in and fight with it behind your Ray and Blade. 2 of the Blade for Sugar Free. That'll be the fight.
Now, little 2-for-1 meal deal there. Got both supports with a single Blade. And that's great push-pull from Toronto, right? Now we're moving to more of a macro focus where they just disengage away from that orbit array and come back with one of their own.
Yeah, I mean, they're not forced to fight inside of that, right? They're not, you know, they have a great time bank, right? 2:16 is a really long time here on Shambali. And look, you back up, you Shock gets no value really out of their orbital array, a little bit of payload progress, but that's about it. You come back, you re-engage with your own, you're in a fantastic spot.
Here's that rally now being popped by Vega. Rack Attack has one of his own. Tree's hoping to get into the backline, and they have isolated the Brig. The rest of the Defiant aren't in position to do anything or extract any toll of their own as a response. Sugar Free's able to find Rack Attack at least, and Scissors' focusing beam is the perfect answer to the big body of the Malga. But Sugar Free's getting amongst it as well. Callum will be an issue though. They're not really tooled to deal with the Malga here, and eventually will be forced out of the action.
Yes, I believe you still have Rupal there, able to heal him up, keep him alive. Vega here as well. As someone in Sugar Free, pretty moment. They'll be back in the fight rather quickly. Is a nice shot there, going to force Scissors down to the low ground.
Here's the Bob, straight down the straightaway, and Energy had to fold away from this to a degree, but the orbit array means they want to get aggressive. Again, Merit absconds to the high ground, safely away. Vega's shield not enough to keep him alive, and Tree's heading upstairs to find Merit. Nothing he could do about it. Now Wraith walk away. Job done here. Someone's gone down, and NRG find the burst they need to get this checkpoint.
Yeah, and I wonder if you'll see the Defiant decide to change up some of their DPS. It seems like the Reaper just gets so much value, right? The Reaper just puts down so much damage. You see right there, Tree constantly in these fights, putting pressure onto Vega. You break that break shield right away with the Reaper shotguns. Then deal with that support who's typically very tanky rather easily.
And RG Shock were getting a little bit lean on time bank though before that checkpoint. So they need to be pretty expeditious through this part of the map.
Well, this is where Toronto, you just keep taking fights, right? You keep taking fights, you push up to the car, right? You delay, you just burn the clock.
Trying to ignore the Malga, but avoid the stop. That's the key here for the Defiant as they look for a backline again. Wraith walks used by Tree as they saw that orbital array from the Defiant used, and Toronto were looking for a way to actually turn that orbital array into some ult charge for the rest of them. This might be an elongated stagger. This is dangerous.
Yeah, you know, UV and Tree find themselves in an awkward position there, and then Toronto realizes they chase those players down. Now Toronto, you push up. I mean, this is, you couldn't have asked for a better situation, right? The Shock were pushed up on that first corner. They thought that's what they were going to contest. They jumped down from that cutout in the wall. They jumped down to the payload, and now you have them in your spawn.
We've seen this exact spawn cam a couple of times. Sugar spots Ultraviolet. Can he get away? No, the mobility not quite there. Rupal steals that away, but still the result is the same. Another beautiful blade from Sugar Free. Quad kill involvement. And now again, 90-second warning for NRG.
Yeah, and you push up. If the Shock are going to win fights, win it at the spawn door and force them to use ults at the spawn door. It's like the worst type of situation you can possibly be in.
Once again, trying to dive inside the spawn there. Ultraviolet couldn't get back to safety. Merit's having to Wraith walk away, but now get re-involved in the fight. It's going to be a stop there as Merit emerges straight into the shoulder charge of a duped Mauga. Can actually find a way forward here, but again, they're a long way from that next checkpoint still, and Vega can just buy some time.
And Merit, I know that was the Death Blossom there that gets nothing, no value out of that whatsoever, but still, it burned, I mean, what, more than a minute off the clock.
Yes.
Right? Winning that first fight and then pushing them back. It also gives the Defiant an opportunity here towards the end to win the map before even the second checkpoint.
And it's like you said, the Defiant are probably going to look to keep taking these fights, keep taxing these ultimates that the Shock have been trying to meticulously build. Here we go, cage fight available here as someone throws it down pretty much straight away. It's Vega falling with the Death Blossom though, and Dream once more. He's found 2, make it 3. Shading the rest of his team.
Yeah, you're just playing, though, the percentages game, though, here if you're the Defiant, right? Dwindle the clock, you're not forced to use any ultimates. And let's say you can come out here and maybe kind of contest. I mean, you have that rally to use, you're going to have Orbital Array as well. You have a pretty nice advantage. Yeah, it's going to be a sim here. They want to get back here and contest.
All right, Toronto want to try and end it here if they can. Merit going to back away. He's definitely pretty scared of Amalgam, but in comes Vega, swinging like a raid. Boston Kellen eventually falls. Treek's trying to Wraith walk away, but Sugar Free is in there with the blade, and he won't be denied. Ultraviolet in pieces. Shock in shambles, and Toronto advancing in the lower brackets. They've got a promise to deliver on, and they're far from done.
And you can see they knew they had a huge advantage, right? They had dwindled the clock. All they have to do right there, right, is like I was talking about, make it back to the payload, and you're going to have a huge ultimate advantage. And you're in a spot there for Shock, which every fight, the more fights you take, you're forced to use the ultimate because you need to keep it moving, you need to make up some time. And Toronto doesn't have to do that. You come back in there with your Rally Orbital right at the end, and it is GG. There's nothing the Shock can do.
Handshakes and commiserations here. Of course, a hug for Coach Wheats. And then these two teams have forged themselves into veritable monsters here. Toronto at the start of the year were far and away the best team in NA, and we wondered how big the tier gap was between them and their foes. But the rest of NA has risen up around them, so much so that, again, they managed to down all of EU's hopes before getting to this match, but it's a dirty business. Not fun to take out a regional rival, but Toronto have their sights squarely set on glory.
Yeah, in stage 4, it felt like maybe the gap in NA has shrunk a little bit, and I think a lot of us were surprised. Like, man, like, what's going on? Like, are these teams catching up? Is Toronto falling off? I think they've proven here that the gap in NA is still quite a large margin.
Yeah, absolutely. Or that they have extended that lead once more.
Yeah.
Looking back over this map, right, like, or even this series, so many different comps from both teams, but the Defiant did seem to have an answer to each and every one of them. Even if it was switching back to Amalgam Mirror and putting Merit back on the Reaper, you saw them just look a cut above in that setup, but having the Xayah option, having great dive in the first map, they can kind of do it all.
And it's a terrible situation for the Shock to be in, right? Because they go Mauga, you match that Mauga. Let's say if they would have went Queen, you would have the Zarya bring out right again. You were never in a situation where you could have came out on top.
You head to the stage here for a post-match interview with the victorious Rupal as he advances with his team through lowers.
Thank you so much for that, fellas. Yes, congratulations, RuPaul. Guys, give it up for the Toronto Defiant. Wow. Dominating performance there. Now, look, RuPaul, this was the third series of the day for you guys. It's been a slog. You've been, I can only imagine how tired you are. How do you keep that energy up with the squad? But most importantly, how do you keep that confidence going, knowing that each and every challenge is only going to get more difficult as the road goes forward?
I think as for energy, we've drank like 50 water bottles in one day, gone to the bathroom like 4 times. The back room, we've ate every single banana. There are no more bananas back there. A lot of energy. And then as for the motivation, I mean, we just want to be the best team in the world, and we're here. We survived this long, long day. We're happy to be here and happy to move on to the final day.
Well, you know what? Hey, that's right. That's right. Now, without a doubt, and with that win, you guys are the unequivocal best NA team. But now you have an opportunity here coming from that lower bracket to potentially fight to become the best team in the world. What does that take for the Toronto Defiant to be able to achieve that goal, knowing that in your ways, teams like Falcons and as well as Crazy Raccoon?
Yeah, I think we really gotta forget the last match against Crazy Raccoons. I actually don't remember playing them. We're just gonna look forward to tomorrow and play a lot better, review for a couple hours, have some fun. Most importantly, we're just gonna play together as a team and show that we really can be the best team.
Awesome stuff, man. And of course, selective memory is very important in this instance. Very important. Hey, Rupal, I want to thank you so much for your time, man. Give it up one more time for Rupal and the Toronto Defiant. Massive win. Let's send it back over to the desk.
Thank you so much, Alex. Congratulations to the Toronto Defiant. They're keeping their dreams alive. Let's see how far they can take it. We're back here on the desk one last time. Danny Lim is joining us as well as Johnny Soggy Snowden.
Or bring it back.
You
Bring
brought
it
this
back.
upon yourself earlier today. This is not on me.
You've certified lost. It's been a long day, so, you know, I'm okay
It's been a long
with it.
day, but that does not take away
Very
from
soggy.
very soggy.
Very soggy.
What's wrong with you?
I don't know.
Many things, but we're not gonna get into that. We're actually will be discussing at the match that we just got to see. I mean, Toronto on top. They are keeping those NA dreams alive for everyone, and it was a dominant year,
Yeah.
and this was a dominant showing. But also, they made it look fairly easy. They were so happy to counter swap. They were so happy to play this game.
This is what they do best, and this is what Toronto Defiant has done all year.
Right.
They adapt and they hero swap when they need to. And so Energy Shock, they really took the Jungle Queen composition to the absolute max.
Yeah.
They forced it as much as they possibly could, but someone turned up on the Staria out of all heroes.
Yeah.
So
I mean,
he's been doing this all year.
Yeah, I mean, versatility is probably Toronto's one of its biggest weapons. I'm sure coming in, you know, we all knew that the Shock was going to run the Jungle Queen composition. I'm pretty sure Toronto was like, hey, you know what? Go for it. We're just going to counterpick like we're seeing right now, someone on the Zarya. And I think that worked out beautifully for Toronto.
Yeah, I mean, they tried the Ramatra, but I was kind of like, crossing my fingers for some Reinhardt as well, but there's just no way you can play Reinhardt in this meta. So Mauga was the more reasonable pick, but then you're playing Mauga against Toronto Defiant, who already are better than you when it comes to the macro and the hero swapping. And so Toronto Defiant, they were just the most dominant team. But again, I think we really gotta commend NRG here. Just like from a personal side, the fact that they were able to get fourth in this tournament, considering going into this tournament, they were seen as the worst team. And MVP, I mean, rightfully is someone.
Yeah, I mean, we just talked about it. This guy could play everything, whether it's Winston, Zarya, Mauga, and I think he showed up a huge way. He always does. And I feel like, okay, I'm gonna be honest, backstage right after their second match, I ran into someone and I was like, hey, you guys are doing good. One more match. He was like, 3 matches is tough. 3 matches is tough.
he looked rough when you were interviewing him.
No, but as soon as he goes on the server, this guy is just locked in. He's locked in, ready to go, and yeah, huge up for someone.
I mean, star performance across the board here, and they had a good time with it as well. We just saw the player camps from Sugar Free. Like once they're in the game, they're having fun with it, and I think that's something they also mentioned heading into this entire tournament. They said they just want to have fun with it because that's when they play their best.
Yeah, I mean, you want to be loose, right? You don't want to overthink things. You don't want to stay in place too much. I mean, someone popped off, but Sugar Free as well. We talked about it. The X
Give him all the donuts that he wants. I heard that he likes donuts or he eats donuts before matches.
Apparently, that's his
Does he eat sugar-free donuts?
Has he had 3 donuts today or just 1?
Probably
does he eat 1 in the morning or 3?
I'll get someone on the case.
Doesn't matter.
I need to know.
Doesn't matter. Castor just give him all the donuts in the world.
Also, I feel like
he
Swedish
deserves
pancakes would be a way better solution here in Sweden than
That's
donuts.
true. That is my favorite food now.
Yeah, that's true.
Actually, true. It's that and liver paste.
Liver pate.
Liver pastei.
Yeah.
Liver pastei. What he said. Also, that was a bracket in case you missed it, because I certainly missed it. But I can still tell you what's going to happen because we have more matches tomorrow. It's going to be what is happening. Apparently, I can't tell you what's happening.
This is a spray.
We look good.
Oh yeah. So
Can
can you now finally solve the mystery of what the horsey means?
What is it?
You also Googled it. I'm also on Google.
A dollar horse is the traditional. I mean,
anyways, guys, we got great matches last day of
Let the mans talk about the horse. What does it mean?
The carving of dollar horses as a livelihood is thought to have started in the village of Berg Carlos in central Sweden. So there you go.
Okay. So it's a.
The red doesn't mean anything. Okay, they're just red because it looks nice, I suppose. So.
I love animals.
You know, Crazy Raccoon, they have red in their logo. It feels like a sign of strength. It's in the sprays.
Yeah. You know, Falcons is green. Green and red is
green
holiday.
means go.
You know, holiday season's coming up. I have no idea where I'm going.
We're not.
with this.
It's November.
It sure has been a long day, hasn't it? No, we're doing great. We're doing great. The teams are doing great as well. We have more matches tomorrow. I'm very, very excited because we get to see that rivalry. Crazy Raccoon and Falcons. That's what's been going on all year long, and it's a grudge match now as well.
Yeah, I mean, look, going into the tournament, we said that Team Falcons, Crazy Raccoon, and Toronto Defiant, they were the 3 best teams.
Yep.
And here we are going to the final day tomorrow, and we're going to see the 3 best teams with the 2 Korean teams clashing in the upper bracket. Surprise! But, you know, reviewing from Dallas, historically, this entire year, Team Falcons against Crazy Raccoon has been the best matchup in Overwatch. And so I'm looking forward to see another one tomorrow.
Me too. I'm very excited for that one as well because I remember Choro in the interview said that, you know, Falcons be ready because after they lost the main stage in Asia, I think Crazy Raccoon are definitely ready for that matchup.
Eye on the prize for both of these teams. It's going to be a banger after a banger. Toronto Defiant, of course, want to have a say in this one as well. Let's see if they can make it all the way into that grand finals. We'll find out soon, but first of all, let's hydrate, let's rest up, and get ready for our final day of our OWCS inaugural season. It's going to be a good one. You don't want to miss it. Thank you so much for tuning in, and we get to see you again tomorrow.